Chapter 1, Your husband had a car accident, City A. The night is full, and the neon lights are flashing, in a villa area in the city center. Ringing. The urgent ringing of the mobile phone rang in the dark living room. Yi Jiayao, who was lying on the sofa, shook and turned her head from the sofa and hit the corner of the coffee table. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Yi Jiayao covered her injured head with one hand and sat up in a daze. Her beautiful face was wrinkled into a ball, and it was dark in front of her eyes. She habitually reached out to get her mobile phone. There are two shortcut messages on the screen, one showing missed calls and the other showing WeChat unread messages. She clicked on WeChat, and a few messages popped out. Mu Linghan had a car accident. On National Highway 314. Navigation positioning, Jiayao, come here quickly. Yi Jiayao took a look at the message and muttered, you had the same car accident as me. It's so pitiful. Her words suddenly got stuck, and her eyes stared at the three messages on the screen. Suddenly, she jumped up and quickly exited the chat box to check the missed calls. Qingshi Mu Linghan, Yi Jiayao, Qingshi. Yi Jiayao's brain rotated 360 degrees at high speed, and a few seconds later, her face turned pale. I grabbed the car key on the coffee table and rushed out. Yi Jiayao, who was driving the car, was tight. The speed of the car was extremely fast, and her brain was roaring. Oh my god, she actually crossed into a dog-blooded president's article and became the wife of a short-lived boss and a short-lived cannon fodder supporting actress. As the top Vars supporting actress in the book, Kong has no good looks and no IQ. What a miserable end. Not to mention being slapped in the face by the hero and heroine. After the boss's death, she was also sold by the scum stepmother, and countless gold owners were finally abandoned and died. And all this misfortune began on this night. In the original work, Jing Shi, the heroine, saw Mu Linghan overturned and quickly told Yi Jiayao, a serious wife, to help save people. As a result, Yi Jiayao felt that the opportunity to get rid of Mu Linghan had come when she heard it. Not only did she not help, but also prevented Qing Shuyi from saving people. She also said that it was a waste of air for this kind of sick person to live, which was a cynic. In the end, Mu Linghan escaped by himself. After that, because of the delay for too long, although he finally picked up a life, his eyes were also blind and his feet were disabled. His whole mentality was distorted, and he was black all the way to the end. And she was one of the accomplices who made the boss blind and disabled, and her end was not much better. As soon as the boss was discharged from the hospital, he had her tied up, directly broke her leg, and almost blinded her. Although her leg got better later, Yi Jiayao's hatred for the boss at the peak, in order to get rid of and take revenge on Mu Linghan, he cheated him in all kinds of ways, sold the company's secrets, leaked the whereabouts of the boss to the enemy, and secretly poisoned him. In short, he died infinitely. In the end, the boss was knocked out by the hero and heroine, and she also died. Yi Jiayao drove the car with a pale face. Not long after, she saw the four-legged black Mercedes-Benz in front of her through the front mirror. The engine of the car was on fire, the glass was broken all over the ground, and there was a figure faintly visible in the car. Yi Jiayao stepped on the brake hard, and the sound of beep wheels crossing the ground was particularly harsh. The car stopped steadily. Yi Jiayao quickly pushed the door and walked down, holding a safety hammer in her hand. A girl in a white dress greeted her with an anxious face. Jiayao, you are finally here. Mu Linghan overturned the car, and the door was deformed. I can't open it alone. Did you call the police? Yi Jiayao said with a calm face. Qing Shuyi was stunned for a moment, and her face was full of surprise. At the same time, she stared at the safety hammer in Yi Jiayao's hand. No. Yi Jiayao's pale face was tense, and she strode towards the four-footed car on the side of the road with the safety hammer in her hand, which looked extremely fierce. She held up the safety cone in her hand high and was about to hit the car door. Qing Shuyi rushed up and grabbed her, looking frightened. Jiayao, I know you hate Mu Linghan and try your best to divorce him, but you can't kill people. Yi Jiayao looked at the more and more burning engine light, and her eyes condensed. The car is going to explode soon. Unable to explain, she shook off Qing Shiyi's hand hard, and the back of the safety hammer hit Qing Shiyi's head. The latter fell to the ground without notice and fainted directly. In the car, Mu Linghan, who was half drowsy and half awake, heard the sound of argument and opened his eyes wide. The blood stains slid down his forehead, confusing his sight, but he could vaguely see the unfamiliar figure outside the car window. The pale and cold face of the other party looked more fierce under the light of the fire. Mu Linghan felt cold in his heart. Is this woman ready to kill in order to get rid of him? If he has a chance to sure it, he will definitely make this woman pay the price. Dang! The sound of the safety hammer hitting the car door was particularly loud. Mu Linghan stared at the girl in front of him with wide eyes, while struggling to save himself. Yi Jiayao was nervous, and her scalp was numb when she looked at her eyes like this. Her hand trembled and almost couldn't hold the safety hammer. She tensed her nerves and said, don't stare at me like this. Take some strength and gasp, but don't die. The boss's eyes are terrible. Hearing the words, Mu Linghan was slightly stunned. Isn't this woman the one who expects him to die the most? Didn't she come to kill him? Bang! The door of the car was loosened. Yi Jiaoyao threw away the safety hammer, opened the door and dragged him out with all her strength to suck milk, and helped him into her car. Mu Linghan's abdomen and thighs were pierced by foreign objects, and the blood kept flowing out, suddenly dyeing the seat red. He struggled to get out of the car. The information is still in the car. Yi Jiaoyao's face was gloomy in an instant. She glanced at the increasingly fire-lighted engine position and scolded angrily, "When is this? Life is important." As if he didn't see Yi Jiaoyao's face, he still wanted to get in the car. Yi Jiaoyao's face was extremely ugly and she cursed fiercely, "I'm afraid of you." After saying that, he turned around and rushed towards the exploding car and got into the car. She also worked hard enough to win a good impression. "That's it. Maybe you can travel back when you die." In the car, Mu Linghan looked at the girl running wildly, and her pupils kept flashing. Yi Jiaoyao quickly found the blood-stained document bag and ran towards this side. Boom! The car suddenly exploded, and the fire rushed to the sky in an instant, and the violent explosion was deafening. Yi Jiaoyao was impacted by the aftermath of the explosion, and her whole body fell forward fiercely, and then lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 2, I died, and you buried with you. Mu Linghan sat in the car, looking at the motionless girl on the ground, and his pupils tightened. That woman is dead. After a few seconds, Yi Jiaoyao, who was lying dead, struggled to get up from the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood, picked up the document bag again and walked towards this side. She stretched out her hand to pull the door of the car, sat on the driver's seat, and took a deep breath before calming down. Oh my god, it really scared her to death. It's more exciting than sitting on a roller coaster. Yi Jiaoyao looked up at Mu Linghan in the co-pilot, looked at the blood flowing from the corners of her eyes and on her legs. Her eyes condensed and she quickly started the car and drove to the nearest hospital. Along the way, she peeked at Mu Linghan from time to time, and her nerves were tense. In the original work, she made the boss blind and lame as a demon. This time she came so fast that she should not miss the opportunity to rescue. Right. Yi Jiaoyao's heart was pounding, and her hand holding the steering wheel was full of cold sweat. She took a deep breath and tried to make herself look like the original Yi Jiaoyao, with a little disgust in her trembling voice. Hello. Are you dead? Mu Linghan pressed hard on the injured thigh with one hand to slow down the blood flow. He closed his eyes slightly. Hearing her words, he slowly raised his eyes to look at her. Although his face was full of blood, the frosty eyes were full of killing power. Seeing this look, Yi Jiaoyao's heart trembled, and at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes were so fierce that she couldn't go blind. However, the villain boss is the boss, even if he is seriously injured, he is full of killing power. Yi Jiaoyao put away her thoughts and drove seriously. She quickly drove the car to the gate of the hospital. As soon as she stopped, she saw an ambulance being loaded. Several medical staff jumped into the car in a hurry. One of the doctors shouted to the driver, "Hurry up, there is a car accident on National Highway 314. Yi Jiaoyao held Mu Linghan. He got out of the car and quickly shouted to the doctor on the other side of the ambulance, "The injured person in the car accident on the National Highway is here." Hearing the words, several medical staff rushed over, carried Mu Linghan into the car and pushed him in. The patient is bleeding a lot and needs to be rescued urgently. Yi Jiaoyao ran along the mobile bed with an anxious face. One of the nurses said to her, "Is this lady a family member of the patient? Please go to the toll booth with me to pay the fee." Yi Jiaoyao can't rest assured that the boss is alone at this time. In case he burps, she is not far from death. She has to keep an eye on it. Thinking so, she took out a card directly from her wallet and handed it to the nurse. "You don't need a password. Use it to brush it. You must use the best medicine." The nurse was stunned for a moment, took the card and left quickly. The man lying on the mobile hospital bed half squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Jiaoyao with an anxious face. His eyes flashed with a little sarcasm, "Are you afraid that I will die?" Yi Jiaoyao's heart tightened and quickly said, "If you die, I will be a widow." Hearing the words, Mu Linghan's eyes instantly became cold. This woman really only thinks about herself. "Don't worry, I'm dead, and you'll be buried with me." Yi Jiaoyao. The villain is really bad. Mu Linghan was sent to the rescue room, and Yi Jiaoyao waited outside in a hurry and kept walking around. Soon, several more people rushed in. They walked back and forth at the door of the emergency room, and the phone call was uninterrupted. Yi Jiaoyao didn't know any of these people. In order to prevent exposure, she simply didn't talk to her. Not long after, a nurse suddenly ran out of the emergency room, shouting, "The patient lost too much blood and is going to be in shock. Let the blood bank send blood quickly." Hearing the words, Yi Jiaoyao's legs were weak and she almost fell down. Is the plot still the same? Yi Jiaoyao suddenly thought of an important question. Mu Linghan is a panda blood type. And Yi Jiaoyao is also a panda blood type. In the original plot, Mu Linghan was taken to the hospital by an ambulance after self-help. She also lost too much blood and urgently needed blood. Yi Jiaoyao was asked to donate blood by Mu Linghan's people, but she couldn't wait for Mu Linghan to braid her hair. Not to mention donating blood, it would be good not to be stabbed again. Finally, Mu Linghan used Qin Xi's blood. What a dog's blood. At this time, the nurse who had just run out ran this way again, sweating profusely. The blood bank is insufficient. The patient is going to be in shock. At the same time, Yi Jiayao hurried forward and said, I'm panda blood, use mine. The nurse was stunned for a moment and quickly said, good. Then he pulled Yi Jiayao and ran to the blood donation station. Yi Jiayao donated a large bag of blood and sat on the chair outside the emergency room in a dizziness, with a pale face. It was not until dawn that the door of the emergency room was opened. Mu Linghan was successfully rescued and transferred to the VIP ward. Yi Jiayao breathed a sigh of relief and stayed up all night. It seemed that the Venus was shining in front of her eyes, and she almost fainted. However, she did not dare to relax and immediately followed the crowd to the VIP ward. When she was about to enter, she was intercepted outside the door. Sorry, you can't go in. The two bodyguards looked indifferent. Yi Jiayao didn't see with her own eyes whether Mu Linghan could still breathe. I'm his wife. I want to go in and have a look. Let me in. Why are you stopping me? I still saved people. Get out of the way. Yi Jiayao said that the two bodyguards were unmoved, and she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Her wife, Mrs. Mu, has no dignity in front of Mu Linghan's subordinates. By the way, the information that Mu Linghan desperately wants to take must be very important. Thinking of this, she quickly said to the two bodyguards, I have very important information here. I have to send it to Mu Linghan in person. The two bodyguards didn't believe a word. Yi Jiayao simply shouted to the ward, Mu Linghan, do you want your information? If you don't want it, I'll burn it. The two bodyguards' faces suddenly changed and they were about to cover Yi Jiayao's mouth. Suddenly, a low voice came from the ward. Let her in. When Yi Jiayao heard the sound, her legs almost couldn't stand. This is so good. It's like tempering. I didn't bother to study his voice because of the critical situation before. Now it sounds like I'm going to get pregnant. Isn't the voice of the villain boss fierce and rough? The boss let go, and the bodyguard didn't dare to stop and give way. Yi Jiayao snorted coldly and walked in. There were several people in the ward, but she saw a man with a strong aura lying on the hospital bed at a glance. The man's face is long, with dark eyebrows, tall nose bridge, sexy thin lips, and resolute chin. Every part is perfect and admirable. Perhaps because of long-term illness, the skin is a little unnaturally white, but it does not look feminine at all. The one-sided eyes wrapped in gauze does not affect the beauty, but adds a little coldness and mystery. Sure enough, the villain is the best except that he is not the author's own son. Chapter 3, Don't Die So Easily. Seeing Mu Linghan's single eye wrapped in gauze, Yi Jiayao was secretly relieved. It's always different from the original plot. At least the boss still has one eye and is not blind. Her efforts are still useful. Seeing that Yi Jiayao's eyes had been falling on him, Mu Linghan looked at him unscrupulously, and his eyes became more gloomy. Isn't this woman disgusted and afraid of him? Do you have the courage to see that he is seriously ill and bedridden? The people guarding around noticed that Mu Linghan's breath was colder, and they couldn't help shaking. Mu Linghan glanced over, and the people immediately retreated. Soon, only Yi Jiayao and Mu Linghan were left in the room. At this time, Yi Jiayao realized that her eyes seemed to be a little presumptuous. She immediately moved her eyes to the ground and whispered, well, are you okay? The man hooked the corners of his mouth and sneered, I let you down. I can't die. Yi Jiayao noticed that the man's eyes were full of scrutiny at her, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her spine. But when she thought of the original owner's character, she quickly supported her face and raised her chin high, don't die so easily. If you die, I will become a widow. Hearing the words, the man snorted coldly, don't worry, I keep my word. Yi Jiayao was stunned for a moment before she realized that the boss meant to let her be buried with her. The book says that the boss's temper is capricious. Except for the heroine, he doesn't have a good face to anyone. The devil knows whether he will still be angry with her. No, she has to have a good relationship with the boss and inherit the inheritance when he dies. Thinking like this, she immediately said, how can I say that I am your lifesaver? Mu Linghan's eyes were cold. Does this woman want to tell him the conditions? Anything is fine except divorce. The corners of Yi Jiayao's mouth twitched when she heard the words. The boss obviously didn't like him, but he married her for the sake of the old grandmother. It was really frustrating. The original work said that the reason why the boss married her was that grandma believed what the fortune teller said. The two of them matched each other, and marrying her would be good for the boss's health. What about the result? Looking at the miserable appearance of the boss lying in the hospital bed and unable to take care of himself, you know that it's all superstition. Yi Jiayao straightened up against Mu Linghan's cold air, no divorce, I want to live with you. The original owner did not accept the fact that her husband was a sick man. After marriage, he was determined to separate and moved outside after a long time. But she can't do it. If she doesn't live with the boss, how can she cultivate feelings? How to brush favorability? How to live? Mu Linghan frowned and said coldly, Yi Jiayao, what do you want to do? You care so much about me? You can say whatever you want. Mu Linghan stared at her for a long time, as if he was going to see through a hole for her. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and sneered with ridicule in his eyes. It's okay. Yi Jiayao breathed a sigh of relief. Just agree to the boss. As for brushing good impressions and hugging thighs, it will be long in the next day. Then let's have breakfast. I'm hungry. Yi Jiayao looked at the insulated box on the table, which should have been brought by those people just now. She stood up and walked forward. Suddenly, her eyes went black, and her whole body fell sideways. Her upper body lay directly on Mu Lingha's abdomen, almost pressing on his injured thigh. Mu Lingha's face turned black. He reached out and pushed her shoulder. He found that she was motionless and her eyes were closed. She couldn't help opening her eyes. This woman actually fainted. Come on. Mr. Mu, my wife is too scared. In addition, too much blood in one breath will lead to a coma. You will wake up soon after taking some nutrient solution. Hearing the doctor's words, Mu Linghang frowned slightly and looked at the girl lying on the companion bed not far away, and his eyes were a little deeper. When Yi Jiayao fell asleep, her eyebrows were locked, and the black stain smoked by the impact of the explosion could not cover her pale face. It seems that he is really scared. Mu Linghan gently pursed his lips. Is this woman so timid? But it was almost killed by an explosion. Ordinary girls will be afraid, right? It's just. Mu Linghan frowned more tightly. How could this woman desperately save him and donate blood to him? Yi Jiayao felt a sharp line of sight on her in a daze, and her heart jumped. In fact, when the doctor was talking just now, she was half awake. I would be stared at by the boss like this. My consciousness was completely awake, but my eyes were still tightly closed. At this time, Mu Linghan must have doubted her. Why don't she follow the doctor's words and pretend to be scared by the car accident and explosion, and then her personality has changed slightly? Thinking of this, she curled up and began to mutter something. Mu Linghan. Blood. Explosion.it. Terrible. Mu Linghan. Don't die, I won't mess with you. Yi Jiayao muttered in a low voice, and couldn't help thinking of Yi Jiayao's miserable end in the original work. Thinking of these, it was likely to fall on her head. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she was. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she was. He consciously slipped down from the corners of his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. Mu Linghan's sharp eyes have been falling on Yi Jiayao, looking at the fear on her face, and her eyes are slightly sink. Yi Jiayao muttered for a long time and showed no sign of waking up. Mu Linghan couldn't help calling out in a low voice, Yi Jiayao. Blood. Explosion. Yi Jiayao. Don't die. Yi Jiayao, wake up. Yi Jiayao woke up suddenly and sat up from the bed. Her forehead was full of sweat, and her eyes were confused, as if she had not recovered from the nightmare. Mu Linghan looked at her with faint eyes, with a strong sense of scrutiny. Yi Jiayao felt the gaze, and her heart jumped to death. The expression on her face was just the right amount of fear. Then she quickly pressed it down. Her neck choked and she said to Mu Linghan with some shame, haven't you seen a beautiful woman? Mu Linghan. The man withdrew his gaze faintly and ignored her. Yi Jiayao quietly wiped the sweat on her forehead. When I touched it, I found that there was still a stain on my face, which made me embarrassed in an instant. She must be ugly now. After the infusion, she immediately went to the bathroom to wash, and then looked at herself in the mirror. The girl's eyebrows are delicate, her lips are red and her teeth are white, her face is delicate, her eyes are clear and bright, and her skin is so delicate that it can be pinched out of water. There is a little quietness in the brightness, and a pair of playful eyes are a little enchanting, which is amazingly beautiful. Yi Jiayao couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. She is so beautiful, why can the boss still be indifferent? She is going to be bent by herself, okay? Is Mu Linghan Liu Xiaohui? No, it can only be said that the heroine's aura is too strong. Thinking of this, Yi Jiayao was even more sad. The road to the opposite is full of difficulties. Squeak suddenly, there was a sound of the door being pushed open outside, followed by the clicking sound of high heels falling to the ground, accompanied by a soft female voice coming into her ears. Linghan, how are you? Yi Jiayao's nerves tightened when she heard this voice. The big heroine is coming. Yi Jiayao immediately opened the door from the bathroom and saw Qin Shi in white standing in front of the hospital bed, with her innocent and beautiful face full of worry. The book says that Qin Shouyi has a pure and harmless national first love face, and a pair of beautiful big eyes contain a faint sense of melancholy, which makes people want to take care of her. Yi Jiayao took a bite in her heart. Men all like this kind of silk flower, which seems to need to be protected urgently. The body is delicate and soft, easy to push down, pure and weak, and full of fairy spirit. On the other side, Qin Shouyi and Mu Linghan looked at each other. Yi Jiayao could not see Mu Linghan's eyes, but she could clearly see Qin Shouyi's worried expression that was about to cry. Her expression tightened and she strode forward to block the gap between Mu Linghan and Qin Shouyi, blocking her sight. Standing in front of Qin Shouyi, Yi Jiayao saw the slightly swollen bruise on her forehead at a glance. I was hit by her safety hammer last night. Chapter 4, Swearing Sovereignty. Yi Jiayao shook her head. No. The risk is too great. She can't gamble with her life. When Qin Shouyi saw Mu Linghan's half eyes wrapped in bandages, she was about to cry sadly. A Yi Jiayao suddenly broke into her sight, still with a cold face. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and her sadness was dispersed a lot. Jia Yao, I'm here to see Ling Han, Qing Shuyi said, moving her body from the beginning of the fruit basket and reappeared in Mu Linghan's vision. Her hand seemed to touch the bruise on her forehead inadvertently. Mu Linghan saw the bruise on her head, his eyes flashed and he asked, "Are you hurt?" Qing Shuyi's eyes immediately dodged when she heard the words. She quickly withdrew her hand and looked at Yi Jiayao with some embarrassment. As soon as Yi Jiayao saw her, she secretly said that this woman was going to be a demon. She quickly grabbed Qing Shiyi's arm and said with a worried face, "Shiyi, I was in a hurry to send Ling Han to the hospital yesterday, and I couldn't even pay attention to you. That fell badly. Oh. It's been all night, and you don't know how to bandage it. It's not important to bandage wounds when buying fruit." The original work said that there was something wrong with Qing Shiyi's car, and there was no way to control the car and brake. Mu Linghan happened to see it and tried to help her stop the car. As a result, under several impacts, Qing Shiyi's car stopped, but the boss's car overturned. Yi Jiayao thinks this plot is really bloody. Isn't this a typical dead Taoist friend who doesn't die? Moreover, even if the heroine woke up in a coma all night, she should have rushed over. How could she have the heart to buy fruit? I have the heart to buy fruit, but I don't have the heart to deal with the wound on my forehead. Who do you want to pretend to be pitiful in front of? Yi Jiayao always feels that Qing Xinyi is not as simple and innocent as written in the book, and she is scheming. On the hospital bed, Mu Linghan glanced at the wound on Qing Shiyi's forehead, stopped talking, and his eyes fell on Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao felt Mu Linghan's inquiring gaze, and her heart tightened, and she immediately straightened her back. In the original work, Yi Jiayao and Qing Shiyi are well known to be romantic enemies. When they meet, they are naturally very popular. The reason why they make an appointment at any time seems to have a deep sisterhood, but in fact it is to find opportunities to dig into the wall. So no matter how sarcastically mocking Qing Shiyi, she won't be a play. I'm fine. Qing Shuyi didn't expect Yi Jiayao to react so quickly and seize the opportunity. For a moment, she was a little caught off guard and quickly explained to Mu Linghan, "Yesterday, Jiayao took the safety cone and thought she wanted to disadvantage you. It was all a misunderstanding, just a small injury." Yi Jiayao nodded and agreed, "Indeed, compared with my husband, you are a small wound and don't bleed." She also contributed for 0.0 cc of panda blood. Qing Shuyi's body stiffened for a moment. When did this woman become so sharp-toothed? She quickly changed the topic, "I'm going to wash some fruit." Yi Jiayao quickly stopped it and smiled very politely, "The visitor is a guest. How can I let you do it? This kind of thing should be done by my family." This was an oath of sovereignty. Qing Shuyi's smile was a little awkward, and she could only withdraw her hand, silently. Mu Linghan glanced at Yi Jiayao's back and Qing Shiyi's slightly embarrassed face, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. This woman's brain became more clever after being frightened. Qing Shuyi wanted to take advantage of Yi Jiayao's absence to talk to Mu Linghan, so she quickly said, "Linghan, what do you think? Is there anything wrong? The fruit is coming." Yi Jiayao picked up a few strawberries and grapes and rushed out casually. As soon as she came out, she heard this and immediately interrupted. She put the fruit plate on the hospital bed cabinet and made a bang sound. Sure enough, this heroine wants to trap the boss all the time. Qing Shuyi was shocked and swallowed all the words in her mouth. Yi Jiayao picked up the fruit plate again and put it in front of Mu Linghan. "Mu Linghan, would you like to eat some fruit?" Mu Linghan. The man glanced at the fruit plate faintly and did not respond. The leaves on the head of the strawberry have not been removed, and there is still mud on the grapes, which is obviously perfunctory. Yi Jiayao had long guessed that this man would not be grateful, and his white moonlight was in front of her. She sighed and put the fruit plate back on the cabinet and said to Qing Shiyi, "Miss Qing, where did you buy the bargain? It's not the imported high-end fruit, is it? No wonder Mu Linghan dislikes it." Mu Linghan. Qing Shiyi. Although it is a good thing to be diligent and thrifty, you have been claimed by the Qing family anyway. You are already a nominal Miss Tianjing. This consumption view can't stay at the level of the housekeeper's adopted daughter. If you know, you are diligent and thrifty and simple. If you don't know, you think the Qin family I treated you harshly. Hearing this, Qing Qi's face immediately became a little ugly, but she quickly reacted and said with a faint smile, "Jiayao, this fruit has not been washed." Because she didn't wash it clean, Mu Linghan disliked it. It had nothing to do with the price. Yi Jiayao sighed, and her tone was apologetic, but there was no guilt on her face. "Oh. Usually, this kind of thing is done by the nanny, and I have never done it. Not to mention washing fruit, I don't even know what the kitchen looks like. Oh. I really envy Miss Qing. She has been adopted by the housekeeper since she was a child. She must be able to do everything independently, right?" The smile on Qing Shi's mouth stiffened again. Is this showing off that she is a noble woman of a serious rich family, and she is just a halfway monk? Yi Jiayao seemed to realize that something was wrong and said apologetically, "I almost forgot that Miss Qing had nothing to do with housekeeper Liu after recognizing her ancestors and returning to the family. Miss Qing won't be angry, will she?" Qing Shuyi's face became even more ugly. Yi Jiayao is satirizing that she abandoned her adoptive parents when she had a rich family. She can't answer the phone yet. If she refutes, she complains that the Qing family is not good to her. If she doesn't refute, she dislikes her adoptive father's poverty. It's not right to say anything. Yi Jiayao was in a good mood when she saw Qin Shiyi's depressed appearance. In the original work, Yi Jiayao and Qin Shiyi were cynical every time they met. In general, she was slapped in the face by the heroine. This time, she finally raised her eyebrows and exhaled. Since Ling Han is fine, I'll go first. Qin Shiyi felt that she couldn't stay any longer, so she simply got up. When she left, she looked at Roro's eyes on Mu Linghan, as if she had 1,000 words. Brush. Yi Jiayao suddenly got up and blocked her sight, then I'll see Miss Qing off. Qin Shiyi could only reluctantly withdraw her gaze. Mu Linghan has been lying quietly without saying a word. He watched the two women go out one by one, and his eyes narrowed. This woman, the level of satirizing people has become higher. It seems that he has never seriously understood this nominal wife. She has been separated since she got married, and the number of times she has met is only a few. Most of the things about her are heard from others. It seems that it is not the same as the rumor. Chapter 5 is the car accident related to Yi Jiayao. As soon as Yi Jiayao opened the door of the ward, she saw a tall figure standing in front of her. The man is dressed in a well-cut, high-end suit. His body is tall and straight, his shoulders are wide and his waist is narrow. His whole body is full of the majestic momentum that strangers should not enter. His skin is a little wheat-colored, and the lines on his face are cold and hard. The whole person looks full of rigidity, which is not easy to mess with at first glance. Yi Jiayao complained in her heart that Emma, this is the proper hero, Lord Jingming. Compared with the villain boss who is pale all day long and coughs around at any time, it is the completely opposite type. I just got a deal. The only thing in common is that the appearance is explosive. No wonder he fascinated the original owner. Even in order to dig the wall, even if you are obviously jealous of the heroine, you have to make a good friend with her. It's really hard. Qin Shiyi saw that Yi Jiayao looked at Lord Jingming in a daze, and most of the doubts in her heart dissipated. This woman really misses Lord Jingming. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyi smiled sweetly and came forward to hold Lu Jingming's arm with an intimate gesture. Jingming, thank you for sending me here. Mu Linghan is fine. Let's go. Lord Jingming nodded to Qin Shiyi and took Qin Shiyi away with an expressionless face. Mr. Luo, Yi Jiayao suddenly stopped him. Lord Jingming stopped and looked at her with a little disgust in his eyes. What's the matter? This woman wants to stick to him again. In the ward, because the door was open, Mu Linghan, who was lying in bed, could clearly see the scene at the door. Hearing Yi Jiayao's words, coldness flashed in his eyes. This woman hooked up with other men in front of him. Yi Jiayao noticed the sight behind her, and her forehead was faintly hairy, but she still held her face and said, my husband, in order to save your fiancé, the car she was abandoned and seriously injured. The fare and medical expenses should be the culprit. However, Miss Qing has just recognized her ancestors and returned to the family, so she must not have the face to ask for money from her family. She is your fiancé. You should bear the compensation, right? Lord Jingming. Mu Linghan. Qin Shiyi's expression was a little embarrassed. She wanted to respond generously that she would bear it, but she had no money. She looked at Mu Linghan for help, but the door was blocked by Yi Jiayao, and she couldn't see the person inside at all. Yi Jiayao straightened up and blocked the door to death. She snorted coldly in her heart. She wanted to pretend to be pitiful and sympathize with Mu Linghan, but she couldn't do it. How could it be so cheap? It's good that she didn't hold Qin Shiyi responsible. Lord Jingming took out a check with a cold face, signed it and handed it to Yi Jiayao. Is this enough? Yi Jiayao took it over and took a look. Her eyes turned into shape in an instant, and soon pressed down again. She said with a serious face, it's enough for the time being. If the subsequent medical expenses are not enough, I will mention it again. Lord Jingming took Qin Shiyi away with a cold face. Yi Jiayao looked at the disappearing backs of the two and stuck out her tongue, and then looked at the 8 digits on the check. She was in a good mood. My head is not dizzy, my chest is not blocked, and my legs are not weak. There seems to be a rainbow shining on the head. The whole person is a little floating. In the ward, Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiayao's back and obviously felt the pleasure from her body, and her face was slightly cold. Does this woman want to take this opportunity to continue contact with Lord Jingming? The means have become clever. The man's voice seemed to be cold, happy. Of course, this is 10 million. Wait, who is talking? Yi Jiayao reacted suddenly. Come over. As soon as he looked up, he met Mu Linghan's deep and gloomy eyes, and he was so scared that he hid the check behind him reflexively. Mu Linghan looked at her small movements, and his eyebrows and eyes condensed. He knew that this woman was snobbish and selfish, but he didn't expect that she was greedy for money. Didn't you say the medical expenses and fare for me? Yi Jiayao covered the check with a wary face. You are so rich, which is not bad. Besides, the medical expenses are my card. Mu Linghan looked at her faintly, and Yi Jiayao felt a little guilty. Well, her card was also given by Mu Linghan. However, this is 10 million. Anyway, Yi Jiayao is originally a poor, rich, snobbish and selfish character. She should fight for it, right? I saved your life. This money is a reward. Mu Lingha's face turned black. His life is only worth 10 million. Oh, since she is greedy for money, how can she not know the value represented by Mrs. Mu's identity? In the end, is it because he dislikes his poor health? Thinking of this, the man's eyes couldn't help but dim a little, and his expression became colder. When Yi Jiayao saw Mu Lingha's eyes, she thought he was going to be angry. Her heart suddenly felt that money is important, and life is more important. She endured her unwillingness and handed the check to Mu Linghang. Here you are. Mu Linghang glanced at the check, and his eyes fell on Yi Jiayao's obviously reluctant but pretended to be generous. Inexplicably, he felt a little funny. He slowly stretched out his hand and held the check. He found that Yi Jiayao's eyes were even more reluctant, and suddenly he felt bad. Forget it. Mu Linghang let go of his hand. Yi Jiayao's eyes lit up. You'd better give it to me. Mu Linghang quickly withdrew the check. Yi Jiayao. Is the boss deliberately playing with her? Yi Jiayao left angrily. As soon as she went out, the people waiting outside immediately walked in. Assistant Xu Ningzhi stood respectfully by the bed and said, Mr. Mu, the people in the company heard that you were hospitalized, and they were a little stupid. Mu Ling smiled coldly, don't worry, just pay attention to it secretly. Yes. Check Yi Jiayao and let people follow her and pay attention to her every move. Xu Ningzhi was stunned for a moment and nodded repeatedly, yes. Don't Mr. Mu and Mrs. Mu usually have their separate lives. Is this car accident related to Yi Jiayao? Stingy, Grongtai. Yi Jiayao cursed as she walked. So if you have money, you still miss her check. No wonder I was disliked by my wife and abandoned by the white moonlight. By the way, that information. I forgot about it while chatting just now. The information that the boss desperately wants to get back must be very important, and it can be used to brush up on goodwill. Just use it to make a condition. Thinking of this, Yi Jiayao's sense of loss of losing 10 million disappeared in an instant, and she pulled out her legs and ran to the elevator. As a result, as soon as I turned the corner, I hit a hard meat wall and my nose was pinched. Painful. I'm sorry. Yi Jiayao touched her painful nose and apologized repeatedly. After seeing the other party's face, she immediately got stuck. Why hasn't the big hero left yet? Yi Jiayao. Lord Jingming also saw Yi Jiayao, frowned slightly, and quickly took 2 steps back to the side to distance herself from her. What kind of tricks are you playing? Yi Jiayao. Jiayao. At this time, Qing Shuyi came out of the toilet next to her, and Yi Jiayao instantly understood that the big hero was waiting for the big heroine to go to the toilet. What a gentleman. Are you here to find Jingming? Qing Shuyi immediately guessed something as soon as she saw this scene. She couldn't help but step forward to hook Lord Jingming's wrist and declare sovereignty. Chapter 6, 10 million won't be given to me. Yi Jiayao curled her lips, I'll wait for the elevator. Oh, Lord Jingming snorted coldly and looked disgusted. Yi Jiayao knew that the other party must be wrong, so she didn't explain. Ding, the elevator door opened. Yi Jiayao's eyes flashed with slyness, and she looked at Lord Jingming with anti-cation, Mr. Luo, together. Lord Jingming frowned and didn't mean to come forward. You go first. Yi Jiayao's face was full of disappointment. She looked straight at Lord Jingming and walked into the elevator step by step, then I'll go first. Lord Jingming looked away directly. The elevator door closed quickly, eyeing the sight of both sides. Yi Jiayao curled her lips and suddenly came up with a plan. After arriving at the first floor, she quickly ran to the guidance office and said with a frightened face. The elevator suddenly fell down just now, which almost scared me to death. Hurry up and seal the elevator, or you will lose your life. As soon as the nurse in the guidance office heard this, she immediately contacted the security and logistics and suspended the elevator as soon as possible. Yi Jiayao looked at the decommissioned elevator and smiled sly. Hero and heroine, just wait slowly. On this side, Lord Jingming and Qing Shuyi waited for a long time and the elevator still showed that it was parked on the first floor. They simply went around to the elevator in the other corridor and found that the elevator over there was under maintenance. In the end, we can only take the stairs, but this is the 26th floor and it's hard to go downstairs. Halfway through, Qing Shuyi couldn't help complaining, it's still a high-end private hospital, the equipment quality is so poor. Lord Jingming's face was a little ugly. He didn't believe that there was such a coincidence. This hospital was Mu's, and he must have nothing to do with Mu Linghang. That man must have made it difficult for him on purpose. It's so childish. Yi Jiayao didn't know that her prank made the boss bear the blame. At this moment, she fell into the car to look for that information. After searching for a long time, I finally found it in the gap of the seat. I was afraid that there were some important documents that I didn't dare to pull, so I had to pull them out carefully. At the same time, someone has reported what she had just done to Mu Linghang. After listening to it, the man's expression was slightly depressed and he couldn't see his emotions. Xu Ningzhi stood aside and also heard the bodyguard's report. He was surprised. Isn't Yi Jiayao infatuated with Lord Jingming? How could he tease him? Yi Jiayao returned to the hospital hall. The elevator has been checked to confirm that there is no problem, and it has been reactivated. She couldn't help sighing. It is worthy of a high-end and luxurious private hospital, and the efficiency is high enough. When I returned to the door of the ward, I heard a voice coming from inside. Xiaohan, you still want to hide it from me after such a big thing? Did I deliberately save a hand? Are you going to hide it from me forever? A slightly vicissitudes of life came out, with fire and trill. Yi Jiaoyao's heart was moved and she immediately understood who the person was. Mu Linghan's grandmother, Mu's old lady. Mu Linghan's parents died early, and Mrs. Mu is his closest person. Hearing that Mu Linghan was sick, even if his health didn't allow it, he had to come out of the nursing home. Yi Jiaoyao walked in quickly and immediately felt the tense atmosphere. The assistant Xu Ningjie stood aside and didn't dare to gasp. The old lady in a wheelchair held a crutch in one hand and pressed hard on the ground. And Mu Linghan sat quietly on the bed, like a child who did something wrong, hanging his head down and saying nothing. Yi Jiaoyao suddenly felt like laughing. Sure enough, one thing surrenders another thing. She has to have a good relationship with the old lady. Mrs. Mu will definitely help her seize the inheritance. The people in the ward turned around when they heard the sound. Mrs. Mu's eyes softened as soon as she saw Yi Jiaoyao. Yao Yao, here you are. Yi Jiaoyao quickly put the document bag on the cabinet beside her, squatted in front of Mrs. Mu, and said with a good face, "Hello, Grandma Mu, what's your name, Grandma Mu? You are Mu Linghan's daughter-in-law. Just call her Grandma." Yi Jiaoyao smiled sweetly and said, "Hello, Grandma." The girl has a delicate and bright face, and when she smiles, there are two faint pear swirls at the corners of her mouth, which makes people want to rub it, which is very cute. Mrs. Mu's heart immediately softened, and she took her hand and patted her gently. Okay, good boy, it's really wronging you to marry Mu Linghan." Hearing the words, Yi Jiaoyao smiled brighter. "It's wronged. Mu Linghan is so stingy that he won't give me 10 million. In the original work, although Yi Jiaoyao doesn't like Mu Linghan, a sick man, she is polite to Mrs. Mu. After all, this is the only one who can suppress the boss. It's a pity that the old lady can talk about other things, but the divorce is not." As soon as Mrs. Mu heard this, she immediately stared at Mu Linghan with a deep face. "You earn so much money and don't spend it on your wife. Is it possible that you want to spend it on those women outside?" Hearing the words, Yi Jiaoyao nodded repeatedly in her heart. "Isn't that right? The boss spent a lot of money to give Qin Suyi a lot of resources." Mu Linghan. "Grandma, don't talk about Mu Linghan. He was injured for." Yi Jiaoyao's face was sad, and there was obviously a hint in her words. Mrs. Mu heard it and immediately frowned. "What's going on?" "I heard that it was for the car accident for Jing Ji's woman." Mu Linghan's face turned black and he immediately said, "Grandma, it's an accident. I didn't pay attention." Hearing the words, Yi Jiaoyao felt cold in her heart. The boss actually protects Jing Ji so much. Can Qin Suyi give up his life if he wants it? What about her? Or do you want to die early? Thinking of this, Yi Jiaoyao's hand couldn't help tightening a little. Mrs. Mu keenly sensed Yi Jiaoyao's mood changes, gently held her hand, and said sharply, "Yao Yao, don't worry, I will never let this boy bully you in a day, let alone let a woman who is not arrogant to enter the room." Yi Jiaoyao quickly turned around and reluctantly pulled up a smile. Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiaoyao's slightly pale face and frowned slightly. This woman, pretending to be pitiful in front of her grandmother, has reached a higher level. Unfortunately, Grandma will not agree to divorce anyway. Thinking of something, Mu Linghan said, "Grandma, Yi Jiaoyao didn't bring me good luck." When Mrs. Mu heard the words, she immediately put on the crutch and stared. "The master said that you will have a great disaster in your life at the age of 25. Sure enough, it has come true. If you hadn't married Yao Yao, you would have had 2 eyes and legs this time. You still have the hope of healing, thank Yao Yao." Yi Jiaoyao was immediately stunned when she heard the words. That master is really a god. Isn't Mu Linghan blind and lame in the original work? Yi Jiaoyao quickly took Mrs. Mu's hand and said anxiously, "Where is that master? Where is it?" As soon as Mrs. Mu heard that Yi Jiaoyao was interested, she immediately came to her senses. "I met him by chance 2 years ago, but I've never met him again." "Yao Yao, you also believe what the master says, right?" Yi Jiaoyao nodded wildly. "The master is really a god." Mrs. Mu seemed to suddenly find her soulmate, and the two held hands and chatted excitedly. Mu Linghan, who was directly ignored. He underestimated this woman and used this trick to win Grandma's favor. Chapter 7, Hurry up and give birth to a child. The two chatted for a while. Yi Jiaoyao found that Mrs. Mu was a little tired, so she immediately stopped the topic and sent her away. At the door of the ward, Mrs. Mu looked at Yi Jiaoyao and said in a low voice, "Yao Yao, hurry up and have a baby with Xiaohan. Xiaohan is a responsible person. If you have a child, you will definitely rest your thoughts." Yi Jiaoyao. Mrs. Mu looked at Yi Jiaoyao with hope. Yi Jiaoyao could only stubbornly answer, "I'll try my best." Only then did Mrs. Mu leave with satisfaction. Back in the ward, Yi Jiaoyao suddenly met Mu Linghan's deep eyes. The man's voice was very cold. "A pregnant child. Yi Jiaoyao. Does this man have a good ear? Yi Jiayao immediately pretended to be stupid. What are you saying? I don't understand. Although she wants to play the role of being scared by the explosion and cherishing the person in front of her, the transformation can't be too fast, otherwise she will show flaws. Oh, Mu Ling sneered coldly, stopped looking at Yi Jiayao, and stretched out his hand to get the document bag. Yi Jiayao immediately took the lead and took it in her arms, her eyes shining golden. I desperately tried to get this information back. Mu Linghan's eyes darkened. What do you want? Yi Jiayao held the document bag in her hand tighter. There is a great trauma in my young heart. Need compensation. Mu Linghan sneered at the corners of his mouth. Do you want money? Yi Jiayao shook her head and said, if you owe me a favor, give me a condition. Conditions and so on. It's best to save her life. She is really witty. The man's face was colder. What conditions? I didn't expect it. Let's talk about it when I think about it. Mu Linghan's expression sank and he was about to refuse. Yi Jiayao quickly added, it's not against humanity, the conscience of heaven and earth, and it won't harm your company's interests, and it's not a divorce. Mu Linghan frowned. Yi Jiayao, what do you want to do? You promised me. Yi Jiayao looked stubborn, with a little fear and panic in her eyes. Mu Linghan couldn't help softening her heart when she saw such a look, and she said, okay. After saying that, he regretted it. How could he agree to such a thing that was out of his control? Yi Jiayao's eyes lit up in an instant, as if thousands of stars were in her eyes, which was heartbreakingly beautiful. The string in Mu Linghan's heart touched slightly. Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan's low voice suddenly said, what's your purpose? First, he deliberately teased Lu Jiming, then tried his best to please grandma, and now he changed the conditions with the information. He found that he couldn't understand this woman. Yi Jiayao straightened her face and looked at Mu Linghan with bright and clear eyes. Would you believe me if I said that I had an epiphany and wanted to live a good life with you? Mu Ling smiled coldly. I believe the sow will be a tree. Yi Jiayao. She knows. The boss is suspicious. If he knew that he was here for his inheritance, would he strangle her on the spot? Yi Jiayao hummed twice. What I said is true. Believe it or not. Mu Linghan stared at Yi Jiayao's face and observed. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Yi Jiayao, I underestimated you. Yi Jiayao. The sudden change of strategy is to find another way to pursue Lu Jiming. The means are quite clever. Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan's voice was unusually cold. I don't care who you care about in your heart, but on the surface, you still have to maintain the identity of Mrs. Mu and can't do anything special. You can divorce in 2 years. Yi Jiayao knew it very well. The doctor said that Mu Lao's wife can only support for more than a year at most. The boss is worried that being known by the old lady will affect her health. Although the boss is cruel, he is a good grandson. As for thinking about Lu Jingming, the big hero is the big heroines. Any supporting role that covers the big hero will not have a good end. She still wants to save this little life. After thinking about it clearly, Yi Jiayao raised her chin and said arrogantly, I can agree, but in the same way, you can't do anything wrong with Xing Shuyi. Mu Ling smiled coldly, you have no right to ask me. Grandma just told me to visit her often. Mu Linghan. This woman actually threatened him with her grandmother. Yi Jiayao was in a good mood when she saw the boss holding back. The death-free gold medal was won, and she also pressed the boss once, but she also knew the reason for taking it as soon as she saw it. She handed the information in her hand to Mu Linghan, and then stared at the document bag with burning eyes. What kind of information can make the boss even want his life? There is no important information in the original work. It is a miracle that the boss himself can escape from the car. What information does he care about? Seeing Yi Jiayao's curious face, Mu Linghan couldn't help saying, do you dare to see something that will kill people? Yi Jiayao's expression tightened and quickly retracted her neck. I'm not interested at all. After saying that, he hurried out of the ward. Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiayao's escape, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked. His selfish and snobbish wife is still a little cute. Withdrawing his eyes fell on the document bag. The blood on the bag had dried up, and the seal was intact. It could be seen that Yi Jiayao had not touched it secretly. Mu Linghan frowned slightly and fell into meditation again. Yi Jiayao tossed and turned all night. After half a morning, I was hungry for a long time. After leaving the ward, I found a snack stall near the hospital to fill my stomach and packed a snack for the boss. Although the boss has assistants and bodyguards who don't have to worry about eating and drinking, she still has to show what she should do. Yi Jiayao walked back to the ward with a snack box and was stopped by the bodyguard again. Yi Jiayao. What's the situation? Did the boss turn around and turn away when he got the information? No, the book says that the boss is not a person who doesn't believe what he says. Yi Jiayao felt something was wrong and asked tentatively what happened. The two bodyguards didn't say anything, and their expressions were cold. Yi Jiayao frowned and still wanted to speak. A man's voice had come from inside, let her in. The two bodyguards immediately gave way. Yi Jiayao walked into the ward with doubts and saw that Mu Linghan was still lying on the hospital. On the bed, there is a laptop on the bed table, and I am browsing it carefully. The document she gave me before is no longer there. Yi Jiao opened the food box, and the aroma of food permeated the whole room. I brought you soup buns. It tastes good. The most important thing is that it is cheap and the quantity is large. This is the last one. She finally grabbed it. I can't bear to eat it myself. Smelling the smell, Mu Linghan immediately frowned. Which one is it? Yi Jiao replied casually, there is a stall at the side gate of the hospital. The business is good, and I have to wait for a long time. Hearing the words, Mu Linghan's face turned dark in an instant. This woman actually bought him street stall snacks. Is she going to use this method to force him to divorce? Take it and throw it away. Yi Jiao was stunned for a moment and didn't know why. It's a shame to waste food. Mu Ling smiled coldly, and his eyes became gloomy. Are you implying that I only deserve to eat this kind of junk food? It's really this woman's style. She dislikes him all the time and reminds him that he is not worthy of her. Chapter 8, she deliberately pretended to be stupid. Yi Jiao. She doesn't mean that at all. However, she suddenly realized that how could Yi Jiao, a poor, rich and extremely vain person, go to the snack stall to buy things? She habitually saved money. What a mistake this time. If you don't eat, forget it. Yi Jiao said and was about to take the soup buns away. Wait a minute. Mu Linghan suddenly opened his mouth, and his voice was extremely cold. Isn't it shameful to waste food? Then you can eat it. Mu Linghan's mocking expression, Yi Jiao immediately understood. The boss thought that she would feel insulted and angry, right? So should she cooperate? Thinking like this, she immediately showed an angry and aggrieved expression, and her eyes were full of complaints. Mu Linghan, you are too much. Mu Linghan found that he couldn't stand her poor gaze. He unconsciously looked away and snorted coldly, each other. Yi Jiao looked at the bowl of steaming soup buns, and the glutton was already shouting in her heart. With a helpless expression on her face, she took it up angrily and was ready to go out. Mu Linghan immediately stopped. Eat here. Don't want to drop it secretly. Yi Jiao. Why is the boss so childish? Therefore, Yi Jiao was sad on the surface, but ate the soup bun happily in her heart. It smells so good. Mu Linghan frowned and always felt something was wrong. Yi Jiao was full of food and drink, and her face still had a humiliated expression. She picked up the food box and was about to throw it away. When she got up, she suddenly kicked a sick number of slippers on the shoe rack beside her, and the slippers fell off and made a sound. Yi Jiao. Mu Linghan also saw the slippers. There was a moment of silence in the air. Yi Jiao's brain turned quickly. She guessed something in an instant and immediately complained. It said that it's the senior VIP ward. Why can't even things be sorted out well? Bad reviews. With that, he bent down to pick up his slippers and put them back on the shoe rack beside him, and went to the bathroom to throw away the food box as if nothing had happened. As soon as she entered the bathroom, Yi Jiao's expression immediately collapsed. She was sweating profusely and patted her chest with a lingering heart. It's so dangerous. I was almost killed. I didn't expect the boss to pretend to be sick. Did you just go to the toilet? No wonder the bodyguard wants to stop people. The boss doesn't want to do the drama, and the slippers are not neatly put, revealing such a big flaw. However, Yi Jiao thought again that the people who can usually enter the ward are the boss's confidants, and she is an outsider. If she hadn't been accompanying her by the hospital bed all the time, she would not have noticed these small details. She just reacted fast enough, so she shouldn't show flaws, right? On the hospital bed, Mu Linghan looked at the direction of the bathroom with a dark look, and her face was cold. Looking at her like that, she doesn't seem to realize that it's inappropriate. No, with her arrogant personality, how could she take the initiative to tidy up her shoes? So, she deliberately pretended to be stupid. Yi Jiao adjusted her expression and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing the boss looking at the computer screen calmly, her hanging heart secretly let go. It seems that the acting skills just now were good, and the boss didn't find any problems. Mu Linghan glanced at Yi Jiao in the corner of his eyes. Seeing that her face was calm, he said to himself, this woman is really good at pretending. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside. Is Mr. Mu here? Let us in. We are all relatives of Mr. Mu, we came to visit Mr. Mu, why don't you let us in? That's right, there is no such reason. Yi Jiao was stunned. Mu Linghan's relatives came. Listening to this, it doesn't look like you're here to visit, but like you're here to make trouble, right? In the original work, after the boss was seriously ill, the directors of the company were ready to move, especially the second and third uncles of the boss were the most fierce. They had always been unhappy that the boss became the president of Mu's group at a young age, holding the family's business, and tried every possible way to pull him down. During the boss's hospitalization, the company was in turmoil, and several money-making projects were scrapped. After the boss was discharged from the hospital, he directly uprooted those people by cruel means. Yi Jiao sighed in her heart, he is worthy of a boss. Even if he is blind and lame, he can kill a group of old foxes in seconds. The door was noisy, but no one could break in. It seemed that Mu Linghan's bodyguard was not a vegetarian. Similarly, the more the bodyguards prevented them from coming in, the more they would conclude that the boss was very sick. Yi Jiayao looked at Mu Linghan and found that Mu Linghan was also looking at her. Well, I'll take a look. Since she said that she planned to live a good life with the boss, she should show it at this time. Mu Linghan didn't say anything and looked at Yi Jiayao's back deeply. After she went out, the man picked up his mobile phone and sent a message. Help me make a dumb person. Yi Jiayao didn't know that she was on the line of life and death. She walked out with her chin high and an arrogant face, in a dissatisfied tone. What are you making a fuss about? There were several men standing outside the ward, 2 of whom were middle-aged men in suits. At first glance, they were the leader. When they saw Yi Jiayao, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. Everyone knows that Yi Jiayao dislikes Mu Linghan and thinks about divorce all day long. Mu Linghan is hospitalized. How can she stay here? Are you here to see if he is dead? The 2 relatives looked at each other, and the middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair stepped forward to speak. Yi Jiayao, we are going to visit Mr. Mu. His attitude was very bad, and he didn't regard Yi Jiayao as Mrs. Mu at all. Another thin middle-aged man has a better attitude. Yi Jiayao, how is Mr. Mu now? Yi Jiayao said with a disgusted face, it's half dead. It's really bad. As he said, he muttered, I haven't divorced yet. The 2 looked at each other when they heard the words, and both saw the calculation in each other's eyes. The thin man asked again. Then let's go in and have a look at Mr. Mu. He was about to go inside, but was stopped by the bodyguard. The 2 immediately looked at Yi Jiayao. Let's visit Mr. Mu. What's the matter with stopping like this? Yi Jiayao, ask these 2 bodyguards to retreat. Yi Jiayao's face was a little indignant. What's the use of telling me? They don't listen to me. The 2 looked at each other. Yi Jiayao was indeed as selfish as the legend and had no one in his eyes. Then you go in and talk to Mr. Mu. Let's go in, shall we? Yi Jiayao's face suddenly became ugly. Are you kidding me? The 2 men couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. With the relationship between Yi Jiayao and Mu Linghan, it is strange that her words are useful. Chapter 9, the woman is much smarter than she imagined. 2 directors. At this time, Xu Ningji came from the end of the corridor with a stack of documents and was slightly surprised to see the 2 men. One of the thin men looked at Xu Ningji, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Assistant Xu, you came just in time. We visited Mr. Mu, but the 2 bodyguards were not allowed to enter. Xu Ning knew it suddenly and said respectfully, 2 directors, wait a minute. I'll go in and explain to Mr. Mu. After saying that, Xu Ningji was big. He walked into the ward. After about 10 minutes, it was not until the 2 directors were going crazy that they came out again and took them in. Yi Jiayao followed the 2 back to the ward and saw that Mu Linghan had dressed up for a while. The man's upper body leaned against the head of the bed, his spine was very straight, his expression was cold and arrogant, and his eyes were bright. Except for a single eye tied with gauze, everything else looked almost no different from ordinary people. Yi Jiayao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. If he hadn't known that the boss was deliberately pretending to be sick, he would have thought that he was a return to the light before he died. At this time, the man nodded to the 2 directors and said, second uncle, third uncle. The 2 men immediately booed at Mu Linghan and asked for warmth. Then, the Mediterranean man, the second uncle, said, how is your injury? When can you be discharged from the hospital? Mu Linghan looked at Xu Ningji, and the latter immediately said, the injury is not serious. I can go home in a few days. Yi Jiayao was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, and then remembered that Xu Ningji had just entered the ward and tossed for 10 minutes to invite people in. She immediately understood. The boss deliberately pretended that he was okay, so that the 2 directors thought he was holding on. Xu Ningji has been tossing and turning for so long just now, which also gives people a feeling that they are preparing. Thinking of this, Yi Jiayao immediately prepared for a wave of divine assists. She frowned with a little confusion in her tone. Isn't it said that the eyes and legs can't be cured? How could he be discharged from the hospital? As soon as Yi Jiayao's words came out, Xu Ningji's expression stiffened for a moment, and he quickly explained with a smile, you heard it wrong. Mr. Mu's injury is not serious. After saying that, he secretly gave Yi Jiayao a wink. Yi Jiayao was even more puzzled when she saw Xu Ningji's eyes. How could I hear it wrong? I clearly heard the doctor say that it was a miracle to pick up a life. Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan suddenly interrupted her in a cold voice, and glanced at her with cold eyes. Yi Jiayao was shocked and quickly shut up. You go out first. Yi Jiayao wanted to say something else, but when she met Mu Linghan's sharp gaze, she was immediately cowardly and left with a cold snort. The 2 directors looked at Yi Jiayao's back as she left, and their eyes flashed. After leaving the ward, Yi Jiayao patted her chest hard. She admires her acting skills so much. Why don't you just consider being an actor? Forget it, it's better not to steal the stale from the heroine. Yi Jiayao was bored outside alone, so she simply strolled in the yard of the hospital and didn't go back until about half an hour later. In the ward, after the 2 directors left, Xu Ningji said, just now, Yi Jiayao's performance accidentally helped us, and the 2 boards of directors even more determined that you were holding on. It was originally planned to pretend to be a Critical rescue, but now it seems that it should not be needed. Mu Linghan's eyes were a little deeper. Hit by mistake? Obviously not. That woman is much smarter than he thought, and she knows how to do it for her own benefit. Of course, if she just dismantled the stage directly and said that she was pretending, he could take the opportunity to say that he was really fine. Of course, the directors would not believe it, so no matter what Yi Jiayao's attitude was, it would not affect his plan. But if that woman really breaks her mouth, he will never let her open her mouth. Didi. At this time, the WeChat prompt sounded on the mobile phone. Mu Linghan took a look, and it was the person who had just chatted. The target person? Time. Mu Linghan narrowed his eyes and tapped to reply. Don't use it for the time being. Then, he looked at Zhu Ningji. How is Yi Jiayao's information going? It is already under investigation. The superficial information is easy to check, but some in-depth information takes time. As soon as possible. Yes. Yi Jiayao wandered around the garden of the hospital and chatted with several walking patients before slowly going upstairs. He kept yawning as he walked, and his eyes were full of thick bags. After staying up all night, I just fainted and slept for half an hour, and then I was exhausted at full capacity. If I hadn't been looking for someone to chat with, I would have fallen asleep in the lounge chair in the yard. Yi Jiayao returned to the ward. Xu Ningji was no longer there. Mu Linghan sat alone at the head of the bed, with a laptop on the bed table in front of him. The man's eyes fell on the computer screen, and his slender fingers gently tapped the keyboard, exuding a steady and restrained message all over his body. Yi Jiayao was a little crazy when she saw it. The boss looked like she was working hard, and her appearance rose to another class. Isn't it said that the boss is sick and grumpy? Why is it different from what is written in the book? Mu Linghan noticed Yi Jiayao's sight, and his heart moved slightly. She is trying to find a chance to check his computer, right? Recently, there happened to be a project bidding with Lu's group. Yi Jiayao looked at it and felt that she couldn't open her eyes. She simply got up and walked to the escort bed. Mu Linghan said secretly, "Is there finally a movement?" Then she saw Yi Jiayao take off her shoes, turn over and lie on the bed, close her eyes, and soon fall asleep. Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao slept until the night. When she opened her eyes again, it was already the moon, and her nose was filled with the aroma of food. As soon as she turned her head, she saw a man lying on the hospital bed and eating dinner slowly. Yi Jiayao turned over and got out of bed. She came to Mu Linghan's side and was ready to eat. As a result, she found that there was only one tableware. Gurgle. The empty city trick sounded unseemly in the stomach, especially in this quiet room. Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan slanted at her without any expression. Yi Jiayao looked at the exquisite food on Mu Linghan's bed table and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. These bigwigs can't finish eating alone, right? If you can't finish eating, you have to throw it away, right? So she helps to eat, which is actually to solve his problems. Fortunately, I didn't throw away the disposable chopsticks and spoons when packing the soup buns today. Yi Jiayao simply moved the chair to the bedside and ate unceremoniously. Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao ate the meat in a big mouthful and suddenly found that the man opposite was not moving. She couldn't help looking up at him, facing his deep eyes, and swallowing the meat in her mouth fiercely. You can't finish it by yourself. I'll help you. You don't have to thank me. Mu Linghan. His wife is not only selfish, but also shameless. Yi Jiayao directly finished a plate of steak in front of her, and looked at the plate closest to the boss with more than half of the foie gras left. She raised her finger. Won't you eat? Mu Linghan looked down at the plate of foie gras and said nothing. Then I'll eat it for you. After saying that, he got up directly and fished out the whole plate of foie gras. This foie gras looks quite expensive. The boss only ate 2 pieces. What a luxury. Mu Linghan. Chapter 10, Mr. Mu was moved? Yi Jiayao was full of food and drink, and cleaned up the table casually. Xu Ningji, who had been waiting outside, came in and prepared to pack up, and found that she had nothing to do. Xu Ningji. Yi Jiayao felt a little full of food, so she simply went out for a walk to digest. When there was no one in the room, Xu Ningji said, "Mr. Mu, the information has been sent to your email." Mu Linghan's eyes flashed, and he took the laptop and turned it on. In the mailbox, information about Yi Jiayao jumped out. His eyes fell on one of them, and his eyes narrowed. Yi Jiayao's stepmother is very good to her. Xu Ningji realized that Mu Linghan was asking him, and immediately nodded and said, on the surface, it is said that Yi Jiayao was lucky to meet such a stepmother. Her stepmother was not good to her own daughter, Yi Jiayao. She always bought Yi Jiayao all kinds of luxury goods. Yi Jiayao had whatever she wanted, but Yi Jiayao it's the rotten mud that can't support the wall, selfish, hate the poor and love the rich, and have no ability to return a bunch of princess disease. Oh, Mu Ling smiled coldly, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. This is obviously deliberately wasted. No wonder the woman looks arrogant and domineering. In fact, she is a paper tiger who is strong on the outside and hard on the inside. She was so scared by a car accident. Mu Linghang looked at the computer screen again, and there were some other messages under the file. According to the information, the actual situation is that Yi Jiayao's stepmother gives her things directly and never gives her money. Sometimes she deliberately buys some goods for her, which makes her secretly laughed at, but she doesn't know it and thinks that her stepmother is really good to her. It was not until they were asked to marry him, a sick man, that the two made a big fuss. Mu Linghang looked at the content of the material and frowned. Therefore, the woman is so greedy for money even though she comes from a rich family, and she looks like a scoundrel even though she is a rich lady. So, she said that if she suddenly woke up and wanted to live a good life with him, is there still some credibility? Under what circumstances do you think people will suddenly change their usual style? Xu Ningji thought for a moment and said, a major change. Or, when there is another purpose. So, witnessing a car accident and experiencing an explosion, does it count? Xu Ning knew that he was a little confused, but he still answered seriously, if you are a person with little social experience and simple-mindedness, it is somewhat possible. Mu Linghang's pupils were a little deeper. Lack of social experience and simple mind. That woman doesn't seem to be simple-minded. Sneeze. Yi Jiayao was walking slowly in the corridor of the hospital. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her back and couldn't help sneezing. She raised her hand and rubbed her nose. Who is talking about me? It must be that I didn't have a good rest and my immunity has decreased. I'd better go back to rest to avoid catching a cold. At this time, the boss should have finished talking about business, right? Yi Jiayao lost her head and went around another road to go back. When she passed the utility room, she suddenly heard a deliberately lowered voice. Ward 1, I know it. Yi Jiayao paused. Ward number 1. Isn't it the room where the boss is? Don't worry, the camera is in the work card. The anti-monitoring one can't be found by the bodyguard. Then, it was the sound of the cleaning car moving. Yi Jiayao's nerves tightened and immediately left quietly. She remembered that after the boss was seriously injured and hospitalized, the boss's relatives tried all kinds of means to find out the truth in order to find out whether the boss was really seriously ill, one of which was to make people pretend to be hospital cleaners and sneak in. Although this hospital is Mu's property, Lao Shiza's second uncle and uncle are also surnamed Mu. Sure enough, it's a group of old foxes, which she can't get rid of in a few words. It's just that the book said that the fake cleaner just went in and saw Mu Linghang's seriously ill pile of instruments, and did not mention any cameras. Or did she only pay attention to the hero and heroine when she read a book, and didn't care about the plot of the boss at all? It seems that she has to help the boss again. Yi Jiayao quickly walked back to the ward. In the ward, Mu Linghang had already lied down and rested. Xu Ningji sat quietly and guarded, occasionally replying to several mobile phone messages. Yi Jiayao pretended to collapse on the sofa to play with her mobile phone. Xu Ningji glanced at Yi Jiayao, who was sitting on the sofa and playing mobile games, and his eyes moved. This woman obviously hates and dislikes Mr. Mu. Why has she been staying in the ward? What's more bizarre is that Mr. Mu still allows her to enter and exit freely. Although this woman is stupid, she will find a clue no matter how long she has been in touch with her. Is it because she saved Mr. Mu? Is Mr. Mu moved? Not long after, there was a gurgling sound outside when the cleaning car was pushing. Yi Jiayao, who was sitting on the sofa, was in a tight mood. Here we come. The sound of bodyguards checking came from the door, and then a cleaner wearing a mask and gloves came in. Yi Jiayao pretended to get up and pour water to drink. When she turned around, the cup in her hand hit the cleaner's body. The water instantly spilled all over the cleaner's chest, and a few drops of water fell on her high heels. Ah! Yi Jiayao shouted softly, staring at the cleaner fiercely in an arrogant tone. What are you doing? Don't you look at the road when you walk? Do you know how expensive my shoes are? You can't afford a year's salary. Sorry. The cleaner apologized repeatedly. Yi Jiayao was unforgiving and said coldly, this is a high-end private hospital. Is the quality of a cleaner so poor? Where is your logistics manager? I want to complain about you. The cleaner was so scared that he shook his body, and quickly nodded and apologized, and tears were about to burst out. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'll wipe your shoes, don't complain about me. After saying that, he squatted down to wipe the upper of her shoes. Yi Jiayao stepped back repeatedly, and her face was full of arrogance and disgust. You actually touched my shoes with such dirty hands. Are you deliberately disgusting me? I. The cleaner was so anxious that he was about to cry. I'm a small person. Miss, you have a lot of time. Don't waste time on me. I'll tell the manager myself. When Yi Jiayao heard this, she felt that it was quite reasonable, so she nodded and said with a disgusted face, that's right. My status is noble. You go and get out of here. Yes. The cleaner left with a grey face and hurriedly glanced at Mu Linghang as he left. Xu Ningji looked at Yi Jiayao splashing from beginning to end and couldn't help frowning. Although I know that Yi Jiayao hates the poor and loves the rich and has no one in her eyes, it is another experience to see it with her own eyes. Mr. Mu said that she had changed. In his opinion, it was indeed more obnoxious than before. Thinking of this, Xu Ningji couldn't help saying, Yi Jiayao, you scolded the cleaning. Who will take care of the hygiene of our ward? Yi Jiayao sat back on the sofa with her legs crossed, still with the offensive expression on her face, and her tone was arrogant. Aren't you human? Isn't the assistant responsible for all the life of the boss? Xu Ningji. He is a work assistant, not a life assistant. Forget it, this woman is unreasonable and there is nothing to argue about. Thinking like this, Xu Ningji contacted the logistics manager of the hospital again and asked him to change a cleaner. In the phone, the logistics manager apologized repeatedly. Today's cleaning house had a sudden situation and asked for leave. I found someone on another floor to replace me. I didn't expect her to make such a mistake. I'm really sorry. I fired her immediately. Chapter 11, Let her reincarnate again. After hanging up the phone, Xu Ningji couldn't help frowning. This floor is a high-end VIP ward. All medical care is the best equipped, including cleaning, which is more professional and responsible than ordinary cleaning. How can you suddenly ask for leave? Xu Ningji thought of something, and his face immediately sank. He picked up his mobile phone and began to send messages. Check the hospital cleaner today. Seeing that Xu Ningji had realized that there was something wrong with the cleaner, Yi Jiayao calmed down a little. She glanced at the wet upper and stood up. I'll go home and change a pair of shoes. There should be nothing wrong with the boss for the time being. She has to go home and take a shower, otherwise it will be too uncomfortable. Hearing the words, Xu Ningji's eyes were a little more contemptuous. After Yi Jiayao left, Mu Linghan slowly opened his eyes, and his dark pupils looked in the direction of the door. Mr. Mu, there was a problem with the cleaning just now. I have asked someone to investigate, but I didn't expect that Yi Jiayao accidentally exposed the other party. Mu Linghan looked down at the water stains that had just splashed on the ground, with deep thought in his eyes. Is it a coincidence? Xu Ningji was stunned. Mr. Mu, do you suspect that Yi Jiayao did it on purpose? But how did she know that there was something wrong with the cleaning? Even if you really know, why don't you expose her directly and take a roundabout way? What does she want to do? She said that she should try to live a good life with me. Xu Ningji's eyes widened. Mu Linghan looked at the void in front of him with a dark expression. How credible do you think this is? Xu Ningji carefully recalled Yi Jiayao's performance just now. With a tangled expression, 10%. Continue to send someone to follow her, paying special attention to whether she has contacted Lu Jingming. Xu Ningji's expression tightened and said with a serious face, yes. Then he couldn't help but be curious, what if she really changed her mind? Mu Linghan said in a low voice, if that's the case, for grandma's sake, the Mu family is not short of her food. However, if she had another purpose. Mu Linghan's expression was cold, and the corners of his mouth sneered. Then let her be reincarnated. Xu Ningji. Sneeze. Yi Jiayao lay on the bathtub and suddenly felt a chill in her back. Did you soak for too long and it got cold? She quickly came out of the bathtub and took a bath towel to wipe it. After taking a shower, she changed into her home clothes. She was paralyzed on a 2-meter-wide bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, and her mind was full of what had happened in the past 24 hours, as well as the plot in the book. I don't know why, the more I think about it, the more I can't remember. Ah! She rubbed her hair irritably, because she only cared about the ambiguous drama of picking up the hero and heroine when she was reading a book, and she didn't remember many plots carefully. The next day, Yi Jiayao was woken up by the urgent ringtone of her mobile phone. She picked up the phone in a daze, and a mean female voice sounded in her ear. Yi Jiayao, remember today's audition. 9:30. Don't be late. Yi Jiayao suddenly remembered that the original owner was an 18-tier small star, born in a non-professional class, and had never been exposed to acting. At that time, Qing Shiyi was already a well-known second-tier star. In order to compare Qing Shiyi, she wanted to make her debut as an actress, and even brazenly ran to Lowe's Media to ask for a contract. As a result, she was slapped in the face. Finally, he was fooled by his stepmother and stepsister to sign a contract with a huge agent. This time, I'm going to audition for the female No. 4 role in a movie. She is a very important role. For an 18-line transparent girl like her, it's simply a great opportunity. And the agent also told Yi Jiayao that she just went to pass by, and the role had long been determined to be her. Therefore, Yi Jiayao went to the hotel for the audition with an arrogant face, and even boasted that she was bound to get this role, saying that her acting skills were much better, and others just came to run with her. Her agent also bragging and farted. In short, he was arrogant to the extreme, leaving a bad impression on the director and producer from the beginning, and even attracted a big wave of hatred. Yi Jiayao took a look at the time on her mobile phone. It was 8:30. She looked tight and immediately turned over and got out of bed. She quickly changed her clothes. She didn't even have breakfast and drove directly to the audition site. She remembered clearly that Yi Jiayao was late for the audition. Because of Mu Lingha's identity, the director and a group of auditors waited for half an hour and almost scolded her. And she was late without knowing it. When she arrived at the audition room, she was still extremely arrogant and talkative. Finally, he was slapped in the face. The audition venue is not far away. Yi Jiayao arrived at 9 o'clock and was almost the last audition artist to arrive. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator door, I heard an extremely arrogant voice. Our artist is a natural actor. Even if he is not from a science class, his acting skills beat a group of students majoring in film and television. Yi Jiayao saw a woman in a t-shirt and sweatshirt in the distance, chattering to a group of waiting auditionists. No need to guess, this woman must be her giant agent, Liu Huiqing. One of the artists who was waiting for something said, "Your artist is Yi Jiayao, right? Where is the person?" Liu Huiqing looked indifferent. "My artist hasn't arrived yet." As soon as this was said, the faces of the people around changed slightly. One of the artists couldn't help laughing and said, "Director Kang is famous for his strictness. He hates being late for the audition the most. Moreover, this is a large-scale production invested by Liu's group. The competition is very fierce. If Yi Jiayao doesn't come, it is estimated that she will only be missed by this film." The other party's tone was very polite, but Liu Huiqing immediately exploded. "Can you compare with our Jiayao? Our Jiayao is a genius and a powerful actress. We might as well reveal the news to you. This time, this role." Liu Huiqing. Halfway through Liu Huiqing's words, a cold and arrogant female voice suddenly sounded behind her. She immediately turned around and looked at Yi Jiayao's smiling eyes. She was stunned for a moment. Her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, flattering and dog-legged. "Jiayao, why are you here now?" Yi Jiayao looked at her deeply and said, "Come half an hour in advance to prepare, not 9. Does it start at 30? Has everyone arrived?" Liu Huiqing felt a little guilty. Her eyes dodged for a moment and quickly changed the topic. "You must be tired of rushing here. I'll pour you a glass of water." After saying that, he walked towards the self-service water dispenser beside him. Yi Jiayao glanced at Liu Huiqing coldly and looked at other auditionists waiting. "Hello, seniors. I'm Yi Jiayao, a newcomer. Today, I'm mainly here to learn from mixed experience." Yi Jiayao's tone was humble and her expression was gentle, which suddenly pulled back a little favor to herself. However, everyone just glanced at her indifferently and did not take a stand. When Liu Huiqing saw this scene, he immediately stepped up and said with some dissatisfaction, "Jiayao, you are the future movie queen. Don't whisper to them like this." This has brought her a big wave of hatred. Yi Jiayao looked at Liu Huiqing coldly and said sternly, "Are you a judge, or can you give me an award?" In chapter 12, the heroine came to jump in line. Liu Huiqing was stunned for a moment, and she didn't know why. Yi Jiayao's posture was arrogant and her tone was cold. "If you can't give me an award, don't say such words, so as not to embarrass yourself." Liu Huiqing's expression stiffened for a moment and soon recovered. She apologized repeatedly and said humbly, "I'm sorry, I said something wrong." Yi Jiayao snorted coldly and found a seat to sit down proudly. Liu Huiqing hurried forward to give her a massage, but she refused. "I can't even figure out the time of the audition. What if my shoulder is broken at a glance?" Liu Huiqing's expression stiffened, and she could only step aside awkwardly. When the auditioners around saw this scene, what else did they not understand? Looking at Liu Huiqing's eyes, there was a little more contempt. Liu Huiqing's heart was blocked, and her face was more humble. She stood respectfully behind Yi Jiayao and looked at her from time to time. Although Yi Jiayao still looks arrogant and domineering, what's the difference? At this time, the director came out, glanced at the whole audience and said, "Let's start, no. 1." Everyone immediately cheered up. A baby-sized dummy was placed on the floor of the audition hall. The dummy's face was full of joy, like a special prop for comedy. However, this scene is about a mother who has just lost her child, holding her child's body and heartbroken. In face of such a funny face, it takes strong self-control not to laugh out loud. At the same time, it is a great challenge for some actors who have not yet married and have children. The first person to audition on stage is a new model who has transformed into the entertainment industry. She is sweet-looking and famous, and has been quite famous recently. After she got on stage, she immediately knelt on the ground, picked up the dummy, and began to roar loudly. I howled twice, but there was not a tear. Click. Director Kao's face was gloomy. "Are you here to perform your loud voice? If you don't have acting skills, go back to the modeling circle as soon as possible." The next one. Director Kao is famous for his strictness and poisonous tongue. The new model artist was scolded and his face turned pale and he left the stage tremblingly. Several consecutive artists were stopped halfway when they auditioned on stage, and some of them were stopped before they even cried loudly. What I want is the sadness of the mother who has just lost her child. Are you here to play the midnight ghost? The makeup is so heavy. Dressed so enchantingly, I thought it was an illegitimate child who died without knowing it. You are celebrating. Several artists in a row were scolded and left the stage with a pale face. After that, there was an actor who had just given birth to a baby and was about to make a comeback, and his performance was not satisfactory. However, Director Kao still looked irritable and not satisfied. The next one. It was Yi Jiayao's turn. She was the last auditor and was about to take the stage when a staff member suddenly came in and said something in the ears of Director Kang and the producer. The two of them were immediately excited. Yi Jiayao knew in her heart that the big hero was coming. Although this is a film invested by Lu's group, with Luo Jiming's position, there is no need to supervise it in person, but there is an advertising endorsement next door auditioning. The heroine is auditioning over there. The hero came to see the heroine. By the way, he came to check the progress of the crew he invested in. After learning that director Cao had not found a suitable candidate, he immediately proposed to let Qin Xiyi try. As soon as Qin Xiyi appeared, she immediately killed everyone in a second, and her acting skills were outstanding, which solved the director's urgent need. And Yi Jiayao, who was jumped in the line however, he was full of pity. Under the praise of the agent, he felt that his acting skills were extraordinary. He had to compete with Qin Xiyi. In the end, he was slapped in the face. He didn't even know who secretly filmed the video and spread it. The originally agreed variety show was also cancelled, and there was a lot of scolding on the internet, which was completely black. Everyone couldn't help but be curious when they saw the changes in the faces of the director and producer. Soon, Luo Jingming and Qin Xiyi appeared in front of the crowd, and the crowd immediately commotioned. Luo Jingming is the president of Luo's group. He is handsome and rich. Although he is backed by the Luo family, he relies on his own unique vision to invest in the film and television industry. Once he makes a for money, almost no artist knows him. Now, as soon as he appeared, many auditionees were excited. Such a man can make money even if he looks at him more. A group of auditionists stood up and came a little closer, and Yi Jiayao also followed the crowd slowly. She looked at Qin Xiyi, who was standing next to Luo Jingming and leaning to a little bird, and couldn't help sighing that the hero and heroine were quite a good match in terms of appearance. Liu Huiqing pushed Yi Jiayao's shoulder excitedly. Luo Jingming is coming. That look signaled Yi Jiayao to go up and talk to her. Yi Jiayao was unmoved. Over there, Luo Jingming and the director had a brief conversation and understood the current situation, so he said, there is no conflict between Qin Xiyi's schedule. Director Cao can let her have a try. Yi Jiayao. That's true. Other people immediately showed dissatisfaction when they heard the words, but no one dared to say anything. After all, the person who spoke was Luo Jingming. Of course, there are some exceptions. Liu Huiqing came forward with an angry face and said loudly, Director Cao, Yi Jiayao hasn't auditioned yet. How can you directly give up the role to Qin Xiyi because of Mr. Luo? It's like Director Cao gave up an excellent actor because of the background relationship. Director Cao's face turned black and he looked at Yi Jiayao in a bad tone. I didn't say I wouldn't let her audition. He has heard of Yi Jiayao's reputation for a long time. If it weren't for Mu Lingha's face, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to audition. Because all the auditionists were not satisfied and the last one left, Yi Jiayao must have no chance, so he agreed to give Qin Xiyi a chance to jump in line to audition. Liu Huiqing still looked indignant. Qin Xiyi is not on the audition list this time. Liu Huiqing. Yi Jiayao interrupted her in a cold voice, with an arrogant expression and sharp eyes. Liu Huiqing looked at Yi Jiayao's eyes, as if her throat had been strangled, and she was speechless in an instant. Yi Jiayao looked at the director and others and said with a smile, Miss Qin is the current traffic flower, and her acting skills are obvious to everyone. Director Cao's decision is very good. Let her rank behind me. Even if you want to audition, don't try to jump in front of her. Cao Diao's face is more beautiful, but he is a little confused. Isn't it said that Yi Jiayao is incompetent and arrogant? It looks different from the rumor. Director Cao glanced at Luo Jingming. Seeing that he had no objection, he nodded to Yi Jiayao. Well, then you start first. Yi Jiayao smiled indifferently, and then walked to the dummy. The next moment, her whole mood changed greatly, and her whole body exuded a sad breath. There were no words, let alone tears, but the sad mood seemed to turn into substance, pinching everyone's heart. The atmosphere was suffocatingly depressed. Yi Jiayao stretched out her hand tremblingly and carefully touched the corpse. She didn't dare to use force at all, for fear of breaking the child. She put one hand around the child and gently stroked the forehead of the prop child, one by one, gentle to the extreme. Then silent tears slipped from the corners of the eyes, drop, drop, drop. It obviously fell to the ground, but it seemed to have fallen into everyone's hearts. Yi Jiayao's voice sounded like a mosquito. Baby, don't be afraid, Mom is here. Mom is here. Don't be afraid. Yi Jiayao stared blankly at the child. Her red eyes were full of love, and her nose was sore, and she couldn't help crying. Everyone was infected by her emotions. Director Cao stayed for a while before he realized, and immediately shouted excitedly, Card. All the talents seemed to be pulled back to their senses, and their faces were full of shock. Chapter 13, It seems that your money is easy to make. Yi Jiayao took a few deep breaths, came back from the plot, stood up and bowed slightly to Director Cao, left the field, and said to Qin Xiyi, Miss Qin, it's your turn. Qin Xiyi's face was a little ugly. She never thought that Yi Jiayao acted so well. With Yi Jiayao in front of her, she couldn't compare with her, but she didn't audition and lost Luo Jingming's face. After thinking about it, Qin Xiyi looked at Luo Jingming and said softly, I'm not on the audition list in the first place. It's not good to interrupt and grab resources from everyone like this. Forget it. Yi Jiayao sneered in her heart, as if she was deliberately letting her. If you don't want to rob everyone's opportunity, why don't you say it from the beginning? Yi Jiayao smiled brightly and showed a row of white teeth. What does it matter? It's also a rare learning opportunity to see the acting skills of Xiaohua. Everyone must also want to see it, right? Yi Jiayao pulled everyone into the water. Many people didn't say anything, but the expression clearly agreed. Anyway, they have been brushed down, and they can watch the play without offending people and logically. Why not do it? They want to see what's so good about this woman who makes Mr. Law treat her differently. Yi Jiayao saw their jealousy and said that on purpose. Qin Shengyi was unable to ride the tiger, so she could only be stubborn on the stage. As a result, because of her bad mood, she wanted to imitate Yi Jiayao's plot. She couldn't perform, but felt extremely stiff, and she could not play half of her original level. Even Luo Jingming, who doesn't know how to act, saw that something was wrong. He frowned and glanced at Yi Jiayao with a little more inquiry in his eyes. Director Cao's expression was also a little awkward. I didn't expect that the recently popular traffic Xiaohua's acting skills were so poor. Yi Jiayao, this role is... Director Cao was about to settle Yi Jiayao. The deputy director beside him pulled his arm and persuaded in a low voice. Qin Shi came with Mr. Law. If you annoy Mr. Lu and invest in it, you don't have to shoot the play. Hearing this, Director Cao hesitated. However, Yi Jiayao performed the effect he wanted, and she was the best female No. 4 candidate in his heart. But there is also Mr. Mu behind Yi Jiayao. Director Cao was a little confused when he said this. Who doesn't know that Yi Jiayao and Mu Linghan have a cold relationship? In contrast, Luo Jingming is an investor in the crew, and he also went to the scene in person for Qin Shi. The deputy director saw Director Cao's hesitation and said, Yi Jiayao's acting skills are good, so you can give her other roles? This female number 4 is better for Qin Shi. She sells a favor to Mr. Law. It's easy for you to film and find investment in the future. When this came to Director Cao's heart, he hesitated for a moment and looked up at Yi Jiayao and said, Miss Yi's acting is very good. There are other good supporting roles in the crew. You can try it. Hearing this, what else did Yi Jiayao not understand? She didn't care about the result she had expected long ago. When the rest of the failed auditionists saw this, they immediately flattered and congratulated Qin Shuyi. Congratulations to Miss Qin for being selected. Miss Qin's acting skills are really good. I really learned it today. Miss Qin is worthy of being born in the science class, and her acting skills are not ordinary. Sure enough, she leaned against the big tree to take advantage of the cold. She was still selected after such a bad performance. Everyone's heart was full of sourness, and the tone of praise was a little sarcasm. The smile on Qin Shi's face was a little stiff. If it weren't for Yi Jiayao's acting skills, she would naturally accept everyone's praise, but the contrast was so obvious that she only felt more embarrassed. Although Yi Jiayao felt regretful, she was in a good mood in an instant when she saw the heroine eating the gill. I believe that after today, Qin Shi's acting skills are terrible, and the news that she relies on the background to grab resources will spread throughout the whole circle. Originally, this kind of thing has long been strange in the circle, but Qin Shi is a half-baked lady, and she has been selling her own strong personality. If it is spread to the ears of the Qin family, her status is estimated to be even more false. When Qin Shuyi saw Luo Jingming looking at her with a little inquiry, her heart tightened and quickly said, everyone praises it falsely. Yi Jiayao's acting skills are obvious to everyone, and she is more suitable for this role than me. Moreover, I suddenly took over the job, and it is difficult for the agent to arrange the itinerary, so thank you very much for the director's kindness. This refusal was already obvious. Originally, Director Kang also liked Yi Jiayao more, and quickly took the opportunity to answer. That's a pity. Let's cooperate again in the future. The role was finally decided, and everyone left one after another. Yi Jiayao stayed to negotiate the contract with the director. The four of them sat opposite each other. Liu Huiqing took the lead in speaking arrogantly, our Jiayao's identity is extraordinary. The film fee should start from at least 8 digits, just 60 million. Hearing the words, the faces of the two directors immediately sank. The total investment cost of this movie is only 50 million. The film fee of the hero and heroine is only 2 or 3 million, and the film fee of the important male and female supporting actors is only hundreds of thousands. This is just a female fourth with a 10-minute shot, and she actually opens her mouth for 60 million. Why don't you rob the bank? The director was a little angry and was about to open his mouth. Yi Jiayao glanced at Liu Huiqing with deep eyes, and her voice was calm and a little sharp. Liu Huiqing, are you talking about books? Liu Huiqing was stunned and immediately reacted, with a little testation and flattery. Jiayao, do you also think it's less? How about 80 million? Yi Jiayao's expression was arrogant, with a little mockery in her eyes. Have you ever seen 80 million? Liu Huiqing was stunned for a moment and shook her head. Yi Jiayao's face immediately became cold. 80 million can bury you directly. Do you think it's just a random string of numbers? Do you know what the total investment and expected return of this film are? Do you know what the market situation of this movie is like? Do you know the film fee of the protagonist? How much is the film fee of the female No. 2 and the female number 3? A series of questions directly confused Liu Huiqing. Yi Jiayao said with a mocking face, I don't know where the confidence comes from. You are an agent like this? I. Liu Huixing was subdued by Yi Jiayao's momentum and was a little at a loss. You go, and I'll talk about it myself. After saying that, Yi Jiayao pulled Liu Huixing up from the chair and chatted with the director herself. Liu Huixing stood aside and her face turned pale. She tried to interrupt several times, but she couldn't say anything when she met Yi Jiayao's cold eyes. Finally, Yi Jiayao finalized the contract with the director herself and negotiated with a film fee of 300,000 yuan. Yi Jiayao left the audition site with a faint expression, and her heart was surging. 300,000. A lot. I think she worked conscientiously in her previous life, and also did all kinds of side business to earn extra money. At the highest time, she only earned 10,000 yuan a month. She is a little transparent without fame. As soon as she opens her mouth, she has 300,000 yuan. She almost wakes up with a smile in her dream. Liu Huixing followed Yi Jiayao and asked carefully, "It's only 300,000 yuan, is it too little?" Yi Jiayao took a cold look at her. "It seems that you can make money easily." Liu Huixing was stunned when she heard the words. Chapter 14, It's still a chicken in essence. Yi Jiayao snorted coldly, "Follow me to gain too little. Go to your gold, Master Yi Mingya." After Yi Jiayao finished speaking, she didn't want to look at Liu Huixing's pale face. She strode into the car and galloped away. Liu Huixing is a stepsister Yi Mingya. On the surface, she is respectful to her. In fact, all kinds of pits framed her and spared no effort to make black materials for her. Yi Jiayao had no concept of money. Every time Liu Huixing found shooting resources for her, she would give her dividends. Judging from the point of money alone, Yi Jiayao has never treated Liu Huixing unfairly, but this woman is a white-eyed wolf who took Yi Mingya's benefits behind her back and harmed her in all kinds of ways. She has to change her agent. But the most important thing now is to have a good relationship with the boss first. Yi Jiayao went to the supermarket to buy some ingredients, went home to stew corn rib soup, and then went to the hospital with a thermos. In the ward, Xi Ningju reported Yi Jiayao's morning schedule to Mu Linghang. Yi Jiayao went to the audition of the crew, and Lord Jingming was also there. After Xi Ningji finished speaking, he keenly sensed that Mu Linghang's breath was a little cold, and he couldn't help mocking in his heart. This Yi Jiayao is really a dog who can't change eating shit. He must have got the news that Lord Jingming would accompany Qing Shiyi to the audition, so he rushed there. No, even if Lord Jingming doesn't go, she will go to the audition. That's a film invested by Lu's group. I really don't understand what's good about Lord Jingming. His family is 10,000 times more handsome than him. It's a pity that his body is a little worse. Suddenly, Mu Linghang opened his mouth, his voice was very plain, and he couldn't hear the joy and anger. "Do you think Yi Jiayao passed the audition?" Xu Ningji quickly returned to his senses. "Yes, it should be for your face. Otherwise, how could Yi Jiayao be selected with her acting skills?" Mu Linghang stared at the window next to him with deep eyes and said, "Send me the video of the audition." Xu Ningji immediately picked up his mobile phone to contact the crew, and soon, the video was sent to Mu Linghang's laptop. The two looked at the computer screen together. Inside, the girl who exudes sadness all over her body can feel the strong feeling of sadness even through the screen. There was silence in the ward. Xu Ningji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this Yi Jiayao? Are you sure it's not a veteran actor?" Mu Linghang looked at the notebook with an expressionless face. Even if the video had stopped at the end of the picture, he still watched it fixedly, as if he was going to see through the girl inside through the screen. The atmosphere in the ward is a little quiet. Then, Xi Ningji's phone rang. He picked it up and answered it for a while, frowned and hung up the phone. "Mr. Mu, the hospital said that you were sent here shortly after receiving a call from your car accident." Hearing the words, Mu Linghang's eyes instantly turned cold. Xu Ning knew that his heart tightened and he couldn't help slowing down his breathing. "Qing Shuyi, do you want to send someone to investigate?" Mu Linghang gently buttoned the laptop, and his voice calmed down. "No." Xi Ningju was stunned for a moment and swallowed back the words of persuasion. Mr. Mu actually has such a deep affection for Qing Shiyi that he doesn't investigate even if she has a problem. On this side, Yi Jiayao walked into the hospital hall with a thermos bottle and met a woman who came in from another door, also carrying a thermos bottle. The two stopped in front of the elevator door and looked at each other. Qing Shuyi took the lead in saying, "Jiayao, are you also coming to see Linghang? I came to see my husband, and you came to see someone else's husband. Does Mr. Lu know? Anyway, there is no one else here." Yi Jiayao doesn't even bother to act, and her tone is full of sarcasm. Hearing the words, Qing Shi pursed her lips and felt a little aggrieved. "Jiayao, how can you think so? Linghang and I grew up together, just like my brother." Yi Jiayao nodded and said, "We grew up together since childhood sweethearts, and then when the Mu family was in crisis, you ran faster than anyone else. This friendship is really touching." Qing Shuyi frowned and looked disapproving. "Jiayao, how can you slander me? I don't." Ding. When the elevator arrived, Yi Jiayao strode in, quickly pressed the door button, and then blocked the door by herself, rolling her eyes at Qing Shiyi. "Wait a more." After saying that, the elevator door was closed and began to go up. Qin Shuyi looked at the rising elevator and bit her lip. It's so childish. Then take another elevator. When Yi Jiayao walked to the door of the ward, Qin Shuyi had just come out of the elevator and followed closely. Yi Jiayao couldn't help complaining when she saw Jin Xi's figure in the corner of her eyes. This woman is really annoying. However, both the boss and the hero love her. Qin Shuyi came to Yi Jiayao in 3 steps and 2 steps. Her eyes were full of complaints and she gasped, "Jiayao, why don't you wait for me?" "Yi Jiayao," she said as if she had asked her to climb the stairs. Yi Jiayao didn't want to talk too much to Qin Shuyi and strode into the ward. In the ward, Mu Linghan was sitting and reading a book. Yi Jiayao and Qin Shuyi put down the thermos in their hands at the same time. Qin Shuyi said gently, "Brother Linghan, I've stewed chicken soup for you. You can drink it while it's hot. It's good for your health." Yi Jiayao stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Shuyi. She grinned and said, "Mu Linghan, I stewed corn soup for you, which is light and nutritious, especially suitable for patients who have just had surgery. You must not drink chicken soup and fish soup and other tonic things. It's a big taboo." Yi Jiayao's last 3 words were said by staring at Qin Shuyi's face. The words were particularly clear, and there was arrogance and contempt in her eyes. How can this woman make chicken soup? The book says that although she is the daughter of a housekeeper, she has been regarded as the halftime of the Mu family since she was a child. She is the best at tomato and egg soup. Qin Shuyi was ridiculed by Yi Jiayao and looked a little embarrassed. She pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "Brother Linghan, I just want to make up for you. This chicken soup is not greasy. I have stewed it for a long time. No matter how light the chicken soup is, it is always chicken soup. No matter how clear and there are no impurities on the outside, it is still chicken in essence. Eat carefully." Yi Jiayao's obvious mocking words made Qin Shuyi's face instantly aggrieved. She looked at Mu Linghan with full eyes, holding a thermos bottle in her hand, and stood there awkwardly in a dilemma. Mu Linghan looked at Qin Shuyi's shiny and aggrieved eyes. His eyes flashed slightly and stretched out his hand to her. At the same time, he said, "Chicken soup." Qin Shuyi's eyes lit up, and she lifted the thermos in her hand and moved forward. Yi Jiayao's heart jumped. She quickly stretched out her hand to take the thermos in her hand, and then gritted her teeth and said, "Anyway, it can't be wasted after making it. It happens that I like chicken soup the most. Especially the feeling of putting chicken meat in your mouth and biting it to pieces." Qin Shuyi. Chapter 15. This is what I did. Yi Jiayao directly snatched the thermos bottle in Qin Shuyi's hand, put it on the cabinet with her own thermos bottle, and then opened her thermos bottle, and the fragrance of the broth spread throughout the ward in an instant. The smell makes people hungry. Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiayao with deep eyes and said, "Did you do it?" Yi Jiayao raised her chin and looked a little smug otherwise. Mu Linghan withdrew his gaze, obviously with an expression of disbelief. Yi Jiayao. Qin Shuyi was also moved by the fragrance. She looked over and said softly, "Is this Shili Piaoxiang bought? It smells so good. Brother Linghan likes their Chinese food the most." Yi Jiayao didn't lie and didn't draft, and she didn't look at the occasion when she wanted to put gold on her face. Yi Jiayao frowned. Is the heroine showing off to herself that she knows Mu Linghan very well? She didn't care either. She took a bowl of soup and emphasized again, "This is what I did by myself." When it comes to this word, as expected, no one believes it. Yi Jiayao put the soup on the hospital bed table and handed it to Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan looked at the clear soup in front of him with faint eyes and did not immediately reach out to pick it up. Yi Jiayao's heart sank. Is this man going to make a face to his true wife in front of his white moonlight? Didn't we agree to maintain the superficial relationship between husband and wife? In the face of Qin Shuyi's agreement, do you feed all the dogs? When Qin Shuyi saw this scene, her eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth gently hooked. She stretched out her hand to the porcelain bowl and said softly, "Brother Linghan, you are not in good health. I'll feed you." Before the words were finished, Mu Linghan stretched out his hand to take Yi Jiayao's bowl. Yi Jiayao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the mouth-shaped grandma she had just signaled a roll. Qin Shuyi's hand stiffened for a moment, and then slowly took it back, a little embarrassed. Mu Linghan gently scooped a spoonful of soup and put it in his mouth. The delicious taste suddenly filled the tip of his tongue, which made his eyes light up and soon disappeared. The man looked deeply at the meat soup in front of him and lowered his eyes slightly. His slender eyelashes fell a silhouette on his face, and he couldn't see his expression clearly. This smell is not 10 miles of fragrance. Did Yi Jiayao really do it herself? Yi Jiayao secretly observed Mu Linghan's expression, keenly caught the flash of light in his eyes, and felt a little proud. She is very confident in her cooking skills. Mu Linghan scooped another spoonful and put it in his mouth. His movements were very slow, and every move was elegant and noble. Yi Jiayao watched quietly, unconsciously a little crazy. This man is so handsome. Qin Shuyi looked at a quiet man and a woman in front of her. Obviously, there was no communication, but there was an inexplicable connection between the two, and she seemed to be an outsider. She bit her lip, and then said with a faint smile, Brother Ling Hang, have a good rest. I have to go to work in the afternoon. By the way, Jiao Yao, congratulations on passing the audition. Lord Jingming said that the plot of this movie is very good, and there should be good benefits. Mu Linghang, who had just taken a sip of broth, paused and looked at Yi Jiaoyao and said, movie. Yi Jiaoyao's expression tightened, and the alarm rang in her heart. This big heroine, what kind of mention, Lu Jingming? Isn't this to make the boss misunderstand that he went to the audition for Lu Jingming? She quickly straightened her face and said angrily, are you showing off that you have Lu Jingming as your support, so you can choose the role at will, and I can only pick you to pick up the rest? Qin Shuyi quickly said, Jiaoyao, I didn't mean that. Humph. Yi Jiaoyao snorted coldly and looked at Qin Shuyi's expression even more upset. Do you know what it means? You have Lord Jiming as your support, and I also have Mu Linghang as the backstage. After saying that, he looked at Mu Linghang with bright eyes and said, Mu Linghang is my strongest support, and the warmest harbor. Mu Linghang. Qin Shuyi. Qin Shuyi left with a stiff smile, and Yi Jiaoyao secretly spit at the door of the ward. This heroine is really not a fuel-saving lamp. I didn't say a word to Lord Jingming in the morning audition. Remember the identity of Mrs. Mu, Yi Jiaoyao saw Mu Linghang's pale expression and was a little confused. Did the man listen or didn't care at all? But didn't she say yesterday that she should remember the identity of Mrs. Mu and not be out of the way? I can't figure it out. I just don't think about it. The boss's mind is not what a little guy like her can guess. Yi Jiaoyao simply opened the chicken soup brought by Qin Shi. As soon as she opened the lid, a greasy smell of chicken soup came out. Yi Jiaoyao couldn't help frowning. The taste is very fragrant, but Mu Linghang has just had an operation, and it is obviously not suitable for drinking this kind of tonic. Does Qin Shi really not understand or doesn't have the heart to prepare at all? Doesn't she want to hang the boss as a spare tire? At least let's have some snacks. Mu Linghang, after drinking the corn soup one by one, he put down the bowl and felt comfortable in his stomach, and his face softened a lot. He turned his head and saw that Yi Jiaoyao's big eyes had been staring at the chicken soup, as if he was struggling with something. This woman is wondering whether to pour out the chicken soup, right? Sure enough, he is careful. Mu Linghang was thinking about it when he saw Yi Jiaoyao sigh, then picked up the spoon and began to drink. Mu Linghang. Are you hungry? No way. Yi Jiaoyao answered while drinking chicken soup. It tastes really good, but it's a little greasy. Sure enough, it's better for her to solve it. As for pouring it out, it's shameful to waste food. Mu Linghang. Why doesn't this woman play according to common sense? Yi Jiaoyao drank the chicken soup in one breath and patted her stomach with satisfaction. How does it taste? It's okay. Yi Jiaoyao reacted and quickly changed his words, it's just so-so. The oil stains on the surface of the chicken soup have not been drained, and there is still a thick layer. It's simply unqualified. Fortunately, I drank it for you. Don't have to thank me. In the future, you'd better drink my stewed soup. Mu Linghang. At this time, Xi Ningji came in, pushing an empty wheelchair, followed by 2 bodyguards. Mr. Mu, the discharge procedures have been completed, and you can go. With that, he went to help Mu Linghang get into the wheelchair, and the 2 bodyguards quickly packed up their things. Yi Jiaoyao was surprised. Are you going to be discharged from the hospital? As soon as Mu Linghang got into the wheelchair, he looked up at Yi Jiaoyao and responded faintly. Then Xi Ningji pushed Mu Linghang out, and Yi Jiaoyao quickly followed. The boss has only been discharged from the hospital for 2 days. Is he deliberately pretending to have nothing to do to show the directors of the company? Yi Jiaoyao followed Mu Linghang entering the elevator. She stood quietly behind her. The elevator went all the way down until the 10th floor. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach, and her face was slightly pale. She wanted to endure it, but the more she endured it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Chapter 16, You Don't Care If It's Poisonous. Yi Jiaoyao quickly reached out and pressed the nearest floor button. The elevator stopped, and Yi Jiaoyao ran out quickly, not forgetting to shout to Mu Linghang, wait for me. Yi Jiaoyao quickly disappeared from sight. The people in the elevator looked at each other. Xu Ningju hesitated and didn't know whether to press the elevator. Mr. Mu. Mu Linghang controlled the wheelchair and walked out. Xu Ningji was stunned for a moment and quickly followed. A group of people waited at the elevator entrance. After waiting for half an hour, Yi Jiaoyao appeared in the field of vision with a pale face. Mu Linghang glanced at her and said in a low voice, what's the matter? Yi Jiaoyao waved her hand awkwardly, it's okay, let's go. Fortunately, the boss was waiting for her. She was really afraid that the boss would leave directly. She didn't know where the boss's house was at all. At that time, the hard-won opportunity to live together would turn into a bubble. Mu Linghang took a deep look at Yi Jiaoyao and did not ask. The group re-entered the elevator. When he arrived at the garage, Mu Linghang got into his car directly, and Yi Jiaoyao followed him. Mu Linghang glanced at her, and Yi Jiaoyao opened her eyes and said, nonsense, my car is out of gas. Mu Linghang faintly withdrew his eyes and closed his eyes to recuperate. Yi Jiayao opened the distance of 2 seats from Mu Linghan and kept staring out of the car window. She has to know the way well. While taking the car, Mu Linghan occasionally opened his eyes to look at her and withdrew his gaze, while Yi Jiayao had been observing the scenery outside. This city is not much different from her modern city. The architectural style is not much different. It is all reinforced concrete, private cars all over the street, and occasionally buses pass by. Traffic jams are the norm, and traffic jams are standard. When I got home, it was past lunchtime. The servant prepared lunch early and waited at home. Yi Jiayao sat down opposite Mu Linghan unceremoniously, picked up her chopsticks and ate directly. She was so busy all morning that she didn't even have breakfast, and the bowl of chicken soup had already been fed to the toilet. Mu Linghan glanced at her. Aunt Hong, the servant, was surprised to see Yi Jiayao eating unceremoniously, completely ignoring Mu Linghan's powerful aura. Yi Jiayao suddenly noticed something was wrong. She looked up at Mu Linghan and saw that there was still half of the rice left in his bowl. She couldn't help wondering, why don't you eat? Mu Linghan. Watching her eat, he lost his appetite. I'm full, cough. Mu Linghan pushed the wheelchair and turned around to leave, and coughed as soon as he moved. Aunt Hong quickly handed over a glass of boiled water and said with a worried face, Sir, you are coughing again. Seeing that the opportunity to flitter came, Yi Jiayao immediately came forward to grab the water cup in Aunt Hong's hand and handed it directly to Mu Linghan's mouth. Come on, drink some water. Aunt Hong was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly said, Miss Yi, shall I do it? That expression seemed to be afraid that Yi Jiayao would be disadvantageous to Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao didn't care either. She gently followed Mu Linghan's back with one hand and held a cup in the other hand to feed him water. Mu Linghan took the water cup directly, then turned sideways and drank a small mouthful of water. Finally, the cough was not so severe. 2 inquiring eyes fell on Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao looked at Mu Linghan's eyes, and her heart trembled for a moment, but she soon calmed down and said with her neck, What are you looking at? Drink your water. Mu Ling withdrew his gaze faintly, drank all the water in his hand, handed the empty cup to Aunt Hong, and drove the wheelchair forward by himself. Yi Jiayao wanted to follow and help, but her stomach suddenly rolled and her face turned pale in an instant. Where is the toilet? Aunt Hong pointed in a direction, and Yi Jiayao rushed over quickly. Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiayao's flying figure and couldn't help frowning. Aunt Hong looked in the direction of Yi Jiayao with some worry and said to Mu Linghan, Sir, Miss Yi, call the family doctor. Aunt Hong was stunned for a moment, and then nodded, yes. Half an hour later, Yi Jiayao supported the wall with one hand and came out of the toilet with her legs weak. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, her stomach turned again. Her face changed slightly and she went back into the toilet. Another half hour passed, and she came out with a pale face, and a lot of sweat seeped from her forehead. At this time, Aunt Hong came over and said, Miss Yi, the family doctor is here, upstairs. Yi Jiayao was stunned for a moment. Is there a family doctor? Are you here to check Mu Linghan's body? I just got out of the hospital, but I'm very dedicated. By the way, let me see. With that, he walked towards the elevator. Aunt Hong hesitated for a moment. When she saw Yi Jiayao walking upstairs, she didn't explain and followed silently. The door of the master bedroom was not closed, and Yi Jiayao saw the man in white standing by the bed at a glance. He is thin, tall, with slightly broad shoulders, clean and neat hair, wearing a casual shirt, fair skin and big eyes. At first glance, he has a sense of Korean opera's déjà vu. Yi Jiayao saw that the family doctor seemed to be busy, so she went straight in. Doctor, I don't feel well in my stomach. Su Yeshi was tidying up the medicine box. Suddenly, he heard a sound and looked back, and his forehead couldn't help jumping. Isn't this Mu Linghan's demon wife? How can she appear here? Yi Jiayao didn't pay attention to Su Yeshi's expression. She only felt that her stomach was more uncomfortable and her face turned a little paler. My stomach hurts again. She quickly leaned against the wall and sat on the chair beside her. Su Yeshi took a look at Mu Linghan. Seeing that he didn't react, he took a stethoscope and went to Yi Jiayao's side to examine her, and soon came to the conclusion that she had a bad stomach. I'll prescribe you a medicine and you'll be fine after 2 days. Yi Jiayao was surprised. Did you have a bad stomach? Then why is Mu Linghan alright? We ate the same thing. Halfway through the words, we suddenly realized something and couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. That chicken soup. Su Yeshi wondered, what kind of chicken soup? There is something wrong with the chicken soup brought by Qin Yuyi. The more Yi Jiayao thought about it, the more surprised she became. She didn't think that Qin Shiyi would want to harm Mu Linghan. Even if she really wanted to be a demon, the means were too obvious. So she hasn't thought about it, just thinking that she caught a cold in her sleep yesterday. But the doctor said that she had a bad stomach. She didn't eat any other suspicious food except chicken soup. So Yeshi said, is there anything left in the chicken soup? I'll take it to the test and I'll know. Yi Jiayao got up quickly and said, I'll look for it. The thermos bottle should not have been washed yet. At this time, Mu Linghan suddenly said, no need. Yi Jiayao paused and looked at him with some doubt. Why don't you use it? The chicken soup was originally for you to drink. What if it's really poisonous? Mu Linghan said indifferently. I said no. Yi Jiayao's eyes widened. She was not feeling well, but now she couldn't help but get emotional. Because the chicken soup is made by Xing Shiyi, you don't care if it's poisonous. In chapter 17, the hymn cleanses the soul. Hearing the words, Mu Li's cold eyes narrowed, and his tone was a little cold. Yi Jiayao, you control too much. Yi Jiayao was stunned by Mu Linghan's eyes. After reacting, her heart was cold. Obviously, the chicken soup is very suspicious, but because it has something to do with Xing Shiyi, the boss doesn't care. Yi Jiayao was annoyed and her breath became cold. Can Xing Shiyi give you a bowl of arsenic and drink it with a smile? Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghao's voice became cold, with a little warning in his words, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Yi Jiayao turned around and was about to leave. I think Grandma Mu misses me. Mu Linghan's eyebrows jumped. Yi Jiayao, come back. Yi Jiayao stopped, looked at Mu Linghan, grinned, and her eyes were full of light. I'm not going to sue. I'm not a child. Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan stroked his forehead weakly. Take it for testing. Su Yesi. Okay. Su Yesi went out. As a result, the sample was not taken. The thermos bottle was washed, and the only remaining soup base was gone. Yi Jiayao sighed. Looking at the expressionless Mu Linghan, she couldn't help mocking. Do you feel very lucky to protect your white moonlight? Mu Linghan was silent. Yi Jiayao snorted coldly again. Mu Linghan, people can't be carried away by love. It's impossible to tell whether they are people or ghosts. Mu Linghan took a deep look at Yi Jiayao and said mockingly, say this to yourself. Is the boss hinting at her and Lu Jingming? Yi Jiayao curled her lips and said, Lu Jingming and I have no fart. You'd better connect to the internet more and quickly relaunch your IQ. After saying that, he got up and strode out, went straight out of the villa to the hospital, and then drove his car towards his commercial house. Yi Jiayao contacted the moving company to pack her luggage and was busy all afternoon. She quickly sorted out her things and moved to Mu Linghan's villa. Aunt Hong couldn't help but be surprised when she looked at Yi Jiayao's big and small bags. Is Miss Yi coming back to live with you? She thought that Yi Jiayao asked her to tidy up the room before going out was just a casual word, but she didn't expect to be serious. Yi Jiayao nodded arrogantly. Has the room been cleaned up? She is so witty to eat and drink here, and also rent out her house to make a lot of money. After being shocked, Aunt Hong nodded repeatedly, with a little relief on her face. It's packed up. It's next to the master bedroom. It's spacious and well lit. There is also an open-air balcony outside. Yi Jiayao nodded and expressed her satisfaction, and then directed a group of moving workers to carry things in. The room was quickly filled, and the cloakroom was full of luxury clothes and bags, as well as all kinds of jewelry. Yi Jiayao looked at the jewelry in the drawers, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She picked up her mobile phone and took pictures. Mu Linghan was resting in the bedroom, and suddenly there was a sparse sound next door. The quality of sleep was poor, and now he couldn't sleep completely. He couldn't help but look black and called Aunt Hong. What's the matter? Aunt Hong appeared at the door of the bedroom, a little confused. Missy has moved to the next door. You agree to this matter? I'm asking. Cough cough cough. Mu Linghan's face sank again and suddenly coughed. Aunt Ho's expression tightened and hurried forward to pour water for him. Mu Linghan refused and said in a cold voice, let her come over. Soon, Yi Jiayao appeared in front of Mu Linghan with a puzzled face. What do you want me to do? Change the room. Yi Jiayao was stunned for a moment. Why? Mu Linghan's face was cold, and his pale face was a little more irritable. It's very noisy. Yi Jiayao was stunned for a moment. She just took out those luxury brands and took photos. She didn't make a noise. By the way, the original work said that Mu Linghan is not in good health. On the one hand, she often coughs, and the quality of sleep is also poor, and she can't sleep at a little sound. I just didn't expect him to be so sensitive. Yi Jiayao quickly changed her words and said, then I won't do it. Mu Linghan didn't let her go. Move downstairs. Yi Jiayao rolled her eyes. This man is really short-minded. Cough cough cough. Mu Linghan suddenly coughed violently again. Yi Jiayao looked tight and quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Mu Linghan drank water, and her cough relieved a little, but her face was still black. Well, the circles under the eyes are darker. Yi Jiayao suddenly thought that there seemed to be a sentence in the book that mentioned Mu Linghan's sleep, saying that once he magically fell asleep after hearing a certain song. As for the song, it is not written in the book. It was only said that the boss was in the heroine's car, listening to the music on the radio and feeling magically relieved, and then fell asleep. Yi Jiayao complained fiercely. This is purely to highlight the heroine's omnipotence. She casually played a song for Mu Linghan and happened to be given the right medicine. If you can't sleep, I'll sing for you. Hearing the words, Mu Linghan's face turned black. Singing when you can't sleep, what kind of logic? No. Mu Linghan was about to refuse, when Yi Jiayao's beautiful voice came out. Her gentle and soft voice was like the sound of heaven, which made him stunned for a moment. The song seemed to have the magic to cleanse people's souls. Mu Linghan's inner irritation was gradually swept away, and his mood gradually calmed down. Then, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, heavier and heavier. Finally, he lost consciousness. Yi Jiayao was still singing carefully. It was not until she finished singing the whole song that she found that Mu Linghan was asleep. Yi Jiayao was overjoyed that singing was really useful. The point is that she sings the hymns from the church. She didn't know which song was on the radio in the original work, so she chose the hymn entirely by intuition. It is said that the church hymn can cleanse the soul. It's especially suitable for an irritable person like a boss. Did she guess correctly, by mistake? Or just sing? Anyway, I finally caught a weakness of the boss. Start the first step to brush her favor. Yi Jiayao walked out of the bedroom gently and closed the door carefully. Aunt Hong waited at the door and looked inside worriedly. Yi Jiayao made a muffled gesture and went downstairs. When she got downstairs, Aunt Hong whispered, "Sir, are you asleep?" Yi Jiayao nodded. Aunt Hong looked surprised and couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Usually, someone in the room can't sleep. Miss Yi is really awesome. Yi Jiayao suddenly raised her chin and smiled proudly. Her words were full of pride. Don't even look at who I am. People love each other and see flowers blooming. The appearance is excellent, and the fairy posture is perfect. No matter how arrogant a man is, he will fall under my pomegranate skirt. Aunt Hong. The wife is still so arrogant and conceited. Do you have any ingredients at home? Aunt Hong nodded and said, "Yes, Missy is hungry. I'll do whatever you want." Yi Jiayao rolled up her sleeves and said, "I'll do it myself." Chapter 18, Is the boss testing her? Under Aunt Hong's surprised eyes, Yi Jiayao went into the kitchen and got busy. Aunt Hong stood aside with a worried face. "I'd better do this kind of rough work." Yi Jiayao waved her hand. "Don't worry, I won't demolish your kitchen." Aunt Hong's expression was a little awkward, as if someone had said something about her heart. Finally, Aunt Hong was rushed to the door of the kitchen to wait, and the expression on her face never relaxed. Yi Jiayao was busy for more than an hour. When she came out of the kitchen again, it was time for dinner. She untied her apron and walked upstairs. "You bring out the dishes, and I'll ask Mu Linghan to get up." Aunt Hong was stunned for a moment. "Sir, get up and get up." Yi Jiayao nodded. "I'll just see if he wakes up." Aunt Hong hesitated for a moment, glanced at the kitchen, and raised her legs to follow Yi Jiayao. The two walked very lightly when they went upstairs. Yi Jiayao went directly to the door of Mu Linghan's room and gently pushed the door in. Mu Linghan was still sleeping, his eyes were closed, his complexion was pale, and the blue silk under his eyes was lighter than before. Aunt Hong stood at the door of the bedroom and looked inside with a worried face. Yi Jiayao stared at Mu Linghan's handsome face, silently praised twice, and turned around and was about to leave. The person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, and his sharp eyes swept at her face, which scared her. Yi Jiayao suppressed the panic in her heart and said seriously, "Get up and have dinner." Mu Linghan glared at her, did not answer, and closed his eyes again. Yi Jiayao. She clearly saw that the boss's eyes were awake. "Are you deliberately ignoring her, or do you really want to continue sleeping? If you don't get up, I'll eat first." Normally, Yi Jiayao doesn't want to miss this good opportunity to cultivate feelings at the dinner table. Aunt Hong stood at the door and was stunned by this scene for a long time. Mr. Mu got up very angry, but he didn't get angry. Yi Jiayao glanced at Mu Linghan, who closed his eyes and was calm. She was sure that he didn't mean to get up, so she simply turned around and left. Just after 2 steps, the person on the bed suddenly made a sound. The low and beautiful voice, with the hoarseness of just waking up, is intoxicating. "Wait. Yi Jiayao stopped and turned to look at him. "Push my wheelchair over." At this time, Aunt Hong quickly said, "Sir, let me do it." "Let her come." Mu Linghan's voice was cold and low, and he looked at Yi Jiayao deeply. Seeing that she didn't respond, he raised a mocking smile at the corners of her mouth. "You didn't say you want to live a good life. Why, you can only talk about it." Yi Jiayao. Is the boss testing her or making her feel humiliated? Maybe the latter is more. Yi Jiayao didn't care, but was full of joy. This man still sees her sincerity, more or less. However, we still have to do it on the surface. Yi Jiayao put on a tangled expression and walked towards the wheelchair by the wall with difficulty. She spread the wheelchair on the edge of the bed and reached out to help Mu Linghan get out of bed. Aunt Hong rushed in to help, but was stopped by Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan is not afraid that he is so big that he will be knocked down by her little arms and legs. That's right. This man pretends to be sick and can't fall. Yi Jiayao's face was tense, and it took great effort to help Mu Linghan into the wheelchair, and then pushed out the door. Because of Mu Linghan's health, an indoor elevator was specially installed in this small villa. At the table, Mu Linghan looked at the dishes that were different from the past, and his eyes were a little deeper. Seeing this, Aunt Hong quickly said, "This was done by Miss Yi." Mu Linghan's tone was slightly cold. "Pour it out." Yi Jiayao's eyes widened and immediately said, "How can you drop it?" Realizing something, she said again, "Are you afraid that I will poison you? Then I'll eat first." With that, he picked up his chopsticks and put a copy of each dish in his bowl. He mixed it together and swallowed it in one bite. He muttered his cheeks and said vaguely, "Look, there is no gambling poison." The girl's cheeks were bulging, and there was a little fire in her round eyes, which looked a little cute. Mu Linghang. The man looked at the colorful and fragrant dishes on the table, hesitated for a moment, and picked up his chopsticks. Yi Jiayao breathed a sigh of relief and swallowed the food in her mouth. Because she ate too hard, she suddenly choked. Cough cough cough. Yi Jiayao coughed violently, and her white and bright quickly turned red, and there seemed to be a sense of shyness in embarrassment. Mu Linghang's eyes were a little deeper. Yi Jiayao took the water handed over by Aunt Hong and drank it. Only then did she feel a little embarrassed when she looked at Mu Linghang's dark eyes. She has a noble image. Mu Linghang took a look and withdrew his gaze, and came to eat elegantly. I have to say that this woman is good at cooking, but the man's eyes are slightly drooping. It is not written in the information that she can cook. Is there anything missing? Yi Jiayao observed Mu while eating. Linghang wanted to find a topic to get close to him, but when it came to his reserved and abstinent expression, he couldn't say anything. I felt that talking at this time would destroy the beauty. The next day, Yi Jiayao drove to a restaurant in a corner of Student Street. When she entered, there was no one in the restaurant. It was empty and deserted. The style of the restaurant is very Chinese. Although it is not big, it is very ancient and charming, giving people a simple and comfortable feeling. In theory, the business of such a store should be good. On the contrary, it is obviously the peak time for lunch, but there are no guests. Even the cashier didn't see the boss. Yi Jiayao walked a few more steps in and heard the sound coming from the direction of the kitchen. Dung dung. That was the sound of porcelain breaking to the ground, followed by a rude male voice. Pay back the money. If you don't pay back, don't blame us for being polite. Bang. Another crackling sound of porcelain, accompanied by the crackling sound of metal falling to the ground, was the sound of the spatula colliding. At this time, a soft female voice came, with a little flattering and humility, "Please give me a few more days of grace. The students are on holiday these days, and there is no business." The man's voice was rude and wild, resounding throughout the empty restaurant. I said the same thing last time, I'm not doing charity. It is natural to repay debts. If you can't make money by opening a restaurant, go to the bar to sell alcohol. Anyway, I didn't see the money today. Don't think about kindness. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from the kitchen. Yi Jiayao's heart tightened and ran in quickly. She saw several rude men surrounding a woman in a cheap sweatshirt. The woman's hair was pulled fiercely, her face was full of stubbornness, and tears flashed at the corners of her eyes. In the corner of the kitchen, a girl dressed as a waiter curled up there and trembled. "Stow it!" Yi Jiayao shouted. Grabbed a spatula and rushed over, patted the man's hand pulling the woman's hair, and stood in front of the woman. Chapter 19, I'm here to buy the store. If you have something to say, don't move your hands and feet, I've called the police. Everyone in the kitchen was stunned when they saw Yi Jiayao suddenly appearing. Who are you? The man pulling his hair took the lead in speaking, and his broad forehead wrinkled his eyebrows, which looked even more vicious. Several people were not afraid of Yi Jiayao's call to the police. It was natural to repay the debt, and the black words on the white paper were placed there. Yi Jiayao lowered the spatula in her hand and said, I'm here to buy a restaurant. Several people were stunned when they heard it, including the girl who was protected by Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao looked at the woman behind her and said, didn't you post it on the internet to transfer the restaurant? The girl was stunned for a moment and nodded in a daze. Then she came back from the panic and looked at Yi Jiayao's eyes full of doubts. It's only been half a day since she posted the message. Why did the buyer come to the door so soon and didn't even make a phone call first? Do you want to buy it? Lu Xingying asked uncertainly, and her words were full of doubt. Yi Jiayao is so young. She looks like a college student. How can she want to buy a restaurant? Not only Lu Xingying, but also everyone else looked at Yi Jiayao with skepticism. I like your restaurant. If possible, let's talk about the price now. As for the money and goods, let's talk about your previous feud until I finish talking about it. Yi Jiayao looked at Lu Xingying and said it to the other men present. The man in the lead looked up and down at Yi Jiayao. Seeing that she was dressed in luxurious clothes, she was the head of a rich family at first glance. Perhaps a rich family wanted to start a business on a whim, so he believed most of them. We'll just wait outside and pay off the debt immediately after selling the money. Don't think about running away. I know where your home is. After saying a threatening word, the man went out with a group of people. The kitchen became quiet in an instant, and the waitress girl hiding in the corner stood up tremblingly and stood quietly beside Lu Xingying. Lu Xingying quickly moved a stool for Yi Jiayao to sit on, and then found the contract and handed it to Yi Jiayao. Then she said with some difficulty, the location of my restaurant is not very good. Since the opening of a new Chinese restaurant of the same type at the intersection, there have been no customers. Yi Jiayao glanced at the contract casually and looked at Lu Xingying. 1 million, do you want to sell it? Lu Xingying was stunned directly. This is too much. 300,000 yuan is enough. This store is not worth that much money. At the beginning, this store was in a hurry because the boss ran away. For sale, she bought it for 300,000 ye. She thought it would be good to pay 200,000 ye. 1 million ye, she didn't dare to think about it at all. Yi Jiayao looked at Lu Xinyi's appearance and couldn't help rolling her eyes. You are really not suitable for doing business. If you continue to run it, you will lose a lot of money sooner or later. You have lost a lot of money in the past few years, right? Lu Xinyi's cheeks turned red and she was a little embarrassed. According to the current real estate price market, your store needs 70,000 to 800,000 ye, plus the decoration estimate is 200,000 ye, and 1 million is the market price. Everyone will not lose money. I guess you haven't investigated the market at all, have you? The real estate price was not too high in the past 2 years, and it began to skyrocket this year. Yi Jiayao is not a fool. She gave money for nothing, but she is not a black-hearted businessman who deliberately cheated Xiaobai. The point is that she has other purposes. Lu Xinyin blushed again at Yi Jiayao's words. The waiter girl next to her gently touched Lu Xinying's hand, and her eyes were full of light. Xinyin, promise quickly, this is 1 million. Enough to pay off the debt. Yi Jiayao glanced at the thin and weak waitress and frowned. She instinctively didn't like this kind of girl who was the same type as Jing Shi. The girl shrank her neck at Yi Jiayao's eyes and lowered her head and dared not look at her. Yi Jiayao withdrew her cold gaze and looked at Lu Xinyin. If possible, pay the money and deliver the goods now, and then go to the relevant departments to change the name of the owner of the store. My time is precious. If you don't agree, forget it. Lu Xinyin nodded quickly found the property rights certificate, business license and other documents, and gave Yi Jiayao a look one by one. Yi Jiayao quickly signed and then transferred the money to the other party's card. Notice Lu Xinyin was still a little confused about the text message that 1 million ye was received. The girl beside her was full of excitement. She pulled Lu Xinyi's arm and said happily, you have money, and you can finally pay off the debt. Only then did Lu Xinyin come back to her senses and breathe a sigh of relief. I'll tell that man and ask them to tear up the debt note. After saying that, the girl ran out quickly. Yi Jiayao looked at the man's back and couldn't help frowning. Don't be stupid after paying back the money. No matter how good a man is to you, you should be reserved. Lu Xinyin was stunned for a moment. You. No. Yi Jiayao looked cold and arrogant. Your matter has spread all over the university, and many couples take you as a negative example when they quarrel. Lu Xinyin, who was originally a student of a university, partnered with her boyfriend to open a store and start a business when she was about to graduate. The store management was mediocre, and her income and expenditure were barely equal. Later, someone suddenly came to ask her for debt, and I knew that my boyfriend originally borrowed 500,000 yen. Except for the 300,000 yen from the store, the remaining 200,000 yen was used for gambling. He also owed a lot of gambling debts, accumulating 1 million yen, and Lu Xinyin's ID card was used when borrowing money. When the East Window incident happened, her boyfriend took away all the liquidity in the store and ran away, leaving millions of foreign debts on Lu Xinyin's body. The debt note was Lu Xinyin's ID card, and the words were also signed by Lu Xinyin. She couldn't say that she could only swallow the arrears. This matter spread throughout the whole university, and Lu Xinyin became the representative figure of the infatuated stupid girl among college students. To put it bluntly, it was a joke. Of course, Yi Jiayao will know that this is due to Jing Shi. Hearing the words, Lu Xinyin's face turned a little paler, her face was full of bitterness, her head was hanging down, and her eyes were a little sour. Seeing her like this, Yi Jiayao didn't want to sprinkle salt on her wound anymore. She put away the contract and was ready to leave. Lu Xinyin suddenly stopped her. Can you let Leah continue to work here? It's not easy for her to be alone. Leah. It should be the name of the waitress. Yi Jiayao glanced at Lu Xinyin and was suddenly speechless. She couldn't help rolling her eyes. You will be deceived. You can't blame your luck, but you are fooled by yourself. Lu Xinyin was stunned for a moment and frowned. What do you mean? You may not believe what I said. You will know if you follow Leah for a few days. The waitress had a problem at a glance. When she heard that she could pay off the debt, she was even happier than Lu Xinyin. It seemed that it was not Lu Xinyin's debt, but her debt. Yi Jiayao guessed that Leah was likely to be in the same group with the scumbag. Although Lu Xinyin was kind-hearted, she was not an idiot. As soon as she heard Yi Jiayao's words, she realized something, and her face was a little ugly. Yi Jiayao saw that Lu Xinyin reacted, so she didn't say much and was about to go out. At this time, a sudden sound came from outside chapter 20, never cooperate with Qing Shi. Lu Xinyin was shocked and quickly got up and strode out. Yi Jiayao also went out. As soon as she went out, she saw a group of men ruggling, ping-pong the impact sound continued, and the tables and chairs were knocked down, and they were crooked. The Leah was so scared that her face turned pale. She shrank aside and her face was full of anxiety. When she saw Lu Xinyin coming over, she hurried behind her. What's going on? Lu Xinyin was shocked and quickly shouted, don't fight. Unfortunately, no one ignored him. Li Ya timidly pulled Lu Xinyin's sleeve and said, I don't know. A group of people suddenly broke in and fought with those who asked for debt. Yi Jiayao was also a little dumbfounded. This is the restaurant she just bought. Most of the tables and chairs are damaged. Isn't this to cheat her? That's all money. Money. Stop it. Yi Jiayao jumped directly to the counter of the cashier's desk, picked up a cup and smashed it fiercely at the central floor, making a thud. Everyone was shocked and stopped and looked over. Yi Jiayao stood there with her hands crossed and a fierce face. What the hell, scattering in my mother's shop? Your store? One of the men opened his mouth doubtfully and looked at each other with several other companions. What's the matter? Luo Xingying finally had a chance to ask. After learning the reason, she was a little dumbfounded. Later, the group of people wanted to eat, but there was a little friction with the men who asked for debt, and they started to fight. Sorry, it's closed today. Luo Xingying looked apologetic. He provoked me today, and it's not over. Either we go out and continue to fight. One of the men pointed to a debtor and said, just fight, who is afraid of whom? Liuzo, stay and get the money, and the others go out with me. The first debtor man snorted coldly and was about to go out. When the man on the opposite heard it, he immediately sank. This is the intention to leave one person to move the helper. It doesn't work. Go out and fight with me. Yi Jiayao could see that these men who came later were deliberately looking for fault or those debtors. She glanced at Luo Xingying and saw that she looked anxious and didn't find the problem. She rolled her eyes speechlessly. She said to Luo Xingying, you pay the money back first, so that they can go out to fight at ease. She looked at the group of men who deliberately found fault. This store is mine now. If you have any grudges, tell me outside and compensate for the loss of the tables and chairs before that. Everyone. As soon as the man in charge of debt heard that he had money, he couldn't care about the provocator, so he quickly asked Luo Xingying for money. Luo Xingying immediately transferred the money to the designated account, and then the other party stopped and tore up the debt note. The rest of the people who deliberately found fault looked at each other and seemed to be at a loss. This development is not the same as the preset. Compensation for losses, 100,000 yuan. Yi Jiayao stretched out her hand to the troublemakers. They looked at each other and even took out their mobile phones to edit the message and send it out. They didn't take out the money until the other party replied. Yi Jiayao looked at the arrival information on her mobile phone and smiled with satisfaction. Go, the fault finders were about to leave, and the debtor boss suddenly shouted, hey! Do you still want to fight this one? Don't fight. After saying that, he left in a hurry. When the debtor saw that the money had arrived, he was no longer entangled, and a swarm of bees left. The restaurant suddenly became quiet. It's terrible. Who are those people? It doesn't look like they are here for dinner. Li Ya patted her chest gently, looking afraid. Luo Xingying shook her head, and she didn't know. At this time, the glass door of the store was pushed open, and another person came in. The man is dressed in branded sportswear, with a handsome face, steady steps, and a skillful breath all over his body. Yi Jiayao's eyes lit up. This should be the person she wants to protect. Luo Jingzhi. Luo Xingying's brother, the future gold medal agent. Yi Jiayao is not a good person. She came for Luo Xingying's brother. Now she has just fired Liu Hoixing and needs to find a new agent. Luo Jingzhi is a good candidate. Of course, more importantly, she wants to cut off the heroin. In the original work, Qing Shuyi inadvertently walked into this restaurant and saw Luo Xingying being embarrassed. So the Virgin Mary's heart overflowed and directly helped her pay off the debt. Then, Luo Jingzhi, who had been hiding in the dark and secretly caring about his sister, learned of Qing Shiyi's good deeds and made an exception to accept her as his artist. After Luo Jingzhi became Qing Shiyi's agent, he took Qing Shiyi to kill all sides in the entertainment industry. Helping Qing Shiyi shine, she also became the third male lead who often makes the hero Luo Jingming jealous in the book. Thinking of this, Yi Jiayao couldn't help complaining, Qing Shiyi is a scumbag who spreads nets everywhere. Brother, why are you here? Luo Xingying was a little flustered and didn't dare to look directly into Luo Jingzhi's eyes. At the beginning, Luo Xingying quarreled with her only brother in order to be with the scumbag. Even if she had a brother with good economic strength, she had no face to ask for help. Now, she is full of guilt when she sees Luo Jingzhi appear. Luo Jingzhi did not answer directly, but asked back, did you sell the store? Luo Xingying nodded in surprise, I sold it to this lady. Luo Jingzhi looked at Yi Jiayao and glanced at her sharply, as if he was going to see through her. Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao was stunned, do you know me? After saying that, she was relieved. Although Luo Jingzhi is not a famous gold medal agent yet, he has been in the entertainment industry for a long time. He is quite famous. It is not surprising to know her, especially because she still has so many black materials. Luo Jingzhi stared at Yi Jiayao with sharp eyes, and obviously saw that Yi Jiayao had another purpose. Yi Jiayao didn't care. Her face was calm and she didn't deliberately hide her emotions. Agents with a little strength are very sharp-sighted. Take a step to speak. After saying that, Luo Jingzhi strode out without looking at Luo Xingying again. The latter lowered his head with some disappointment. Yi Jiayao's face remained unchanged, and she was happy, so she quickly followed her out. The two sat down in a milk tea shop next door. Luo Jingzhi directly handed Yi Jiayao a bank card. There is $1 million in it. It's a thank you for helping Xingying. The shop is still yours. Yi Jiayao. That is to say, Yi Jiayao got a shop for nothing. However, this is not what she expected. Shouldn't we sign a contract directly and become an artist and an agent? Yi Jiayao simply said to the point, I just fired my agent. Luo Jingzhi's expression was cold. I heard about it, but I won't take you. Yi Jiayao. Your acting skills are terrible. Yi Jiayao. This is heartbreaking, Lao Tai. Yi Jiayao's acting skills in the past were really bad, but now her acting skills are not bad. At least better than Qin Shiyi. I don't want your money. If you don't want to take me with you, you can promise me a condition. What conditions? You can never cooperate with Qin Shiyi. Chapter 21, Is this woman disliking him? Luo Jingzhi's face was full of doubts. I don't know Qin Shiyi well. Qin Shiyi is a second-tier actor who was popular not long after her debut. He has only met him once. It is estimated that there will be no intersection in the future. Why did he mention this person for no reason? Yi Jiayao couldn't explain, so she could only say, just promise me. It's okay. Luo Jingzhi nodded, then got up and prepared to leave. Yi Jiayao sighed. Although it was a pity that she couldn't sign a contract with Luo Jingzhi, it was also a big gain to break Qin Shiyi's arm. While thinking about it, the man in front of him suddenly answered a phone call, said yes, and then looked back at her. I can take you, but you have to follow my arrangement. Yi Jiayao looked happy and nodded quickly. Well, the work is up to you. Luo Jingzhi sat down again, chatted with Yi Jiayao, and finally exchanged contact information with each other, and then the two left. Luo Jingzhi walked towards the Chinese restaurant. Yi Jiayao was about to leave, but when she walked to the door of the Chinese restaurant, she heard a familiar voice. Oh, my God. How did this place become like this? Senior sister, are those people coming to trouble you again? Are you hurt? Hearing this sound, Yi Jiayao turned her steps and followed Luo Jingzhi into the store. As soon as she stepped into the store, she saw the white skirt in the center of the restaurant. Qin Shiyi looked worried and took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Luo Xingying. Senior sister, there is $1 million in this card. You can use it to pay off the debt. Luo Xingying was stunned for a moment, and then shook her head to refuse. Qin Shiyi just thought that Luo Xingying was embarrassed to accept it and continued, Senior sister, you don't have to feel embarrassed. I'm an actor now, and I still have this little money. Yi Jiayao couldn't help frowning. Compared with Luo Xingying, a person who failed to start a business, Qin Shiyi's words have a sense of showing off. Sure enough, the smile on Luo Xingying's mouth stiffened and refused again. No, my store has been sold, and the debt has just been paid off. Qin Shiyi was stunned for a moment and didn't believe it. How could it be? This store only owes 300,000 yen at most, but Luo Xingying owes 1 million yen. But looking at Luo Xingying's expression, it doesn't look like she's lying at all. Who did you sell it to? Senior sister, be careful not to be deceived by people with ulterior motives. Who would spend 1 million to buy a small restaurant worth 300,000 yen? Isn't that stupid? Yi Jiayao said, it was sold to me. Qin Shiyi was stunned for a moment. When she turned around, she saw Yi Jiayao and Luo Jingzhi standing behind her. When she saw Luo Jingzhi, her eyes flashed. Yi Jiayao said to himself, this heroine is indeed not a pure virgin. She is very scheming. Yi Jiayao, how could you do it? Qin Shiyi quickly looked away from Luo Jingzhi and looked at Yi Jiayao, with her eyebrows slightly frowning. Yi Jiayao smiled shamefully, why, you allow weasels to pay New Year's greetings to chickens, but not me to spend money on a restaurant. When Qin Shiyi heard the words, her expression stiffened for a moment and soon returned to normal. With a little complaint in her eyes, Jiayao, how can you say that? I really want to help the senior sister. Yi Jiayao didn't bother to argue with her, nodded to Luo Xingying's brother and sister, turned around and left. Qin Shiyi looked at Luo Jingzhi's cold eyes, and she was stunned and quickly said, now that the senior sister's matter has been solved, I'll go first. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Yi Jiayao. Qin Shiyi caught up with Yi Jiayao with a little anger in her tone. You did it on purpose. Yi Jiayao stopped and looked at her, with her hands around her chest, with a leisurely look, oh, why did I do it on purpose? You know that Luo Xingying's brother is a well-known agent, so he deliberately gets close to her. You want Luo Jingzhi to take you and make you popular. Yi Jiayao twitched the corners of her mouth, so you have this purpose. 1 million is all your savings, right? TSK, the Qing family is so poor. Qin Shiyi's hair was blocked and she gritted her teeth secretly. Yi Jiayao, don't pretend to be stupid. Yi Jiayao raised her head arrogantly. And her face was full of arrogance. What if I did it on purpose? I'm not convinced. Are you going to bite me? Qin Shiyi choked, and Yi Jiayao frankly admitted that the scoundrel was really annoying, but she was helpless. I wanted to sign an excellent agent with my own ability to impress the Qing family, but I was disturbed by Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao was in a good mood and walked away with her slender legs, leaving Qin Shiyi, who was secretly gritting her teeth. The goal was achieved and she cheated the heroine again. When Yi Jiayao came home, the corners of her mouth were raised. In the study of the villa, Mu Linghan is on the phone. A man's stiff voice came from the phone. Why do you suddenly care about your wife's career? You have too many questions. At this time, the sound of braking came from outside. Mu Linghan looked through the window and saw that Yi Jiayao's exclusive car was parked in the parking space of the small garden outside. He narrowed his eyes, hung up the phone, and looked back on the computer screen. As soon as Yi Jiayao entered the door, Aunt Hong greeted her with a sad face. Miss Yi. Where is Mu Linghan? The gentleman is in the study. From morning to now, I advised him to rest, but he didn't listen and didn't have lunch. Yi Jiayao frowned. Even if the man pretended to be sick, he didn't have to be so serious, did he? Don't even eat, what about it? I'll go and have a look. Yi Jiayao said and strode upstairs. The door of the study was covered. She saw the pale-faced man sitting at the desk at a glance. She stood at the door and raised her hand to knock gently. It was not until Mu Linghan looked at her that she said, I heard that you don't eat, are you going to starve to death? Mu Ling withdrew his gaze with a cold face and ignored her directly. Yi Jiayao frowned and said again, Mu Ling. Cough. Mu Linghan suddenly coughed violently, and her face, which was originally pale, became even more pale. Yi Jiayao's heart jumped and hurried forward to pour water for him, and reached out and patted his back gently. Cough cough cough. Mu Linghan coughed very violently, which made Yi Jiayao's heart palpitate. This man is so weak that he won't die of illness before being knocked out by the hero, will he? Mu Linghan, who drank a glass of water, finally eased. He looked up at Yi Jiayao. When he saw her expression, his eyes became a little colder in an instant. Is this woman disliking him? How are you? Do you have any medicine? Yi Jiayao came back to her senses, and her beautiful big eyes were full of worry. Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiayao's crystal clear eyes, and her heartbeat couldn't help but miss a beat, and she inadvertently looked away. This woman is very good at acting. She must be acting. Mu Linghan's voice was a little weaker. No, in fact, there is, but the effect is not great. There are a lot of side effects after eating, so don't take it at all. Chapter 22, What's the woman's mentality? Hearing the words, Yi Jiayao frowned tighter. Didn't the book say that Mu Linghan was taking medicine? Did she remember it wrong? Stop working and lie down and have a rest. Yi Jiayao put down the cup and reached out to hold the back of the wheelchair to push him out. Mu Linghan's eyes were cold. No, I can't die. It can't die, but it will be half dead. I heard that some people have been sick for a long time and don't care about the development. As a result, they don't die, but have incontinence. The yellow poop is pulled out of the chrysanthemum and sticks to the buttocks, lump by lump, and still stinks. Mu Linghan's face turned black. Yi Jiayao, why are you so vulgar? Although the words are not good, it is true. You are very similar to the early state of the patient with incontinence. Be careful. Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao pushed Mu Linghan back to the bedroom. Mu Linghan's face was still not very good, and his morbid whiteness gave Yi Jiayao a feeling that she could faint at any time. The wheelchair was parked beside the big bed. Yi Jiayao was a little embarrassed. How could she move such a big person to the bed, so she called Aunt Hong for help. The two were about to do it. Suddenly, Mu Linghan sneered at the corners of his mouth and looked at Aunt Hong and said, Aunt Hong, you go back first. Aunt Hong was stunned for a moment, glanced at Yi Jiayao with some embarrassment, and stepped back. Then I'll come back at dinner time. Aunt Hong left, leaving only Yi Jiayao in the room. Her big eyes were full of complaints. Aunt Hong is gone. How can she move this big man by herself? Although this man is thin, he is tall. 130 katis will always be available. She has slender arms and legs. How can she move? Mu Linghan was suddenly very happy when he saw her expression. Why, didn't you say that you want to change your mind and face, and you don't want to do this? Yi Jiayao glared at him angrily. What she said was to live a good life, not to be a good nanny. Yi Jiayao stood behind Mu Linghan, put her hands under his armpits, and lifted Mu Linghan up with one force. It turned out to be heavy. I just lifted it a few centimeters and couldn't lift it. Yi Jiayao gritted her teeth. This man didn't work hard at all and relied on her. It's definitely intentional. The man's voice came to my ears. Haven't you eaten? You're so weak. Yi Jiayao snorted coldly, put her hand back, went around the front of the wheelchair, bent down, put her hands on Mu Linghan's back, hugged her tightly, and stood up hard. Mu Linghan didn't expect Yi Jiayao to move so quickly. Unexpectedly, he fell forward, and his tall body directly pressed on Yi Jiayao. Ah, ah, ah. Yi Jiayao leaned back and fell on the bed with her back. The spring mattress made a creaky sound. Her head was a little confused. Her nose was pressed by a wall of meat. It was a little difficult to breathe, and she only felt more dizzy. It hurts, it hurts. Her waist, woo-woo. Her waist feels like it's going to break. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to hold on just now. How could the weight of the two people be supported by her small waist? Yi Jiayao wanted to cry without tears. All her attention was on her poor waist. Mu Linghan can't move, and the two stayed on the bed in such a up and down posture. Mu Linghan noticed the softness and slenderness under his body, and his eyes were gloomy for a moment. He lowered his head and looked at Yi Jiayao's expression that was about to cry, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Does this woman dislike him to this extent? Are you going to cry? Mu Linghan put his hands on both sides and pulled a little distance from Yi Jiayao. He looked at her coldly, and the corners of his mouth were full of sarcasm. What? I'm going to cry. Are you so sincere? Yi Jiayao came back to her senses and looked at Mu Linghan's cold eyes, and she didn't know why. Mu Ling snorted coldly, supported himself with his hand, turned his body to one side, and lay on the bed. Half of his legs were beyond the edge of the bed, and he frowned a little uncomfortable. He looked sideways at Yi Jiayao with a cold voice. Help me do it? Yi Jiayao, wait. She can't move now. She has to slow down. When Mu Linghan saw Yi Jiayao's attitude, he confirmed his guess, and his expression was a little colder. Get out of here. Yi Jiayao. Why is this man crazy? After saying that, Mu Linghan stretched out his hand to get the quilt beside him and covered himself. Yi Jiayao tried to twist her body and found that her waist was still sore, but she could move a little twice. With the help of the strength of her hand, she gently turned her body and met Mu Linghan's slightly mocking eyes, and she was instantly puzzled. This man is moody. Isn't his uncle coming? Don't get out of here. Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiayao's beautiful and excessive eyes, and his mood became inexplicably irritable, and his tone became even more impatient. Yi Jiayao's waist was sore, but now she was inexplicably choked and angry. She hummed and raised her chin, with a little pride on her face. I think this bed is very comfortable. I'll lie here today. After saying that, he also spread his limbs wide and looked like a bully was the king of the mountain. Anyway, this man pretends to be sick and can't do anything to her. No, even if he is really hurt, he can't do anything. The book says that he can't do that aspect. Mu Linghan's face was a little darker. Yi Jiayao, are you a scoundrel? Yi Jiayao was in a good mood when she saw Mu Linghan, who was obviously angry but unable to move. Her eyes looked at him obliquely and raised her chin. I'm a scoundrel, so what about you? If you have the strength, you can kick me out of bed. Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched Yi Jiayao's neck in a cold voice. Do you think I'm disabled, so I can't do anything about you? Yi Jiayao. It was a mistake. The boss's hand was not injured. Yi Jiayao held Mu Linghan's wrist tightly with both hands, and the expression on her face instantly became well-behaved and flattering. How can it be? I just made a joke. You are my husband, and it is my duty to take care of you. After saying that, he quickly pushed away Mu Linghan's hand, rolled, his legs fell to the ground, stood up again, gently kneaded his waist, and then came to Mu Linghan's feet, squatted down and took off his shoes. Mu Linghan looked down at Yi Jiayao's face, trying to find the emotion of suffocation and humiliation from it, but there was no humiliation, no anger, and his eyes were very calm. Mu Linghan frowned and was a little surprised. What kind of mentality does this woman have? Yi Jiayao gently took off the man's shoes, looked at the shiny upper, and couldn't help cursing luxury. These shoes are tens of thousands of yo. I don't know how much it costs to sell second-hand. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how much these shoes can sell for. Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan. The man sneered. What, are you short of money? It turns out that you want money. Yi Jiayao. It's missing. She just bought a restaurant for 1 million. And all the money in the previous card was paid to Mu Linghan for medical expenses, and it was directly spent. She is indeed in the bottom of her trouser pocket now. But I can't admit it now. It's like she's begging. No, I'm rich. Mu Linghan frowned. Isn't this woman greedy for money? How can you not take the opportunity to ask for money? Chapter 23, You Feed Me. He knows Yi Jiayao's cash and property very well. After buying that shabby restaurant, he must have no money. If you don't open your mouth now, do you plan to catch big fish with a long line and want more in the future? The vision is longer term, but I'm afraid it's not worth the loss. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Mu Linghan's eyes. Yi Jiayao didn't pay attention. She arranged Mu Linghan's shoes, moved his position, and covered the quilt again. Lie down first, and I'll make you food. The lunch must be so cold that it can't be colder. For a sick person like Mu Linghan, it is not suitable for eating heated food, so it can only be remade. Yi Jiayao rolled up her sleeves and got busy in the kitchen. Soon a bowl of lean noodle soup was ready. Let's eat first, and have snacks in the afternoon if you are hungry. Yi Jiayao put the noodle soup on the bedside table, and the hot aroma was still floating on the noodle soup, which made people hungry at first sight. Mu Linghan's eyebrows moved gently. This woman's cooking skills are really not false. His voice was a little cold. Redo it. Yi Jiayao was stunned for a moment. Why? I don't eat green onions. Then I'll pick off the green onion. I don't eat garlic either. Then I'll pick it up. Don't eat coriander. Yi Jiayao. The sick and weak body of the boss is picky about food. Yi Jiayao twitched the corners of her mouth and gritted her teeth and said, Don't you eat noodles, eggs or meat? Don't you want to drink soup yet? Mu Linghan didn't say anything, looking at the bowl of noodle soup with a little disgust in his eyes. Unexpectedly disliked the noodles she made. Yi Jiayao directly picked up the bowl and picked up the chopsticks to eat by herself. If you don't eat, I'll eat by myself. I can't starve you to death. Mu Linghan. Sizzling, Yi Jiayao's sound of eating noodles was loud. Rows of noodles were pinched up by chopsticks and put into her mouth. With a hard suction, the noodles swish into Yi Jiayao's mouth. It smells so good too, Yi Jiayao sighed with satisfaction. Mu Linghan. Golo golo. It's so delicious. Yi Jiayao looked intoxicated and narrowed her eyes, looking extremely enjoying it. This woman wants to tempt him to eat noodles. It's ridiculous. Mu Ling's cold eyes were mocking and he withdrew his gaze faintly. Suddenly, his stomach rolled for a while, and then he made a sound of gurgling. Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao glanced at Mu Linghan, and the sound of eating noodles became louder. It's so delicious in the world. Humph. It was 3 o'clock, and she didn't believe that Mu Linghan was not hungry. What's more, the man had only eaten a little for breakfast. Yi Jiayao finished a bowl of noodles with satisfaction, and finally drank the bottom of the soup. Then she put down the dishes and chopsticks, looking intoxicated. It's so happy to be full too. After saying that, he burped again. Mu Linghan pursed his lips, and his eyes condensed slightly. Yi Jiayao, what about the image? Yi Jiayao waved her hand indifferently. There are no outsiders at home. The image is not important as food. Mu Linghan's pupils flashed slightly, and his eyes looked at Yi Jiayao a little deeper. Yi Jiayao didn't know which nerve Mu Linghan touched when what she said. The latter suddenly said, reluctantly eat a bowl. Yi Jiayao's eyes lit up. It seemed that her performance of eating tricks was useful. Then wait a Monday. Yi Jiayao left with a happy face. Mu Linghan looked at her disappearing back, and her eyes flashed. She is so happy when he eats noodles. Yi Jiayao brought a bowl of hot noodles again, and the fragrance spread in the room again. Mu Linghan felt more hungry. Help me up. The commanding tone, with the arrogance of the superior. Yi Jiayao put the bowl aside and reached over to help Mu Linghan up and lean on the head of the bed. Mu Linghan looked down at Yi Jiayao's dark and thick eyelashes, and his heart moved slightly. This woman can really bear it. Yi Jiayao handed the bowl to Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan did not reach out to pick it up, but looked at her deeply. You feed me. He wants to see how long this woman can hold on. Yi Jiayao was stunned for a moment, glanced at his intact hands, and said puzzledly, isn't your hand okay? Aren't all the bosses arrogant, good-faced, and have a cleanliness fetish? How could you ask someone to feed you? The man's voice was slightly cold. Why, don't you want to? Sure enough, you can't stand it anymore. Are you about to get angry? Yi Jiayao shook her head, then sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the noodles and sent them to Mu Linghan's mouth. Mu Linghan. This woman has no sense of humiliation when serving people. He glanced at the noodles on the chopsticks and said with disgust in his eyes, it's too long and not delicious. Yi Jiayao took a look and immediately broke the noodles into pieces with a spoon and fed them with a spoon instead. That's fine. Mu Linghan frowned. Is this woman still holding on? He turned his head and said, it's too hot. Then I'll blow it. After Yi Jiayao finished speaking, she blew twice at the spoon. Okay, it won't be hot. Mu Linghan. Still pretending. He didn't believe it. I won't eat. Before he finished speaking, the spoon was already stuffed into his mouth. Mu Linghan swallowed instinctively. As soon as he ate it, his whole stomach warmed up. Does it taste good? Yi Jiayao smiled, and then scooped a spoon into Mu Linghan's mouth. Mu Linghan didn't have time to speak and was forced again. Mu Linghan. As soon as he swallowed it, the spoon was handed over again. Mu Linghan raised his hand and held Yi Jiayao's hand. I'll do it myself. After saying that, he took the bowl directly until the whole bowl of noodles was finished. Mu Linghan suddenly realized that he could eat a whole bowl. Because of his health, his appetite has not been good. It's good to eat half a bowl. What did you add? Yi Jiayao introduced seriously, eggs, lean meat, noodles, coriander, green onion oil, vinegar. The man's face sank. I'm not asking you this. Yi Jiayao was even more puzzled than which one do you ask? Mu Linghan. Forget it, maybe he is very hungry today. I want to rinse my mouth and prepare water for me. Yi Jiayao rolled her eyes. Why is this person so pretentious? Wait. Yi Jiayao went into the bathroom. Mu Linghan leaned back against the head of the bed, and his eyes were full of deep thought. Yi Jiayao brought the basin and the tooth cup to Mu Linghan. I don't want to wash anymore. Oh, Yi Jiayao took the tooth cup away. Mu Linghan suddenly stopped her. Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao turned around and said, what? I want to wash my face. Wait a minute. Yi Jiayao came out of the bathroom again and replaced the tooth cup in her hand with a towel. After squiring it dry, she wiped it directly on Mu Linghan's face. Mu Linghan suddenly grabbed her hand and looked at her deeply. I'll do it myself. This woman is really shameless. For the sake of money, you can even endure this kind of service job. He underestimated the woman's patience. Wiping his face casually, Mu Linghan threw away the towel and said, I want to take a shower. Chapter 24, brazenly serving him to take a bath. Yi Jiayao was stunned at first, and the next second, she looked at Mu Linghan with bright eyes. Do you want me to help you? That expression is so exciting, no matter how you look at it. Mu Linghan's forehead was bulging, and he went sideways to look at her overly beautiful eyes. I don't want to wash anymore. You go out. This woman is extremely shameless. Maybe she can really brazenly serve him to take a bath. He doesn't want to be watched by women. Oh. Then you can sleep for a while. I'll go out first. Call me if you need anything. Yi Jiayao got up and walked out with a little disappointment in her tone. Mu Linghan. After Yi Jiayao closed the bedroom door, she gently patted her chest. This man is really difficult to serve. If he really wants to serve him to take a shower by himself, will she agree or agree? In the original work, although Mu Linghao was sick, his figure was not bad, and he had a fight with the hero. Yi Jiayao curled her lips. This kind of unreasonable thing will also appear in the novel. In order to give the heroine the best, the author can really talk nonsense. Yi Jiayao left. Mu Linghan in the room suddenly felt irritable and couldn't sleep. He picked up his mobile phone, opened the music software, and searched for the songs Yi Jiayao had sung before according to the lyrics. As a result, he couldn't find it for a long time. Simply open the lullaby channel and play light music. The soothing music sounded. Mu Linghan closed his eyes for a long time. After opening his eyes again and frowning tightly, he simply changed the music. However, several changes in a row had no effect. Instead, he became more and more irritable. His face was a little paler, and finally he simply called Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao appeared soon. What are you looking for me for? The shooting will start in 2 days. She is working hard on the script. What was the name of the last song? Yi Jiayao was stunned and immediately realized that the boss was referring to the him. And quickly reported a name and went out. Mu Linghan immediately picked up his mobile phone and searched, but still couldn't find it. Yi Jiayao frowned. Isn't that song in this world? Is it a copyright problem? Try another music app. Then he had to download the software again. Mu Linghan felt troublesome, so he simply put down his mobile phone and ordered Yi Jiayao, sing it to me. Yi Jiayao had no choice but to open her mouth and sing. The gentle voice sounded through the spacious bedroom, giving people a sense of tranquility and comfort. Mu Linghan only felt that his eyelids were fighting and soon fell asleep. At the end of Yi Jiayao's song, Mu Linghan was already asleep. Her slender eyelashes fell a silhouette on her face, and her handsome face was so perfect that it made her heart throb. This man is less gloomy and cold when he falls asleep, and his appearance index rises several times in an instant. It is no exaggeration to describe it as the best. It's a pity that I have a bad temper. In reality, those handsome male stars have to pay for more glances. This man is her husband. Isn't it a loss if she doesn't look at him too much? Thinking like this, Yi Jiayao simply moved a chair and sat down, generously admiring Mu Linghan's face. The more I look at it, the more I feel that it is the best in the world. If only I could touch it. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the guts of a thief yet. Looking at it, Yi Jiayao couldn't help yawning and fell asleep on the edge of the bed. She seemed to have had a dream. When she returned to the car accident, she seemed to hear something in a drowsiness. She tried to hear it clearly, but she couldn't hear a word. Mu Linghan slowly opened his eyes and noticed that there was a more creature in his domain. He couldn't help frowning, turned his head, and saw Yi Jiayao's clean sleeping face. Quiet, soft, giving people a sense of peace and comfort, as if looking at this quiet face, all the troubles will be swept away. Mu Linghan couldn't help reaching out and touching the hair in front of her forehead. The soft touch slid along her fingertips to her heart, which was a completely strange feeling. Yi Jiayao felt that her forehead was a little itchy and moved uncomplacently. Mu Linghan shook his hand and quickly took it back. He didn't dare to move any more. He stared at Yi Jiayao's face. The latter just slapped his mouth twice, turned his face to one side and continued to sleep. Mu Linghan frowned. Is he stunned to think this woman is not bad? Or, because this woman is too good at pretending? Yi Jiayao suddenly felt a little cold in her sleep. She couldn't help shaking her shoulders, and her eyelids moved. Mu Linghan quickly closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Yi Jiayao opened her eyes, yawned, and gradually woke up. She actually fell asleep on the side of the boss's bed. I haven't read her script yet. She grabbed her hair hard and got up quickly to leave. The moment the door was gently closed, Mu Linghan immediately opened his eyes. He looked at the door with condensed eyes, and he could still hear Yi Jiayao's deliberate gentle footsteps in his ear. The man's eyebrows were gently turned, and a blank look flashed in his eyes. Why did he pretend to sleep? Sorry, I'm stuck. Come again. Yi Jiayao is filming a rivalry with the female No. 2, which is the scene where the female No. 4 played by Yi Jiayao at the reception is drinking too much. Because Ling Yixi, who plays the role of female No. 2, has been saying the wrong words, this scene has been repeated several times, and this is the 10th time. Hearing the words, the director couldn't help frowning, but because of Ling Yixi's reputation, he could only endure his patience and come again. Yi Jiayao repeated it several times in a row, and she was also a little annoyed. She simply said directly, "Director, I think Ling Yixi is not in a state. It's better to shoot slowly and shoot another scene first. Everyone around looked at each other. Ling Yuxi was the second female number, and Yi Jiayao, a female number 4, dared to face her directly. Isn't she bold? Director. At this time, Ling Yuxi also spoke. She smiled sweetly and said, because Yi Jiayao drank white water and was in a bad state, I couldn't get into the play. Fake wine is usually used when filming. After all, sometimes a scene has to be remade several times if it is not well shot, and it also tests the actor's acting skills. Hearing this, Yi Jiayao frowned. Ling Yuxi, obviously her acting skills are not good, but she is obviously deliberately embarrassing her. She doesn't seem to have offended her, does she? Or do you enjoy bullying newcomers because of your own reputation? Satisfy the sense of superiority. The director also noticed it. He glanced at Yi Jiayao and Ling Yuxi again. He hesitated and said, take a rest first. The expression on Ling Yuxi's face remained unchanged, and her voice was a little sore. Director, I have another notice to make this afternoon, and I may not be free tomorrow. The voice is soft and weak, but the words are clearly threatening. Director Cao's face was so depressed that he was about to get angry. The deputy director beside him pulled his sleeve. Ling Yuxi is a novel and entertaining artist, but there is high-level support behind him. Novel Entertainment, the largest entertainment company under Lu's group. There was a little more hesitation on Director Cao's face. Continue. Director, where's the wine? Ling Yuxi smiled more brightly. Immediately, someone replaced the water in Yi Jiayao's wine glass with white wine. Yi Jiayao glanced at the liquor that exuded a heavy wine, and her expression remained unchanged, and she picked it up elegantly. Chapter 25, fans and reporters came to visit the class outside, and the shooting continued. Ling Yuxi frowned and looked at Yi Jiayao. Her tone was full of worry. She put one hand on Yi Jiayao's wrist and advised, don't drink any more, you're drunk. Yi Jiayao's eyes were confused. She gently pushed away Ling Yuxi's hand, her steps swayed, and the corners of her mouth evoked a charming smile. She said, let go, I can still drink, I'm not drunk to hiccup to. After saying that, she raised the glass and took another sip of wine. Ling Langguagashi looked at Yi Jiayao drinking more than half a glass of wine, her eyes flashed, and then looked at the camera with an apologetic expression. Sorry, director, I forgot the words. Before she finished her words, Yi Jiayao in front of her suddenly fell down and pressed directly on her. The liquor in her mouth vomited out and flowed into her collar. The strong smell of alcohol suddenly pierced the tip of her nose, which made Ling Yuxi dizzy. What are you doing? Ling Yuxi took a step back suddenly and looked down at her wet chest, her face turned blue and white. It's so dirty. I'm sorry, I'm drunk. Yi Jiayao didn't seem to have recovered from the shooting. She was still swaying. She picked up the wine bottle from the table beside her and poured the wine into her tall glass and then held it high. Come on. Let's toast again. Yi Jiayao. Ling Yuxi was so angry that she gritted her teeth and scolded. Yi Jiayao frowned and looked at Ling Yuxi's expression and said with a displeased face, I'm Zhuang Xingchen, not Yi Jiayao. I'm not drunk. Zhuang Xingchen is the name of the female number 4 she played. Yi Jiayao, you did it on purpose. Don't pretend to be stupid with me. Ling Yuxi was so angry that she gritted her teeth, chopped her feet hard, turned her head to look at the director, and her face was full of grievance. Director, Yi Jiayao deliberately spilled wine on me. Kang said with a calm face, card. As soon as this was said, Yi Jiayao shook her body and changed her state in an instant. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, I'm too deep in the play. Ling Yuxi's voice was sharp, and she turned around and left angrily, you did it on purpose. I won't shoot this play. A newcomer without fame can bully me like this. Yi Jiayao looked guilty and apologized repeatedly, I really didn't mean it. Isn't this to enter the play? I was a drunkard before the director shouted card, and I couldn't stop drinking. Ling Yuxi was even more angry and said to Director Kang, Director, she is sophistry. I won't shoot this play. Yi Jiayao looked at a loss, you don't shoot? The contract has been signed and the machine has been turned on. If you don't go on strike for personal reasons, you have to bear the loss. Don't you want to make money? You. Ling Yuxi was even more angry. Why did Yi Jiayao look like she had no sense of guilt? Director, I can't shoot with Yi Jiayao. If you have her or not me, you can choose one by yourself. Director Cao's face was ugly. He looked at Yi Jiayao, who looked at a loss, and then at Ling Yuxi, who was full of anger. Suddenly, he had two big heads. Ling Yuxi is obviously deliberately looking for fault, but she relies on novel entertainment. And Yi Jiayao's acting skills are good. He doesn't want to miss it for nothing. Just when Director Cao was struggling, the field affairs suddenly ran over. It didn't work much, but it was a voice that everyone could hear and said, Director, there are fans and reporters outside to visit the class, and they will come in right away. As soon as the words fell, everyone saw two people with cameras and press cards coming in, followed by 3 or 5 fans. Director Cao frowned and said, what's going on? Forget about reporters, why even fans are allowed in. One of the fans is the daughter of the hotel owner. I heard that the crew was here and brought several of her classmates to have a look, so they watched from the side, guaranteeing that it would not interfere with the shooting. Then Director Cao waved his hand. Several fans walked into the banquet hall, stood in the corner, and looked at Ling Yuxi with adoring face. Ling Yuxi quickly replied with a sweet smile, which immediately attracted the excitement of the fans. Yi Jiayao stood in front of Ling Yuxi and said with a smile, if you don't shoot this scene, your fans will go for nothing. Today, Ling Yuxi's scenes are all related to Yi Jiayao. If Yi Jiayao leaves, Ling Yuxi will not be able to shoot, and fans will not watch it. Ling Yuxi turned around, gritted her teeth and smiled, how can I not shoot? It's all money for the crew to delay for a day. Let's start quickly and don't delay the work. Yi Jiayao looked at Ling Yuxi's heart blocked but still forced her smile, and she was instantly happy. Next, Ling Yuxi's shooting almost went wrong, which attracted praise from the little fans beside her. Ling Yuxi's eyes flashed with pride. The next one. This time, he was filming the scene of Yi Jiayao going crazy and pushing Ling Yuxi down. When Yi Jiayao pushed people, she took the opportunity to step on Ling Yuxi. The expression on Ling Yuxi's face became painful in an instant. Okay. Over. Director Kang praised, the expression just now was in place. Yuxi is so great. Awesome. The fans on the side immediately applauded. Yi Jiayao bent down and stretched out her hand to Ling Yuxi, looking admiring, Senior, it's really awesome. Such a difficult plot is over in one go. Ling Yuxi endured the pain in her feet, stretched out her hand to hold Yi Jiayao, and smiled stiffly, it's just so-so. Senior, you are so famous and so modest, which is different from those low-quality actors who stop acting at any time to threaten people. You are a role model in the industry. The voice of this was not small. The fans beside him heard it and nodded repeatedly, yes. Yuxi has a good character. The average age of several fans is 15 years old. Their faces are youthful and simple. They look like they are easy to deceive. Seeing Yi Jiayao and Ling Yuxi talking and laughing, they thought they were close. Ling Yuxi's eyes were on fire, but a smile appeared on her face, and her voice was soft, it's not easy for everyone to do this job. It's right to understand each other. The corners of Yi Jiayao's mouth hooked, and her eyes were full of joy. Then please take care of me in the future. Ling Yuxi gritted her teeth and said, it should be. During the break, the little fan in a floral skirt took a cup of milk tea and handed it to Ling Yuxi. He said excitedly and adored, Sister Yuxi, please have a drink. Thank you. Ling Yuxi quickly accepted with a smile. The little fan's face was even more excited. She took out her mobile phone and said, I'm the president of your fan support club. Can everyone take a photo with you? It won't be passed on. Ling Yuxi was originally a little impatient. When she heard that she was the president of the support association, the smile on her face became bigger, of course. Several little fans were immediately excited. In order to take photos, they even guessed their fists. The daughter of the hotel owner in a floral skirt was the first to come forward and stood next to Ling Yuxi and posed. After taking a photo, she changed her posture and continued to take pictures. Her face was so excited that she almost screamed. Other fans looked envious and anxious, and couldn't wait for their turn soon. Seeing this, a little fan in the last row hesitated for a moment, turned to Yi Jiayao, and said timidly, Sister, can I take a photo with you? Chapter 26, the first president choked to death by saliva. The afterglow in the corners of Ling Yuxi's eyes saw this scene, and her eyes instantly became cold. Yi Jiayao was reading the script when she was suddenly asked to take a picture. She looked up and smiled instantly at the girl's shy pink little face. The bright smile matched her noble temperament, and her whole body was as dazzling as a rose. The girl was stunned in an instant and couldn't help muttering, Sister, you are so beautiful. When Yi Jiayao saw the cute appearance of the other party, she couldn't help reaching out and pinching her apple muscles, you are so cute. The little fan's face turned redder and he stuttered. Yes, can I take a picture? Yi Jiayao took the other party's mobile phone with a smile and held it high. She turned her head sideways and gently touched her head. She adjusted the lens and took several photos quickly. Then she returned the mobile phone to the other party and said with a smile, is it okay? But, it's okay. The girl looked at the mobile phone album blankly, her eyes were full of joy, and her eyes were bright, the photo is so beautiful. Yi Jiayao looked at the girl's cute appearance and couldn't help reaching out and pinching her cheek, you look good. The girl blushed in an instant and looked at Yi Jiayao with more shy eyes. Do you have Weibo? I want to pay attention to it. Yi Jiayao immediately revealed her Weibo name to her. The little fan was stunned at first, and then said in surprise, are you Yi Jiayao? Yi Jiayao was clear in her heart and said calmly, yes. The girl was a little entangled, as if she was considering her words, and the rumored "it's not the same." Yi Jiayao smiled and didn't explain. The girl was a little embarrassed. She looked at Ling Yuxi's side and it was almost her turn, and trotted back. It's my tis time. The girl picked up her mobile phone and was about to stand beside Ling Yuxi. Ling Yuxi's smile faded a little and said, I'm going to read the script. Let's shoot it next time. With that, he picked up the script and sat back in his seat. The girl's hand holding the mobile phone stiffened for a moment, and then said timidly, just take a picture. Next time. Ling Yuxi waved her hand with a slight smile, and then looked down at the script. Just one. The girl still wanted to talk. Ling Yuxi's assistant had begun to drive people away. I'm sorry, we, Yuxi, are going to prepare for the play. Please step out. The girl's hand holding the mobile phone drooped down and stepped aside with regret. At this time, the reporter holding the camera when she came over, Ling Yuxi quickly adjusted her posture, tilted her head slightly, and the corners of her mouth raised a light arc. She looked up at the reporter and waited for him to take a picture. The reporter walked straight past her, came to Yi Jiaoyao, said a few words to Yi Jiaoyao, then picked up the camera and took a few photos, and then walked in the direction of the little fans on the periphery. Ling Yuxi immediately gestured to the assistant. The assistant got it and hurried forward to pretend to be inadvertent. Mr. Reporter, are you leaving? Have you finished the coverage? The middle-aged male reporter glanced at the assistant and said lightly, the shooting is over. I won't disturb your work. Then he shouted at the girl over there, who was still full of regret, Xiaoyan, go home. The girl who couldn't take a group photo then turned to the reporter and nodded, good. Then he ran to the middle-aged male reporter and muttered with a little regret, it's a pity that I couldn't take a photo with Ling Yuxi. Dad, did you take a picture of her? Didn't you take a photo with another actor? That actor is also good. I took a few photos and will write a manuscript later. The male reporter's voice became quieter, and soon their figures disappeared from sight. Ling Yuxi listened to the conversation between father and daughter, and her expression was instantly ugly. Isn't he just a little reporter? Why are you arrogant? The assistant returned to Ling Yuxi's side and couldn't help snorting coldly. Did you see the reporter's work card? What's your name? I saw it. It's called Jiang Xili, Sister Yuxi from Chaoyang Entertainment News. Turn around and tell the editor-in-chief to knock on this short-eyed reporter. Shut up. Ling Yuxi's face turned pale in an instant. She scolded coldly, and the assistant was shocked. Ling Yuxi glared at the assistant fiercely, full of regret. It turned out to be Jiang Xili, the senior reporter of Chaoyang Entertainment News. The headline has millions of fans, and every time he comments, it will bring a large wave of traffic to artists. And his wife is also a well-known host of variety shows. The opportunity to promote such a good wave is gone. Ling Yuxi glared at Yi Jiaoyao with hatred. Blame this woman. Yi Jiaoyao looked down at the script and suddenly felt a sharp gaze projected on her. She couldn't help looking up and grinning at Ling Yuxi. Ling Yuxi choked, and her heart was blocked in a panic. At the end of the day's shooting, Yi Jiaoyao drove home. The hall of the villa was still empty and not popular at all. Yi Jiaoyao couldn't help frowning. She looked around at the decoration of the hall. It was full of cold-tone furniture, not even a warm-toned ornament, which was too deserted. The same tone as the owner of the house. Yi Jiaoyao put down her bag casually and went upstairs. There was no one in the master bedroom. She went to the study again. The door of the study was still not tightly closed and half-closed. When Yi Jiaoyao walked to the door, she heard the man's phone call, full of mania, why hasn't the plan been sent yet? If you don't send it within 10 minutes, it won't be used in the company. Bang. With a sound, Mu Lingha's mobile phone flew out, smashed hard on the wall by the door and finally fell at Yi Jiaoyao's feet, which shocked her. When Mu Lingha heard the movement, he raised his eyes and looked at the door. When he saw Yi Jiaoyao, his face was a little more ugly. His mouth moved before he opened his mouth, and suddenly coughed violently. Cough cough cough. Yi Jiaoyao strode into the study, stretched out her hand and gently patted his back. Mu Lingha pushed him away with a pale face, get out. Cough cough cough. Cough. Cough cough cough. Mu Lingha wanted to speak, but only made a sound and coughed violently. Yi Jiaoyao rolled her eyes speechlessly. This man is really grumpy. Her hand gently patted Mu Lingha's back. You'd better stop talking and be careful to become the first president in history to be choked to death by saliva. Mu Lingha. After a while, Mu Lingha's cough stopped. He sat up straight and patted Yi Jiaoyao's hand, saying in an unkind tone, I have to work, go out. Yi Jiaoyao glanced at the empty computer desktop, and then looked at the untoasted food placed not far away, and was speechless. Didn't you have lunch again? Mu Linghan's face was dark, it has nothing to do with you. I'll cook a new one for you. Mu Ling hummed coldly, no need. Yi Jiaoyao took out her mobile phone and said, then forget it. Grandma said she wanted to video chat with me before, and now she is free. Mu Linghan. Chapter 27, Where did you learn to cook? Yi Jiaoyao went to the kitchen. Mu Linghan called Xu Ningji with a dark face, and her tone was full of irritability. Xu Ning knew that he could hear Mu Lingha's anger through the phone. He couldn't help shrinking his neck, but he still stubbornly reported his work. The company is now in turmoil and divided into several factions, and some middle-level employees are even ready to change jobs. Those people are bold. Mu Lingha's eyes were fierce and his tone was cold. I have quietly recorded it, and even found a replacement candidate for their position. This time, we can uproot those directors and replace them with our own. Xu Ningji said tremblingly. This is obviously the result of Mr. Miu's operation, but he still has such a big temper, which is really difficult to serve. Yi Jiayao left with the dinner plate. Come in and put it in front of the computer desk. Miu Linghan hung up the phone, glanced at the food, and then looked at Yi Jiayao. Where did you learn to cook? Is this testing her? Yi Jiayao raised her chin and said, self-tact talent. In order to catch up with Lu Jingming, the original owner learned what kind of love bento was made by other campus couples. As a result, he ran to the cooking class with great interest. Unfortunately, he almost blew up the kitchen in the class without taking a few classes. The teacher paid all the tuition and begged her to withdraw from school. Miu Ling sneered coldly. Obviously, he also thought of this. His face became colder. He didn't ask any more questions and directly picked up his chopsticks and ate. I can't stop this mouth. Soon a bowl of rice was over, and even the dishes were almost eaten up. Looking at the empty porcelain bowl, Miu Lingha's eyes darkened. Did you add opium, peace? Yi Jiayao was about to take away the plate. When she heard the words, her feet trembled and almost slapped the plate on his face. You can directly praise me for being good at cooking, and you don't have to beat around the bush. Miu Linghan also felt that his words were ridiculous, but how could he explain his behavior? Is it really because Yi Jiayao is good at cooking? It seems that we have to go out to eat at a time. For health reasons, he has hardly eaten anything outside. What he eats every day is made by Aunt Hong, and he has been eating for more than 10 years. Are you really tired of eating? Yi Jiayao threw the dishes and chopsticks into the dishwasher and returned to the door of the study, looking in through the half-open door. Sure enough, Miu Linghan lost his temper with his mobile phone again. You won't use it for work tomorrow. Yi Jiayao was silent for Miu Linghan's mobile phone for 3 minutes. Her work mobile phone was thrown away. Can't her personal mobile phone escape bad luck? Miu Linghan's personal mobile phone did not usher in a miserable ending, but was photographed heavily on the table. The man noticed the figure at the door and said coldly, "Get out of here." Yi Jiayao rolled her eyes. Isn't this man angry with his subordinates and wants to spread it on her head? What's the matter? Miu Lingha's face was cold and he pulled his collar irritably. The top button of his shirt was torn open, revealing the man's white and sexy collarbone. I want to take a shower. Yi Jiayao looked at Miu Lingha's open neck and couldn't help swallowing. Emma, isn't this man going to seduce her? Go and give me some water. Seeing that Yi Jiayao didn't move, Miu Linghan thought she was unwilling, and her voice became deep. Aunt Hong is off work. Yi Jiayao came back to her senses and went out immediately. After putting water in the bathtub, Yi Jiayao pushed Miu Linghai to the bathroom, reached out to help him up and sit by the bathtub, and raised her hand to help him unbutton. Miu Linghai's face turned black and he held Yi Jiayao's hand. What are you doing? Yi Jiayao blinked, her eyes were clear, like a pure little white rabbit. Help you take off your clothes. Is she about to see the golden ratio figure mentioned in the book? Miu Linghai. Doesn't this woman know how shy she is? My hand is not injured. Oh, Yi Jiayao nodded to show that she understood, then withdrew her hand and touched Miu Linghai's trousers. Miu Linghan raised his hand to block it, gritted his teeth and said, "What are you doing? You're not implying that I help you take off your pants." Yi Jiayao blinked with an expression of, I know, you don't need to explain. Miu Linghai's face turned black. You get out. This woman is really shameless. There is no lower limit. Yi Jiayao withdrew her hand with some regret and turned around and walked out. Then I'll wait outside. Call me anytime if you need anything. When closing the bathroom door, Yi Jiayao muttered, a big man is so pretentious. Miu Linghan. After taking a shower, Mu Linghan pushed the wheelchair out and heard a faint cry in Yi Jiayao's room. He couldn't help stopping the wheelchair. After listening for a while, I was sure that Yi Jiayao was crying, and she cursed while crying, abominable man, disgusting, woo-woo. Miu Linghai's pupils flashed, and her expression on her face was a little subtle. This woman was yelled at by him to cry. Isn't it shameless and scoundrel? Just say a few words and cry. Women are so fragile. Miu Linghan pulled his hair irritably and pushed the wheelchair into the master bedroom. He was lying in bed with Yi Jiayao's faint crying and complaints in his ear. The man frowned and only felt upset for a while. This woman should be kicked out. Or let her change a room. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the person next door laughed wildly. The laughter was very strange, like the sad smile after crying. The laughter made Miu Linghai's whole back start. He simply got up and pushed the wheelchair out. You all bully me. Why is the world so unfair to me? Why? The woman next door cried and laughed, like crazy. Miu Linghan couldn't help shaking when he heard the sound. Yi Jiayao is really crazy, is she? Miu Linghan accelerated the speed of pushing the wheelchair. When he arrived at the door of Yi Jiayao's room, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Yi Jiayao's crazy laughter suddenly stopped. Grandma, why don't you go to bed so late? The voice of the mobile phone came out, and Mrs. Miu's voice was a little hoarse. Jiayao, why are you crying? Is that grandson bullying you? Miu Linghai's heart tightened and quickly reached out to push the door. Don't let this woman talk nonsense. No, Grandma, Mu Linghan and I are very good. Mu Lingha's hand pushing the door stopped, and his eyelids picked up. This woman knows her appearance. Grandma Mu's voice came out again, don't lie to me. I know Xiaohe's temper. When she is unhappy, she will take out her anger on the people around her. Mu Linghan pursed his lips, his eyes were a little dim, and his hand on the armrest became a fist. Yi Jiaoyao's voice came out again, Grandma misunderstood. Mu Linghan just seems to have a bad temper. In fact, his face is cold and his heart is warm, and his heart is the softest. Hearing the words, Mu Linghan's body stiffened slightly. Jiaoyao, don't be afraid. Tell Grandma the truth. Grandma will support you. Although Grandma is old, she can still control him. Grandma, did I tell the truth? Mu Linghan's eyes sank. Chapter 28, then lifted the quilt and came in. In fact, Mu Linghan is very stingy. Mu Linghan. He refused to even pay more money to hire a nanny, and swiped my bank card. He never mentioned reimbursement. In addition, his shoes are obviously very new, he would rather throw them away than sell second-hand on the platform for me. Yi Jiaoyao counted Mu Linghan and finally summed up. Like Grantai, I am his wife, but he is so stingy. Does he want to himself for free? Mu Linghan. On the other end of the phone, Grandma Mu was quiet for a long time, and then said, won't that kid give you money to spend? Grandma will tell him now. Yi Jiaoyao's face straightened and immediately said, Grandma, I will deal with this myself. Don't worry. Shall I tell you a joke? Once upon a time, there was a temple. There was an old monk in the temple. One day, he said to the little monk. Yi Jiaoyao opened the topic. Mu Linghan at the door turned the wheelchair and left, hanging his head down, and his expression was obscure. Yi Jiaoyao long after chatting with Mrs. Mu, she hung up the phone. Looking at the time, it was already past 9 o'clock. She quickly pushed the door open and went out. She found that there was no one in the bathroom, and sighed regretfully. Mu Linghan came out dressed by herself. How long has she been washing? She was too deeply into the play just now. I don't know if she quarreled with him. Yi Jiaoyao quickly rejected herself. If he had really quarreled with Mu Linghan, with his arrogant temper, he would have come and been angry with her long ago. Shaking her head, Yi Jiaoyao turned around and went back to the bedroom. In the middle of the night, Yi Jiaoyao was sleeping soundly, and there was a collision sound next door. The sound was not loud, but sparse. She frowned and tossed twice, and the sound of collision in her ear continued. She completely woke up, lifted the quilt and got out of bed. When she walked to the door of the next room, she heard the cough inside that seemed to cough out her lungs together. Cough cough cough. Yi Jiaoyao frowned into a ball and raised her hand to gently knock on the door. Mu Linghan, are you okay? What responded to her was a more violent cough. This boss also coughs too much. Suddenly, there was no sound in the master bedroom. Yi Jiaoyao's heart tightened and immediately pushed the door in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Mu Linghan lying motionless on the ground. Next to him was an electric wheelchair that hit the wall and made a banging sound. His heart jumped suddenly. The boss won't be an immortal, will he? Yi Jiaoyao quickly squatted beside Mu Linghan to check. She saw that the man's eyes were closed, his face was stiff, and his lips were white, as if he was about to go out of breath at any time. She put her hand to Mu Linghan's nose and found that his breathing was unusually weak. Thinking of what the book said, Mu Linghan was weak, and sometimes she suddenly fainted and had difficulty breathing. She quickly turned Mu Linghan over and gave him artificial respiration. Press the outside of the chest and blow to the mouth. Yi Jiaoyao tensed her nerves and kept pressing and blowing him. After 2 minutes, Mu Linghan still didn't react. Yi Jiaoyao's heart tightened and continued to rescue. He pinched his nose and the corners of his mouth, lowered his head, pressed his lips together, and breathed. Mu Linghan slowly lifted his eyelids, and his eyes were still a little confused. The next moment, he felt the touch from his lips, and his whole body froze, as if struck by lightning. Yi Jiaoyao moved her lips away and saw a pair of wide and dull eyes. She stretched out her hand and shook it in front of Mu Linghan. The latter did not respond and didn't even move her eyes. Yi Jiaoyao's heart jumped. The boss won't be dead, will he? Yi Jiaoyao stared at Mu Linghan with wide eyes and said in horror, don't close your eyes. Mu Linghan. Yi Jiaoyao's face was full of anxiety. She stretched out her hand and kept shaking Mu Linghan's body. Mu Linghan, don't die. Mu Linghan moved his fingers. This woman has a little conscience. Yi Jiaoyao's voice was a little crying, and the movement of her hands became louder. I can't afford to buy you a cemetery. Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan was dizzy when he was shaken and opened his mouth with difficulty. Don't shake. He will be shaken to death by this woman even if he doesn't die. You haven't made a legacy yet. Hearing the voice, Yi Jiaoyao was stunned for a moment, suddenly came back to her senses, and met Mu Linghan's irritable eyes. You are not dead? Yi Jiaoyao spread her hand under his nose to make sure that she was still breathing, and then she calmed down. Fortunately, the boss is not dead, and she hasn't won the will yet. Help me up. Mu Linghan glanced at the corners of Yi Jiaoyao's tearful eyes, and her pupils flashed slightly. Was this woman really anxious just now? Oh, Yi Jiayao helped Mu Linghan onto the bed and looked at him for a moment. Mu Linghan raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Why, are you so afraid of my death? Of course. You haven't made a will yet? How can you die? Yi Jiayao shouted in her heart, but with a hurt expression on her face. She looked at Mu Linghan's eyes with grievance. You are my husband. Of course, I hope you are fine. How can you misunderstand me like this? The boss probably didn't hear what she said about making a will, did he? Mu Linghan withdrew his gaze and looked at the wall. Because of the excessive power-consuming wheelchair that had fallen to the ground, his eyes were a little colder. Yi Jiayao noticed that his eyes also looked over and asked with some doubts, is the wheelchair broken? Mu Linghan didn't answer. Yi Jiayao went straight to the wall and helped the wheelchair up. The wheelchair was a little deformed by the continuous impact. She sighed and said, I was wrong. Mu Linghan? You are not stingy with me. You are born stingy and even buy cheap things for wheelchairs. Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiayao's lips, and her eyes darkened. What did you just do? Yi Jiayao rolled her eyelids and looked ignorant. What did you say? I don't understand. The boss is grumpy and arrogant, and still has a heart on Bai Yiguang Qingshi. If he knows that he has been taken advantage of by himself, will he strangle her on the spot? Mu Linghan saw that Yi Jiayao pretended to be stupid and did not ask questions. He coughed gently twice again. I'm going to bed. Get out. Yi Jiayao blinked and asked uncertainly, why don't you call the doctor to have a look? No need. Mu Linghan pulled the quilt over and covered himself, turned his face and stopped looking at her. Yi Jiayao stared at the back of Mu Linghan's head for a while, and was sure that he was okay, so she left gently. The door was gently closed, and Mu Linghan opened it again. Eyes, in the dark night, the man's eyes are deep and distant, as if he is meditating, and he seems to think about nothing. He looked at the floor-to-ceiling window, and the moonlight faintly shone on the ground through the curtain, casting a shadow. It was obviously quiet around, but Mu Linghan was inexplicably irritable. He turned over, closed his eyes, and wanted to continue to sleep, but his head became clearer and clearer. Obviously, he was very tired, but the feeling of not being able to sleep made him more and more irritable, and his chest suddenly surged. Creaking, the door was suddenly opened, and Yi Jiayao's figure appeared at the door. Mu Linghan locked his eyebrows and wanted to open his mouth when he saw the girl squinting and approaching, then lifted the quilt and came in. Mu Linghan. Chapter 29, Does she really want to please herself? Suddenly, there was a strange breath on the bed. Mu Linghan's body stiffened in an instant. He coldened his face and stretched out his finger to poke Yi Jiayao's shoulder. His voice was hazy and hoarse. What the hell? Doesn't this woman want to give her a hug? It's so shameless. Yi Jiayao hummed in a daze, and then moved her body and pressed a hand on his stomach. Mu Linghan's face turned black. Does this woman still want to take advantage of him? Yi. Bunzi, don't run. Mu Linghan. He squinted and looked at Yi Jiayao's face. He found that her eyes were closed and her mouth was slightly open, looking like she was sleeping. The man frowned. Sleepwalking. Yi Jiayao turned over and directly hugged Mu Linghan's whole body. She buried her head in his neck, moved her nose, took a deep breath, and muttered, Bunzi, have you become thinner? The girl's gentle breath hit his neck, itchy and hot. Mu Linghan's whole body stiffened, and his face turned black at the same time. Why does this woman have so many bad things? He shouldn't have agreed to let her live in. Bunzi. Yi Jiayao muttered again. Steamed buns. What is it? Obviously, it's not something to eat. Don't poop. I don't want to be a scavenger today. Mu Linghan. Is the steamed bun a dog? Mu Linghan's chest was blocked, and there was a faint tendency to cough. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed it. Yi Jiayao rubbed her head against Mu Linghan's neck. Bowser, why do you smell like a fox? Haven't you taken a shower for a long time? After saying that, his hands began to rub on Mu Linghan's body. Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan quickly stretched out his hand to hold Yi Jiayao's messy hand, gritted his teeth and said, Yi Jiayao, wake up. If his foot hadn't been hurt, he would have kicked this hateful woman down. Mu Linghan pushed Yi Jiayao hard and tried to push her out of bed. Yi Jiayao frowned suddenly, with a reproach in her tone. Bowser, be good. It will be fine soon. Ding Ding also needs to wash up. With that, he stretched out his other hand towards Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan's heart choked and he quickly held her other hand. The man gritted his back teeth, and his voice was low and cold. Yi. Good. Yao. Yi Jiayao seemed to be frightened by his cold air. She curled up and moved back a little. When she reached the edge of the bed, she could fall down as long as she moved. When Mu Linghan saw Yi Jiayao's aggrieved and panicked move, his heart couldn't help softening. He hesitated for a moment and withdrew his hand. She will fall down by herself without his hands. Mu Linghan kept staring at Yi Jiayao, wondering when she would fall down, but Yi Jiayao lay there on her side and didn't move. Like a stone on the edge of a cliff, it looks like it will fall at any time, but it stays there steadily and can't fall down. Mu Linghan looked at it and fell asleep at some point. Yi Jiayao was awakened by the cold. She curled up and slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was under the bed. She shook her body, sat up slowly, looked up and looked around, and found that it was her room. Half of the quilt on the bed fell to the ground, and only a corner of the edge covered herself. Did she fall out of bed? No wonder it's so cold. Yi Jiayao got up and rubbed her arm, lifted the quilt again, got in, and continued to sleep. Fortunately, she just fell out of bed and didn't sleepwalk. This body is not hers. The problem of sleepwalking should be gone. Right. Yi Jiayao fell asleep again and didn't get up until 9 o'clock. There was no shooting today. Yi Jiayao slept in peace of mind. After washing, she came to the hall. Breakfast was already set on the table. Sandwiches, eggs, soy milk, ham, and beautiful green leafy vegetables look very high-end. However, it's already cold. Aunt Hong was wiping the coffee table. When she saw Yi Jiayao coming down, she immediately greeted her, and then said sadly, "Sir, you don't have breakfast again." Yi Jiayao nodded to show that she understood, and rolled her eyes silently in her heart. How can this man be like a brat? If he didn't still hold the power of her life and death, she wouldn't want to mess with him. I'll go up and have a look. Yi Jiayao came to the study and saw Mu Linghan sitting in front of the desk, irritably pulling the gauze on her one eye. The gauze was already loose, as if it could fall off at any time. Yi Jiaoyao's eyelids jumped and immediately came forward to stop him. Don't you want your eyes anymore? When he approached, he noticed that his naked eyes were full of red blood, which looked like he hadn't slept all night, and it was a little oozing. Yi Jiaoyao's expression was slightly stunned. Did you be a thief last night? Mu Linghan glared at her angrily and was about to reprimand her. Yi Jiayao suddenly stretched out her hand to block his sight. Don't stare. It's going to become a dead fish's eye. Mu Linghan. I'll get you some hot towels to apply. After saying that, Yi Jiayao went straight out of the study. When she came to the door, she explained, if you want to be a pirate captain, continue to pull the gauze. Yi Jiayao left, and Mu Linghan's face was cold. He raised his hand to pull the gauze on his head again. It's itchy and hot, which is uncomfortable. As soon as he touched the gauze hand, he stopped. Thinking of Yi Jiaoyao's words, he was even more irritable. Why does he listen to a woman? Yi Jiayao quickly came in with a hot towel and pushed it in front of Mu Linghan. The man looked at the towel that was still exuding heat and snorted coldly, "You apply it for me." Yi Jiayao had no psychological burden and directly attached the hot towel folded into squares to Mu Linghan's exposed eyes. Hot. Mu Linghan took a deep breath and instinctively wanted to hide back. Yi Jiayao quickly raised her hand and pressed his shoulder. It's only hot that works. Don't move. Mu Linghan couldn't move, his lips pressed up, and his face was full of disguised disgust. In fact, it was only the perm that had just been pasted, and I quickly got used to it. The soreness and swelling of my eyes was relieved a lot in an instant, and the dryness in Mu Linghan's heart immediately decreased a lot. He can't see in both eyes now, but his senses are extremely clear. The hand on his shoulder is thin and long, and the fingertips of the tail finger touch his neck, which is very soft and slippery. A strange feeling flashed through Mu Linghan's heart. Are women's hands so delicate? No, Aunt Ho's hands are very rough, which must be because Yi Jiayao is particularly spoiled. Just as I was thinking about it, the hot cloth on my eyes was removed, and a slight coolness came, which made me feel much more comfortable. The towel is not hot. I'll go for some hot water again. Yi Jiayao said and walked out. Mu Linghan opened his eyes and inadvertently saw her slightly red palm, and his heart moved slightly. Her hand is hot. Why don't you let Aunt Hong do this kind of rough work? She really wants to please herself, so she does it herself. Chapter 30, Men are all big pig's feet. Yi Jiayao is used to being independent. She has no concept of summoning people at all, let alone what Mu Linghan has made up for himself. She went to the bathroom, turned on the water heater again, wet the towel and wrung it dry, and returned to the study. He was about to put the towel on Mu Linghan's eyelids again, and the latter suddenly reached out to take it. I'll do it myself. It's really hot. Mu Linghan gently put the towel on his eyelids, feeling the heat brought by the towel, and his heart was mixed. After 3 consecutive hot compresses, most of the blood in Mu Linghan's eyes dissipated. Go to breakfast first, and call the doctor to bandage you again later. Mu Linghan directly ignored Yi Jiayao's words and continued to work in the computer. Yi Jiayao quickly brought in the breakfast. Mu Linghan glanced at it and continued to ignore it. Yi Jiayao left without saying a word. Mu Linghan frowned. The woman didn't persuade him to eat. Mu Linghan put his hand on the keyboard and continued to operate. Suddenly, the web page could not be opened, and the network icon in the lower right corner showed that it could not be connected. Why was the network suddenly disconnected? I immediately called Aunt Hong. Aunt Hong was a little embarrassed. Missy has to clean up and unplug the network bus. Mu Linghan. This woman, do you think he will compromise in this way? Mu Ling smiled coldly and picked up her mobile phone to use the hotspot to connect to the internet. Suddenly, the mobile phone rang. Grandma Mu sent you a video invitation. Mu Linghan's face turned black and he picked it up. The moment it was connected, his expression immediately became calm. Grandma Mu's face appeared on the screen, with a rare bright smile on her face, which surprised Mu Linghan a little. Xiaohan. Grandma Mu smiled brightly, her face was much better than usual, and her voice was full of joy. Just come over directly later. You don't have to buy any gifts. You have to toss around. You are still hurt. As soon as Mu Linghan heard what his grandmother said, he knew what Yi Jiayao had said to her, so he could only follow the words. Good. Then I'll wait for you to come and have breakfast together. After saying that, Grandma Mu hung up the phone. Putting down his mobile phone, Mu Linghan looked cold, patted the table hard, and made a bang sound. The woman actually complained to her grandmother that she didn't have breakfast. Yi Jiayao casually threw the rag aside, looked at the network cable removed by her, hooked the corners of her mouth, returned to the room and changed into an outing suit. When she walked to the hall, she met Mu Linghan's dark face. The gauze on the man's face has been retied. On the side, Aunt Hong looked cautious. Yi Jiayao squinted and smiled. Is this Bao Gau's possession? Mu Linghan. Aunt Hong. Mu Linghan gritted his teeth. Yi Jiayao, you are very good. Yi Jiayao smiled sweeter and sweeter. Thank you for your praise. Mu Linghan. On the way to the nursing home, Yi Jiayao bought a flower basket of fruit. When she arrived at the nursing home, Yi Jiayao put the fruit basket on Mu Linghan's lap and pushed him forward. Electric wheelchairs are not reliable, so I changed to a manual ordinary wheelchair this time. The two walked in the corridor and saw Mrs. Mu, who stretched out her neck at the door of the room, from afar. As soon as Yi Jiayao saw Mrs. Mu, she stepped forward cheerfully, carefully held her, and said, Grandma, how can you stand here? Hurry back to the room to rest. As he said, he helped Mrs. Mu to walk inside. The forgotten Mu Linghan. Mrs. Mu sat down, patted Yi Jiayao's hand gently, and said happily, don't you want to see you earlier? Yi Jiayao pretended to be angry and said, Grandma misses me. I will come here often in the future. I can't stand at the door like this and blow the wind. Mrs. Mu smiled and her face was a little rosy. Well, it's all up to you. Sure enough, it's better for girls. The intimate little cotton jacket, and the boys is made of soil that smells bad and hard. Mu Linghan pushed the wheelchair and slipped in by himself, and heard this sentence. Grandma, the popular saying now is that men are all big pigs. Feet. Old Lady Mu became interested. What do you mean? It means that men don't have a good thing. Mrs. Mu laughed and said, haha, this statement is new. Mu Linghan. After the two talked for a few words, Yi Jiayao changed the topic and walked to the table beside her, with a salivating expression. It smells so good too, it's still hot. Is it specially prepared for us? After saying that, he pushed Mu Linghan's wheelchair to the table, served him a bowl of porridge very thoughtfully, put an omelette, and then looked at him with a smile. Mu Linghan. Mrs. Mu looked at the warm interaction between the two, and her face was full of relief. Mu Linghan stared at Mrs. Mu's expected eyes and picked up his chopsticks stubbornly. Reluctantly eating a bowl of porridge, Yi Jiayao chatted with Grandma Mu again. Yi Jiayao's stomach was full of jokes, which made Grandma Mu happy. The father scolded his son and said, your mother is a pig, and you are also a pig. The son turned around and said, Dad, why are you so bad? You married a pig and gave birth to a pig. Dad said, constipation, uncomfortable, and the son said, I have a way. We can buy a toilet that can be turned. You sit on it, won't it come out as soon as you press the button? A couple, the woman said she wanted to poop, and the man said, how can I poop here? In jaw. The woman said, why can't I pull it? After saying that, she took the man's hand. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Mu smiled with joy on her face. Mu Linghan beside her was clumsily peeling fruit, listening to Yi Jiayao's unnutritious jokes full of black lines. What's wrong with this woman's mind? It really has no connotation. Yi Jiayao was chatting and suddenly felt a little anxious. She got up and went to the toilet. After she left, Mrs. Mu's housekeeper also left under her eyes. Only Mu Linghan and Mrs. Mu are left in the room. Mrs. Mu, the smile on his face was put away and he looked at Mu Linghan seriously. Jiayao is a good girl. You can't bully her. Mu Linghan was silent. There are not many people who can stand your changeable personality. If you toss her like this, she can still bear not to come to me to complain. Mu Linghan's eyelids jumped, and her face was slightly cold. You came to be a roast for her? Did the woman still sue secretly? Old Lady Mu snorted softly. Do you really think I'm old and confused and don't know anything about you? Mu Linghan fell into silence. Mrs. Mu used to be a leader of the company. The company faced several crises and relied on her to turn the tide. If she had the heart, he couldn't hide his pretending to be sick from her at all. So, does it really have nothing to do with Yi Jiayao? Forget it, I can't control feelings. If you really don't like her, just let her go when I die and don't embarrass her. Hearing the words, Mu Linghan's eyelids jumped and quickly straightened up and said, Grandma, you will live a long life? Chapter 31, I want to kill people. Mrs. Mu waved her hand and obviously didn't want to continue to argue about this topic. At this time, Yi Jiayao also came back, and Mrs. Mu showed a loving smile on her face. Mu Linghan. Isn't he his own grandson? Yi Jiayao chatted with Grandma Mu again and left with Mu Linghan. When they got into the car, Yi Jiayao and Mu Linghan sat in the back seat. Mu Linghan's face was still cold, while Yi Jiayao looked out of the window in a daze. The two of them didn't talk all the way until they returned to the small villa. As soon as they entered the door, Mu Linghan held Yi Jiayao's hand. His voice was cold, as if he came from the abyss of the cold pool. I advise you not to play tricks on Grandma, or I will make you die without a whole body. Yi Jiayao's pinched wrist suddenly hurt, and her eyebrows frowned gently. Why did this man suddenly go crazy? I respect and love Grandma, and I didn't think of any bad ideas. This is the best way. Mu Ling snorted coldly, shook off Yi Jiayao's wrist, looked at her instantly bruised hand, and frowned. The woman was too delicate. The wheelchair rolled towards the elevator. When passing by Aunt Hong, Mu Linghan suddenly stopped. Aunt Hong, you don't need to cook the food in the future. Aunt Hong was stunned for a moment and said with some sadness, Sir, what did I do wrong? The man looked at the direction of Yi Jiayao, hooked the corners of his mouth, and his voice was a little sarcastic. No, it's just an free nanny. You don't have to use it for nothing. You can clean regularly and leave, and the salary remains unchanged. Yi, free nanny Jiayao. This man is angry that she uses her grandmother to force him to eat and deliberately toss her. Aren't you afraid of her poisoning if you let her cook? Aunt Hong took a look at Yi Jiayao with some sympathy, and then picked up the bag and left. Yi Jiayao simply went back to her room to get the script and studied it again. The sky and the earth are big, and the money is the biggest. Yi Jiayao was trying to recite the lines in the living room. Suddenly, there was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground from upstairs. She was shocked and quickly left the script and went upstairs. Mu Linghan won't fall, will he? As soon as I went upstairs, I saw a laptop thrown out at the door of the study. Yi Jiayao swallowed her saliva. Is this man manic? She'd better step back silently. In the original work, the boss is not only a sick man, but also has a very irritable temper and gets angry at any time. There are always a few days every month, and there are always a few moments every day that explode. In the words of the fans in the comment area, it is, the boss has a big uncle, or he comes twice a month, and once lasts for half a month. Yi Jiayao shrank her neck and stepped back carefully, thinking, cherish life and stay away from Mu Linghan. Come in. The man's voice is full of the smell of gunpowder, like a bomb that can explode at any time. Yi Jiayao hesitated for a moment and decided to move forward. It's better to be obedient when the boss's uncle comes. In the original work, the heroine is considerate and comforts when the boss is crazy and angry every time, so that the boss treats her differently. Since Jin Shuyi can do it, can she? Thinking of this, Yi Jiayao's steps were a little more steady and her heart was a little more confident. When I came to the door of the study, I saw paper and pens falling all over the ground. It was no exaggerative to say that it was a mess. Yi Jiayao stepped over a corpse on the ground with a faint expression, stood still in front of the desk, looked at Mu Linghan, and said calmly, what's the matter? The man's expression is so scary. His face turned blue, the blue veins on his forehead were swollen, and the circles under his eyes were so heavy that he would be regarded as his peers by pandas, and his whole body exuded the anger of strangers not to enter. In this way, I don't know how Qing Shiyi approached him under pressure. She can feel Alexander just across a desk. Mu Linghan squeezed his lips and looked at Yi Jiayao with gloomy eyes, as if he was going to see through her. He said, I want to kill someone. Yi Jiayao. You can't say this casually, boss. Yi Jiayao's heart trembled, and her face showed a gentle and kind expression. I'll give you a bowl of noodles to eat. She has to find a reason to get away. Go to hell with all the gentle, considerate and caring. That's the privilege of the heroine. She is a vicious supporting actress. If she dares to come forward, she will only be cannon fodder. The expression on Yi Jiayao's face was calm, and her eyes were not afraid at all. The afterglow in the corner of her eyes swept around Mu Linghan. There are no pistols and no control of suspicious items such as knives. Wait, there is porcelain for decoration on the back shelf. Will the boss go crazy and smash her head with porcelain, or cut her throat with broken porcelain? The faster Yi Jiayao's brain turns, the calmer the expression on her face. Mu Linghan frowned and pulled his tie irritably. The top button of the shirt collapsed, revealing the sexy collarbone, and the fine sweat stains could be vaguely seen. However, Yi Jiayao was not in the mood to appreciate it at all now. She quietly raised her heels by 1 centimeter and was about to turn around and leave. Mu Linghan's chilling voice came again. Push me out to breathe. Yi Jiayao hooked the corners of her mouth and pulled out a soft smile. I'll give it to you. Cook noodles. The words behind were strangled in her throat by Mu Linghan's eyes. Yi Jiayao turned around, pushed the wheelchair. After saying that, Yi Jiayao moved gently and came to the back of Mu Linghan's wheelchair. She stretched out her trembling hand and gently touched the back of the chair. What, are you afraid? The man's voice seemed to come from hell, which scared Yi Jiayao's heart trembled 3 times. Her face was full of confusion, and her voice was even more innocent. What are you afraid of? Mu Linghan frowned and glanced sideways at Yi Jiayao, trying to see the fear and timidity from her face, but... No, is this woman bolder? Or do you lack tendons and don't feel his evil spirit? The wheelchair rolled up gently, and Yi Xiaoyao's steps were very light, a little floating in fact, her legs were weak. Neither of them said anything, and the sound of the wheels rolling was extremely clear. Yi Xiaoyao gently pushed Mu Linghan out of the door of the villa. The fresh air in front of her made her consciousness clear a lot, and the fear from the bottom of her heart also dissipated a little. It's really scary to see the boss going crazy. He said he wanted to kill people. He's not serious, is he? However, Yi Jiayao thought about it. The boss really wanted to kill her. She could still escape. There was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, the fear in Yi Jiayao's heart disappeared in an instant, and her steps were a little lighter. Mu Linghan frowned and always felt that the woman behind him was strange. Mu Linghan lives in a high-end villa area. There is a concrete road outside the door. The yard of the villa is divided into two sides by the concrete road. On one side is a swimming pool and a few simple fitness equipment, and on the other side is a parking space. There are some green plants and flowers around, and there is a small warehouse in the back. Yi Jiayao pushed Mu Linghan back and forth on the path in the yard. When she passed the fitness equipment, she couldn't help taking a look, and then heard Mu Linghan's mocking voice. Do you think it's too much? Chapter 32, Husbands who don't give money want to for nothing. Yi Jiayao looked at Mu Linghan blankly. What? Mu Linghan frowned. Does she really don't understand or pretend to be stupid? This woman actually despises him in her heart, right? What kind of fitness equipment does a sick man do? Mu Linghan's eyes dimmed a little and he stopped talking. Yi Jiayao's expression was even more confused, and her heart was ashamed. The boss is particularly sensitive to his sick body. If she just picks up the boss, will she be pushed into the swimming pool and drowned by the boss? Or under an order, let the bodyguard guard outside the villa come in and destroy her body? Yi Jiayao pushed Mu Linghan back and forth in the yard several times, and the fire in Mu Linghan's heart gradually dissipated. At this time, the sound of the car engine came from the door of the villa. Both of them looked over, and Xu Ningzhi's car drove in slowly. Xu Ningzhi got out of the car with the documents. When he saw Mu Linghan and Yi Jiayao in the yard, he was a little surprised. He soon regained his composure and nodded to Mu Linghan. Mr. Mu. Yi Jiayao saw that the two had business to talk about and was ready to hand over the wheelchair to Xu Ningzhi, but Mu Linghan said, "Press me in." Yi Jiayao could only push Mu Linghan into the room. All the way to the study, Yi Jiayao was about to leave, but Mu Linghan asked her to give him a massage. According to his NN's mo, she doesn't want to know Mu Linghan's work secrets. Xu Ningzhi glanced at Yi Jiayao, and then said, "The Yi family and we are bidding for a project. Since your accident, the Yi family has been doing small things secretly." Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan glanced at Yi Jiayao. "Do you think I should give up this project to my father-in-law?" Yi Jiayao. This man is nakedly testing her. Yi Jiayao ran past with 10,000 grass and mud horses in her heart, and her face was excited. How much money can the project be negotiated? Mu Linghan raised a sneer at the corners of his mouth. 100 million. Yi Jiayao's eyes immediately turned into gold coins. Whoever of you earns money will share it with me. Mu Linghan. Xu Ningzhi. Mu Linghan said directly, "I can't do it. Yi Haisheng can't wait to get money from Yi Jiayao. How can he share it with her?" Yi Jiayao instantly fell off like a frosted eggplant. "Then you still ask me this question to make me happy?" Mu Linghan frowned. "Does this woman only care about whether she can share the money? Yi Haisheng is your father. A father who doesn't give money is a stent-father." With that, Yi Jiayao added, "The husband who doesn't give money wants to for nothing." Mu Linghan. Xu Ningzhi. After Yi Jiayao left, she returned to her bedroom and quickly closed the door. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her back was full of cold sweat. This boss is so hateful. He is suspicious of her all the time and wants to test her at any time. Fortunately, her acting skills are online. No, you can't hang yourself on a tree. It's more reliable to make money by yourself. I'll find someone tomorrow, reorganize the restaurant first, and reopen it. After thinking about it clearly, Yi Jiayao immediately used her mobile phone to surf the internet, downloaded a platform in the same city, issued a recruitment notice, and then went through the marketing methods of her previous life in her mind again and wrote them down on paper. After thinking for a while, 2 hours have passed. Yi Jiayao put down her mobile phone, rubbed her sour eyes, went into the bathroom, washed her face, and then lay on the soft bed. I don't know if it's because I've acted. The mental tension caused by the degree, as soon as she relaxed, Yi Jiayao soon fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was already dark. Looking at the time, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Jiayao immediately turned over and went downstairs to cook. When I passed by the study, I found that the light inside was still on, and there was a faint conversation between the two men. Yi Jiayao curled her lips and talked for so long that she hadn't finished talking. The president is really busy. He works so hard even when he is injured. Yi Jiayao went into the kitchen and fried a few dishes, brought them to the table, glanced at the small bar next to the dining room, hesitated, took out a bottle of red wine, put 2 goblets and square towels, adjusted the arrangement of the dining table, and felt much higher in an instant. Yi Jiayao looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction and came to the study to call people. It's time to eat. Yi Jiayao appeared at the door of the study in an apron. Xu Ningji's eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. Mu Linghan's expression calmed down a lot. He glanced at Yi Jiayao faintly, withdrew his eyes again, and continued to talk to Xu Ningji about work. The research and development progress of this new product. Xu Ningji looked at Mu Linghang and then glanced at Yi Jiayao, and knew it in his heart. Mr. Mu is to show Yi Jiayao's face. Yi Jiayao was not angry either. After waiting at the door for a while, the two talked more and more passionately. She had no intention of stopping at all. She simply went downstairs by herself. The afterglow in the corners of Mu Linghang's eyes glanced at her back, and a little sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Are you going to sue Grandma again? If you use the same trick too much, it won't work. Mu Linghang withdrew his gaze and picked up the pen to sign the document. At this time, a wisp of smoke suddenly rose outside the window. Xu Ningji was shocked when he saw it. Smoke, smoke. It's on fire, Mr. Mu, the yard is on fire. Mu Ling's cold eyes jumped and looked back at the window behind him, and saw a wisp of light smoke coming up, followed by a pungent smell of carbon burning. Xu Ningji strode forward and looked under the window, and saw that on the lawn directly below, Yi Jiayao was racking a baking tray and roasting. Mu Linghan also pushed the wheelchair to the window. Seeing Yi Jiayao's behavior, his face turned black and he scolded coldly, Yi Jiayao. What are you doing? Yi Jiayao was seriously flipping the meat on the baking sheet with pliers. Hearing the sound, she looked up and looked up. Looking at Mu Lingha's deep eyes, she grinned and said, I'll wait for you to eat. Isn't it boring? Just grill some meat, turd food. Mu Linghang. Yi Jiayao smiled and narrowed her eyes. This chicken leg is relatively thick and baked slowly. You can talk about work slowly, don't worry. Mu Linghang. Xu Ningji followed Mu Linghang, looking at his increasingly dark face and the increasingly heavy smell of smoke in the study. His heart trembled. This Yi Jiayao is so bold. Is she deliberately challenging Mr. Mu's patience? Yi Jia. Mu Linghang's voice was as cold as frost. She bit her back teeth and was about to speak. Yi Jiayao below suddenly picked up her mobile phone and said to herself, I want to send a circle of friends to show my cooking skills. Hearing the words, Mu Linghang's words were stuck in his throat. Today, Yi Jiayao just taught her grandmother to read moments. Have a meal. Mu Linghang withdrew from the window and pushed the wheelchair forward. Xu Ning knew that he was a little at a loss, so he heard Mu Linghang say, go to dinner. Xu Ningji. Chapter 33, the woman wanted to pour him wine. Xu Ning didn't know, so he followed Mu Linghang, feeling the cold air coming from his body, and couldn't help swallowing. It's the first time I've seen Mr. Mu holding back his anger. It's so strange. Yi Jiayao looked up at the window of the study and was sure that Mu Linghang had left. She took the baked plate and walked back to the villa. As soon as she put the plate on the dining table, she saw Mu Linghang and Xi Ningju coming down from the elevator. Yi Jiayao laughed so hard, what a coincidence. I just finished roasting a plate of meat, which is just right for eating, and it's still hot. Xi Ningji. Mu Linghang's eyes were a little cold. He came to the table and glanced at the dishes on the table, steamed okra, stir-fried meat, fish-flavored shredded pork, and stewed tofu. They are all light and home-cooked dishes, exquisite workmanship, and very appetizing. When Xu Ningji saw the dinner, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Which takeaway are these dishes? He took a look at the tableware. There were 3 sets, and one of them was his. Yi Jiayao looked at Xu Ningji, who was standing there, patted the chair beside him, and asked him to sit down. Xu Ningji's heart jumped and he quickly refused, I still have work to do next time. After saying that, Xi Ningji picked up the briefcase and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Yi Jiayao quickly stopped him. Xu Ningji thought that she was going to persuade him to stay again. He quickly shook his head to refuse. He heard Yi Jiayao say, help me throw away the garbage by the way. Then, he stuffed him with a garbage bag. Xu Ningji left with a smile and a garbage bag. Mu Linghang took a bite of the dish, and his eyes flashed slightly, but his face was mocking. He said coldly, it's really difficult. Wait a let, I'll take a picture and post it to Moments. Yi Jiayao said, holding her mobile phone high and taking a picture of herself, taking a picture of the dining table and Mu Linghang together. Mu Linghang. After taking the photo, Yi Jiayao happily put away her mobile phone and sat at the table, and said to Mu Linghang, is it delicious? Mu Ling glanced at her coldly, said nothing, and bowed her head to eat silently. Yi Jiayao didn't expect him to respond. After half full, she picked up the red wine and poured a little red wine into her goblet. Mu Linghang looked at another empty goblet on the table, his eyes narrowed, and his eyes were a little more gloomy. Does this woman want to pour wine on him? Who doesn't know that he is not in good health and not suitable for wine? The wine at the bar next to the kitchen is just a decoration. The woman deliberately drank in front of him and mocked him in disguise. It implies that he is sick. Yi Jiayao suddenly felt a little cold in her back. She looked up and saw Mu Linghang staring at the empty tall cup, as if she was going to see through a hole in the cup. Does this man want to drink? Don't look at it. If you look at the cup again, it won't fly to you by itself. If you want to drink, just say it directly. After saying that, Yi Jiayao got up, poured a little red wine into the glass, and pushed it in front of Mu Linghang. Mu Linghang looked at the tall glass pushed in front of him and frowned. A stubbornness rose in his heart inexplicably. He stretched out his hand to pick up the cup and drank it all. The special fragrance of red wine stimulated the taste and made his heart a little dry. The taste is not very good. However, there seems to be no discomfort in the chest. Mu Linghang was puzzled and kept staring at the bottle of red wine. Yi Jiayao thought he still wanted to drink it, so she poured him another glass. An hour later, Yi Jiayao carried the drunken Mu Linghang to the big bed. The man was lying on the big bed, his cheeks were red, his eyebrows were locked, and he stretched out his hand and pulled the buttons of the neckline irritably. After opening the two, his hands drooped, his face turned sideways, and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Jiayao stretched out her hand and patted Mu Linghang on the shoulder. Mu Linghang? Mr. Mu boss? Mu Linghang didn't react at all. Yi Jiayao rolled her eyes speechlessly. This man just drank half a bottle of red wine and got drunk like this. Is it because I am weak and particularly sensitive to alcohol? But in this case, why put so much red wine on the bar? It can't be a decoration, can it? Maybe it's because I'm too tired at work today, so I fell asleep after a little wine. Yi Jiayao went to the bathroom and wet a towel to wipe his red cheeks, and then gently wiped his neck. After wiping it twice, the man turned over. His back was facing Yi Jiayao, and the clothes on his waist were lifted up because of the movement, revealing his strong waist. Yi Jiayao couldn't help looking over and blinked her eyes twice. This figure, looming, seems to be leading people to commit crimes. The book says that although the boss is grumpy, he has a chick complex. If she takes the boss's first time, will the boss? Bah, what are you thinking about? Yi Jiayao slapped herself fiercely. Make you lustful. Are you dying? There is a white moonlight in the heart of the boss. If he knows that he has been drunk and ravaged, his end may be 100 times more miserable than what is described in the book. You have to wait until Qing Siyi is removed from Mu Linghang's heart. Yi Jiayao wiped Mu Linghang's hands, pulled the quilt to cover him, and then walked out gently. An hour later, Mu Linghang opened his eyes in a daze, his eyebrows wrinkled tightly, and his face was full of discomfort. The man raised his hand and pinched the swollen temple, and began to toss and turn. Obviously, he had a headache and was tired, but he couldn't sleep. Instead, he became more and more energetic. His chest surged with irritability, and soon began to cough gently. Cough 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 cough. Cough 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 cough. Early the next morning, Yi Jiayao finished breakfast and came to Mu Linghang's bedroom and knocked on the door gently, but there was no response inside. Is it possible that you are still sleeping? Yi Jiayao was a little confused. Didn't the book say that Mu Linghang was very self-disciplined and got up very early every day? Faintly feeling something was wrong, Yi Jiayao knocked on the door again. There was a faint sound inside. Yi Jiayao simply pushed the door in and saw Mu Linghang sitting on the head of the bed with her face. His face was so pale that it was a little oozing. Yi Jiayao swallowed her saliva and didn't dare to take a further step inside. She carefully asked, Mu Linghang, you? Mu Linghang's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes turned gently. He met Yi Jiayao's eyes. He slowly opened his mouth, but as soon as he opened his mouth, there was a violent cough. Cough cough cough. Yi Jiayao's expression tightened, hurried forward to pour him a glass of water, and gently patted his back to let him breathe. Mu Linghang coughed for a long time, so much that he couldn't even drink water. More than half of a glass of water was spilled on the bed. I'll call a doctor for you. Yi Jiayao quickly picked up Mu Linghang's mobile phone to call his personal doctor. Turning over the phone spectrum, the first call record I saw was Qing Siyi. Yi Jiayao was stunned for a moment, quickly came back to her senses and looked for the personal doctor's phone number again. Chapter 34, the man was in broad daylight. Before he could find the phone number, his hand was held down. He looked up and met Mu Linghang's deep black eyes. I'm all right. Yi Jiayao frowned and said, why is it okay? You have coughed like this. Mu Linghang's voice was very weak. Old problem, just get a nap. Yi Jiayao heard the sound outside the words. Didn't you sleep well last night? Mu Linghang didn't say anything, obviously acquiescing. Yi Jiayao pursed her lips, gently helped him to lie back on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. Mu Linghang opened his eyes and looked at her with fixed eyes. Yi Jiayao wondered, sleeping. Mu Linghang pursed his lips and said nothing. Yi Jiayao suddenly realized. Boss, is this insomnia again? The book says that the quality of the boss's sleep is very poor, and he can't take sleeping pills. He can't sleep at any time, and his eyes are open all night until dawn. Yi Jiayao said secretly, she can't eat and sleep well. No wonder she is irritable. I'll sing for you. Mu Linghang didn't say anything and didn't object. Yi Jiayao cleared her throat and began to sing slowly. The soft and ethereal voice echoed in the bedroom. Mu Linghang listened to Yi Jiayao's sweet voice, and the impetuousness in his heart gradually meted. His eyelids became heavier, and his breathing gradually became gentler. Mu Linghang fell asleep. Yi Jiayao breathed a sigh of relief and was about to get up quietly and leave. Suddenly, she found that her hand was held by a man. Yi Jiayao. She moved gently to pull out her hand, but the man held it tighter. 10,000 grass and mud horses rushed past Yi Jiayao's heart. Is she going to guard this man in broad daylight like this? After struggling for a while, she sent a message to Aunt Hong and asked her to bring the script in when she came to clean up. Finally, Yi Jiayao held the script in one hand and Mu Lihan in the other. She sat on the floor and recited the lines. There are not many lines of female no. 4, but her expression and emotions have changed a lot. Yi Jiayao thought about the psychological dynamics of the characters while reading the script. Her expression changed, and she couldn't help making a sound. When she put down the script again and was ready to twist her body to dredge her tendons and bones, she looked at a pair of deep eyes full of inquiry. Yi Jiayao's heart jumped and she blinked twice at Mu Linghan with an ignorant and cute face. Are you awake? How long have you been awake? Yi Jiayao is a little embarrassed. This man won't keep watching her change of face in Sichuan drama, will he? Mu Linghan saw Yi Jiayao's embarrassment and was inexplicably happy. It's been a while. Yi Jiayao. Boss, can't you tell a lie? So, should we continue to sleep or get up to eat? The quality of the boss's sleep was really bad, and he woke up after only an hour's sleep. Mu Linghan didn't answer. He glanced at the wheelchair next to him. Yi Jiayao immediately got up and pushed the wheelchair to the edge of the bed, helping him out of bed. The afterglow in the corners of Mu Linghan's eyes glanced at Yi Jiayao's white and delicate hands, and her eyes were a little darker. Suddenly, he put his hand back and covered the back of Yi Jiayao's hand. Yi Jiayao. The man's thick and warm hand covered Yi Jiayao's body. Yi Jiayao only felt a little hot. She instinctively wanted to pull it back, but she forcibly held back. Boss, isn't it addictive to pull her hand? Mu Linghan's fingers gently rubbed the back of Yi Jiayao's hand, and her voice was deep and beautiful. This hand is very tender. Yi Jiayao's eyes widened. Does the boss want to praise her? You can collect it. Yi Jiayao was so scared that she suddenly pulled her hand back. The boss wants to chop his hand? Sure enough, he is a pervert. Mu Linghan didn't seem to realize what he had said. He withdrew his hand expressionlessly and said in a low voice, let's go. Yi Jiayao swallowed her saliva and pushed the wheelchair out with trembling hands. There will be a banquet next week to make time. Yi Jiayao was stunned. Is the boss going to take her to social occasions to show her face? Isn't the boss disgusted with his wife? Does this mean that your image in the heart of the boss has risen? During the meal, Grandma's WeChat message sent me, saying that if Mu Linghan didn't prepare a dress for her, she would tell her secretly. Yi Jiayao. Sure enough, she thought too much. Mu Linghan took her in and out of social places to reassure her grandmother. In the afternoon, Yi Jiayao practiced in the room, and Mu Linghan talked about business with Xu Ningji in the study. The electric wheelchair was found out because of the circuit failure, and no man-made traces could be found. When he said this, Xu Ningji hesitated a little. Mu Linghan's eyebrows sank and said coldly, speak. Xu Ningji hesitated a little. Except for me, it's Yi Jiayao who has the opportunity to meet your wheelchair. Mu Linghan's expression was pale. Are you implying that you are the murderer? Xu Ningji was shocked and waved his hand repeatedly. How can it be me? Mu Linghan also said casually. Xu Ningji realized that Mu Linghan had no intention of pursuing, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his back was scared into a cold sweat. Mr. Mu's temper has been unstable recently because of the small actions of the people in the company. It is not impossible to really doubt him. It's just that why didn't Mr. Mu doubt Yi Jiayao? She doesn't have that ability. Mu Ling said lightly, and his eyes fell back on the computer screen. Xu Ningji was stunned for a moment, realized what Mu Linghan meant, and thought about it. Where did Yi Jiayao get the ability to break the wheelchair and still not find the traces of the man? He thought too much. It should really be just an accident. Contact the number 1 studio to style Yi Jiayao after a 2-day banquet. Oh, good. Xu Ningji. At noon, Yi Jiayao came out of the crew after the shooting and was taken to the styling studio by the driver sent by Mu Linghan. It took 2 hours to toss and turn to the hotel for the banquet. As soon as I stopped the car, I saw a familiar figure coming down from a car next to me that had just arrived. Xu Ningji nodded to Yi Jiayao and then went around the back door of the car to open the door for Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao immediately came forward. To help, Xu Ningji glanced at her and hesitated a little. Yi Jiayao had helped Mu Linghan into a wheelchair. The movements are very skillful. Xu Ningji looked at the expressionless Mu Linghan and the calm Yi Jiayao. He always felt that the atmosphere between the two was a little subtle, but he couldn't say it. Yi Jiayao pushed Mu Linghan to the door of the banquet hall. The people around her cast inquiring glances at Mu Linghan. Why did Mu Linghan come? Didn't you say it was seriously ill? He only appeared in the company twice a week, and it is said that he left in a hurry not long after he came. Mu's group will change its owner soon. Mu Linghan came to the banquet for the sake of face. I heard that many middle-level employees of Mu's group have changed jobs. The gossip and mocking eyes of the people around him seemed to have no effect on Mu Linghang. He looked ahead expressionlessly, his face pale and gloomy. As soon as I entered the banquet hall, the originally lively banquet hall became quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on Mu Linghang and Yi Jiayao. In addition to Mu Linghang, there are also many discussions about Yi Jiayao. Isn't that Yi Jiayao who has been chasing Mr. Law and cuckolding Mu Linghang? Chapter 35, The woman is thick-skinned. I heard that there was still a divorce a while ago. Why have we made up in just a few days? Was he abandoned by Mr. Law, so he was heartbroken and ran home to ask his husband for comfort? Mu Linghang glanced sideways at Yi Jiayao. Seeing that she looked free and unaffected at all, he couldn't help hooking her lips. This woman is thick-skinned. At this time, a man in a suit and leather came over, holding 2 glasses of wine in his hand, one of which was pushed to Mu Linghang, squinted and smiled. Mr. Mu, would you like to have a drink? Many people around are waiting to watch the good drama. Who doesn't know Mu Linghang's body? He never drinks, and because of the status of Mu's group, no one advises him to drink. Now, the status of Mr. Mu Linghang is shaky, and the Mu's group will soon change its owner. Mu Linghang, a weak man with many enemies, will definitely not end well. For a moment, everyone looked straight at Mu Linghang, waiting to see him get angry. Mu Li took a cold look at the wineglass and didn't reach out to pick it up. The man in the suit's eyes flashed with a little displeasure on his face. He said, Mr. Mu doesn't drink, doesn't give me face. There is still cooperation between them and the Mu's group. Isn't he afraid that he will break the contract in anger and add another mess to the Mu's group? Just as he was about to open his mouth again, the cup in his hand was picked up by someone. The man in the suit was stunned for a moment. When he saw Yi Jiayao, who was smiling and stunningly beautiful, he was in a trance for a moment. I'm just thirsty. After saying that, Yi Jiayao drank the wine in the glass directly. Everyone was stunned. Yi Jiayao actually relieved Mu Linghang. The man in the suit quickly reacted, and his little eyes narrowed again, and his tone was full of disdain. I respect Mr. Mu, it's not appropriate for you to take it over, is it? Yi Jiayao maintained a standard social smile and didn't care about the contempt in the man's expression at all. I'm Mrs. Mu, I'm not qualified. Who is qualified? However, there is no way to understand a man like you who made a fortune by relying on the original match and raised a 3rd child outside after becoming famous. The man in the suit stiffened and immediately said, Yi Jiayao, you have to take responsibility for slandering people casually. A few days ago, your little lover asked me to go shopping together. By the way, she likes this kind of social occasion the most. I called her and asked her to come over. West the pretended man's face changed, and he immediately softened his face and said, Miss Yi joked. This is a commercial banquet. People who don't have anything to do are not suitable for coming in. I still have something to do. Let's go first. With that, he left in a hurry and made a phone call while walking. Yi Jiayao rolled her eyes and took back her mobile phone. There is no little lover who makes an appointment to go shopping. Yi Jiayao is pure nonsense. In the original work, Yi Jiayao is a vicious supporting actress. Naturally, she is surrounded by some fox and dog friends. Except for a few arrogant Shenjing who also loves the hero Lu Jingming, the others are some super gold-worshipping internet celebrities, or the top 18 line little stars who do everything possible. 99 of those people have another level of identity business tycoons. The underground lover of. She just recognized the identity of the other party and thought of what was described in the book. The heroine met the original wife of the man in the suit and was abandoned by the man. She comforted and encouraged the other party, and then got a large amount of investment from the original wife. Yi Jiayao curled her lips, but casually scared her. The man in the suit was scared to pee. The man who eats soft rice is strong on the outside and the inside. Does she want to reveal it to the other party before the scumbag has fully grasped the power of the company and abandoned his original wife? What are you thinking about? Mu Linghang looked back at Yi Jiayao and frowned when he saw her looking at the man in a suit in a daze. Yi Jiayao immediately came to her senses and pushed Mu Linghang forward. The two came to the semicircular sofa in the corner. There are already people sitting there on the sofa. The man's face is handsome, the corners of his mouth are slightly hooked, and a pair of peach blossom eyes seem to be smiling at any time, giving people a feeling of gentleness and easy to get along with. Yi Jiayao took a look and guessed the identity of the other party, Shi Wenhao, the earliest entertainment company in the book, the boss of Happy Entertainment. Luo Jingji was the agent of their company, and later followed Qingxie Yi changed her job to Luo's, and soon Qixu Entertainment was suppressed by Lu's, and the name of the first entertainment company was quickly taken off. Yi Jiayao looked at Shi Wenhao's eyes and couldn't help but feel a little more pity. Qixu Entertainment spent a lot of energy to support Qingxi. It was hard to make her popular and prepared to make a lot of money. As a result, she made wedding clothes for others. There is also the heroine, who said that she didn't want to rely on her fiancé for convenience, so she refused to sign a contract with Luo's. She followed Luo Jingji to sign a contract with Happy Entertainment. As a result, she switched to Luo's group after it became popular. Mei Ming said she now has the ability to stand by Luo Jingming's side and wants to share for him and be his right-hand man. Yi Jiayao slapped secretly. What a move. Mu Linghang saw that Yi Jiayao had been staring at Xi Wanghao, and her eyes instantly became a little cold. The smile on Xi Wanghao's face was a little stiff. Mrs. Mu, do I have flowers on my face? Yi Jiayao withdrew her gaze faintly and joked, there are no flowers, but there are pits. Isn't it a big pit? Xi Wanghao couldn't help touching his face. Are there any pimple pits? Doesn't he have acne? Yi Jiayao found a corner to sit down to reduce her sense of existence. Mu Linghang and Xi Wanghao chatted. She didn't understand some technical terms and was not interested in them. She drank silently. After a while, Qing Shiyi, dressed in a short beige dress, came over, sat gently beside Mu Linghang, and said with concern, Brother Linghang, how are you? Why haven't you answered my phone recently? The last sentence is full of grievances, which makes people unbearable. Yi Jiayao has been silently shrinking in the corner as an invisible person. As soon as she saw Qing Shiyi appear, she immediately stood up and squeezed to the edge of the sofa. Mu Linghang did not get off the wheelchair, but leaned next to the sofa. Qing Shiyi sat in the corner of the sofa, the closest position to Mu Linghang. Only half of it was left on the edge of the sofa. Yi Jiayao seemed to sit upright, but in fact half of her buttocks were suspended in the air. Yi Jiayao poured a glass of water in front of Mu Linghang with a smile. Honey, drink some water. To the tone made the people around him get goosebumps. Mu Linghang didn't answer, and Yi Jiayao didn't care. She drank directly by herself. After drinking, she said shyly, I know you can't bear to make me thirsty. Mu Linghang. Xi Wenhao. Qing Shiyi's expression was a little stiff. She leaned forward slightly and said softly, Brother Linghang, your body. Mr. Luo, are you here? Yi Jiayao suddenly waved her hand to the front. Qing Shiyi immediately sat up straight and looked up at the same time. Where is Lord Jingming over there? Ah, I read it wrong. Why is Miss Qing nervous? Are you afraid of being caught on the spot by Mr. Luo? Qing Shiyi's brows tightened and she said displeasedly, Yi Jiayao, how can you talk nonsense? Chapter 36, I did it on purpose. Yi Jiayao nodded, yes, the principle you follow is to go directly. The smile on Qing Shiyi's face was a little unretainable. Why has Yi Jiayao been so satirical these 2 days? In the past, didn't you always curse rudely? At this time, a young man came over and looked at about 17 or 18 years old, which seemed to be the age of rebellion. Holding a wine glass in his hand, he came to Mu Linghang with a mocking face, looked up and down, and said, Isn't this the famous cripple Mr. Mu? He didn't stay at home and ran to the banquet. He accidentally died out of breath. Who can afford it? Although the other teenager didn't say anything, he also had the same expression, naked contempt. When Qing Shiyi heard this, she immediately frowned and stood in front of the other party. Wu Roy, how can you say that? Mu is always your cousin. Apologize to him? Yi Jiayao understood as soon as she heard the name. This arrogant sophomore in middle school was Mu Linghao's cousin, and his father was also one of the shareholders of Mu's group. He guessed that Mu Linghang was about to collapse. He thought that his father could rise to the top, and drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine and ran to provoke. Well, I'll apologize to him for his drinking. With that, Wu Roy bypassed Qin Shiyi and approached Mu Linghang. He crooked his hand and spilled the glass of wine on Mu Linghang's leg. Mu Linghang took a few steps back in the wheelchair, and a little wine splashed on the upper of the shoe. Wu Roy's cheeks turned slightly red because of drinking. He looked at the water drops on Mu Linghang's upper of his shoes and smiled more mockingly. Oh, I'm sorry for slipping. These shoes are very expensive, aren't they? Take it off quickly and take it out and take good care of it. After all, you may never be able to wear such expensive shoes again. Mu Linghang didn't say anything, and Wu Rui was a little bolder. This man is really about to die, otherwise he would have been furious with his spleen. In the past, he was compared with Mu Linghang, but now he finally has a chance to step on the other party. Just as Wu Rui was proud, his head suddenly felt cold, and a large glass of wine poured directly from his head and flowed into his clothes along his cheeks, which made him tremble and quickly took 2 steps back to the side. Unfortunately, it was too late. His hair, cheeks, and collar were all wet. Who? Wu Rui blushed with anger and was about to curse loudly. Looking back, he looked at a stunningly beautiful face. Yi Jiayao slowly withdrew the empty wine glass in her hand, with an apologetic face, but her eyes were full of contempt and said, I'm sorry, my hand slipped. Wu Roi's face turned black and he scolded angrily, Yi Jiayao, you did it on purpose. Yi Jiayao smiled and said, this kid, you'd better change your clothes quickly and dry clean them well, or you won't have a chance to wear such expensive clothes in the future. The boss will soon pick up those who hide their evil intentions. There is nothing wrong with her words. As soon as everyone heard this, they immediately turned their eyes to Mu Linghang. Yi Jiayao clearly said that she was standing up for Mu Linghang. Mu Linghang glanced at the empty wine glass in Yi Jiayao's hand, his eyes were slightly condensed, and he didn't say anything. There is a strange feeling in my heart, and I can't say it clearly. Yi Jiayao. Wu Rui was so angry that his face turned red. He stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Jiayao, looking at her angrily, as if he would do it at any time. Qing Shuyi looked anxious and quickly came over to persuade, Wu Rui, calm down. Jia Yao didn't mean it. Jia Yao rolled her eyes and looked like a scoundrel. I did it on purpose, how about it? If you are not convinced, come and bite me. Let me prove to everyone that you are the reincarnate of a roaring dog. Everyone. Wu Roi was so angry that his fist in his hand tightened and wanted to hit someone, but with so many eyes here, he couldn't really hit women in public, so he pointed his spear at Mu Linghang. Mu Linghang, you have been protected by women. Jia Yao rolled her eyes and splashed another glass of water on Wu Roi's head. Wu Roi screamed and stepped back repeatedly. Jia Yao. Why are you crazy? Jia Yao crossed her waist with one hand, raised her chin and looked arrogant. Do you know that you look down on women so much? Or are you not born by your mother? You are a monkey that jumped out of a stone. Wu Roi was very angry. You are the monkey. Jia Yao won. His face suddenly turned and he said apologetically, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. You're not a monkey, you're the second brother of the monkey. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Wu Roi's face turned blue and white for a while. When he wanted to do it, Xi Wenhao beside him had already stood beside him, with a smile on his mouth, and his eyes were sharp but vigilant. Wu Roi endured it again, and finally left angrily. Xi Wenhao looked at Jia Yao and couldn't help saying curiously, aren't you afraid that he will really hit you? Jia Yao grinned and said, isn't you still here? If he really dares to be rude to me, I will hide behind you. Xi Wenhao. Xi Wenhao hooked the corners of his mouth. This Jia Yao is a little interesting. I heard that you are filming. Is there a brokerage company? I haven't terminated the contract with the old studio yet. When I earn the liquidated damages and officially the contract is officially terminated, I will change jobs to your company. Xi Wenhao smiled deeper. If you want to come to my company, don't be so troublesome. Come directly. The company can directly bear the liquidated damages for you. Jia Yao's eyes lit up and smiled brightly. She couldn't help but get closer. Really? Aren't you afraid of losing money if you do business like this? Jia Yao and Xi Wenhao chatted and laughed. Qing Shuyi glanced at Jia Yao, and her worried eyes fell back to Mu Linghang. Brother Linghang, you. Ha ha ha. Jia Yao didn't know what to talk about with Xi Wenhao. Suddenly, she laughed, and Xi Wenhao also smiled gently. Mu Linghang's eyes darkened, pushed the wheelchair out, and said softly to Jia Yao, with a slightly heavy voice, I'm leaving. Oh. Jia Yao quickly came back to her senses, greeted Xi Wenhao, got up and followed him, and pushed him the wheelchair very smoothly. Qing Shouyi was left sitting there with an embarrassed face. Xi Wenhao looked at the two people who were drifting apart with a pair of peach blossom eyes full of smiles. Brother Wenhao. Qing Shouyi looked at Xi Wenhao. Xi Wenhao got up and patted the folds on his body and said in a flat tone, Miss Qing, I don't have a sister. Then he strode away. Qing Shouyi's expression stiffened again. In the car, Jia Yao and Mu Linghang sat in the back seat. Mu Linghang's face was even more ugly than when he came. Jia Yao glanced at him quietly. This man won't be angry with Wu Roi, will he? She should have punched that boy again just now and took the opportunity to like him. Jia Yao has no psychological burden at all for the cannon fodder who is about to get the boxed lunch. Mu Linghang looked sideways at Jia Yao and saw that her expression was calm and her eyes were a little deeper. Aren't you afraid? Chapter 37, Mr. Mu fainted, and Jia Yao looked back at Mu Linghang. The man asked her if she was not afraid of being retaliated by Wu Roi. What are you afraid of? Aren't you there? Jia Yao looked at Mu Linghang sincerely, with full of trust in her eyes. Mu Linghang couldn't stand such a frank and expectant look. He quietly looked away, and his heart rose with annoyance. His tone sank. I won't protect you if something happens. Jia Yao rolled her eyes. Boss, do you want to be so direct? Jia Yao spread her hands to Mu Linghang. Just give me the money, and I can hire a bodyguard by myself. Mu Linghang. The man looked at Jia Yao's white and delicate hands, and his eyes were a little deep. Want money? Jia Yao suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. The next second, Mu Linghang stretched out his hand and clasped her palm. The warm palms fit together, making both of them tremble a little. Mu Linghang's eyes became deeper, and his body's eye leaned forward slightly, and their faces were very close. Their breath hit each other's face so close that they could see the fluff on each other's face. Jia Yao's eyes widened slightly, and her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated a little. Boss, what do you want to do? Mu Linghang's pupils are getting deeper and deeper, and the bottom of his eyes is like a deep ocean, full of mystery and majesty. No, Mu Linghang suddenly pulled back and leaned his back on the back of the chair, looking lazy and casual. Jia Yao. Was she fooled? If you don't give her money, you won't give it, and you still want to play with her like this. What a bad one. Jia Yao turned her head angrily and looked out of the window. She decided not to talk to him before getting out of the car. Mu Linghang looked down at his palm, which seemed to have the temperature of the girl's palm, soft and tender. I just don't know if it will smell good. Mu Linghang looked out of the window sideways, and his expression was a little dark. He didn't know what he was thinking. Mu Linghang worked overtime in the company for 3 consecutive days and did not go home. On this day, Yi Jiayao decided to go to the company to see the boss after filming a scene. She came to Mew's group with a ready-made lunchbox and came to the lobby on the first floor, thinking about how to explain the situation to the girl at the front desk later. As a result, she found that there was no one at the front desk. Yi Jiayao entered the elevator with doubts. The elevator went up. During this period, she stopped and opened the door on several floors. Yi Jiayao looked through the elevator door and saw that the office area was messy. Several employees packed their luggage and left dejectedly, and the remaining employees were nervous one by one. Yi Jiayao was a little surprised. Is the company laying off staff? The elevator came to the top floor. As soon as the door opened, Yi Jiayao saw several fierce bodyguards escorting two middle-aged men out. It was the two relatives and directors who had visited Mu Linghang before. Both of them looked pale and kept cursing. When they saw Yi Jiayao, they were stunned for a moment and then showed a more angry expression, like indignation after being deceived by Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao, you and your husband are really nice. It's a mess. Do you think he will give you the benefits if you stand on Mu Linghang's side? Don't be silly. He is an inexperienced white-eyed wolf. If you bite the closest person, you will soon be abandoned. You idiot. Mu Linghang has someone in his heart. Even if you give him all your life, he won't fall in love with you. Yi Jiayao thought to herself. Of course, she knew that the person in Mu Linghang's heart was Qing Xiuyi. Her purpose was only an inheritance. Even if she couldn't share it all, a piece would be enough for her to eat and drink spicy food for the rest of her life. At worst, take care of the little white face in the future. Yi Jiayao doesn't care at all. People's curses went straight forward, and the man's curse came from behind him. Mu Linghang, such a non-humane cripple, will definitely die. I'm waiting for him to die suddenly of a serious illness. Hearing this sentence, Yi Jiayao stopped, turned around quickly, and directly slapped the man in the face, directly stunned the other party. I don't know if Mu Linghang will die earlier, but you must have died before him. You old immortal thing. You. The other party didn't expect that Yi Jiayao would do it directly. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. As a result, she was dragged into the elevator by the bodyguard. The elevator door closed, isolating the other party's resentful eyes. Yi Jiayao shook her swollen palm, snorted coldly, turned around and walked towards the conference room. The door of the conference room was not closed, and several directors were sitting inside. At this moment, they all lowered their heads and were as quiet as cicadas. Individual chairs are a little messy, and there are some scattered documents on the corresponding table. Obviously, the people in the original position have been dragged away. Yi Jiayao did not enter the door. She stood at the door and looked at the man sitting at the top. Mu Linghang's face was gloomy, and the gauze on his eyes had been removed, revealing the corners of his eyes, which were a little white because of the long-term wrapping. There was also a not obvious scar above the corner of the eyes, which made the feminine-looking face a little harder. Xu Ningji stood behind Mu Linghang, hanging his head and dared not say anything. The atmosphere of the whole office is terribly depressing. After a long time, Mu Linghang said with a cold face, "Who else has any objections?" The man's voice was cold, as if it came from the abyss of hell. Everyone lowered their heads slightly. Look at me, I look at you. The last director took the lead in saying, Mr. Mew's decision-making is very good. I have no problem. The other directors immediately nodded and enchanted. We support Mr. Mew. Mr. Mew will definitely be able to lead the company further. Mr. Mew has always had a vision and means. We have always believed in Mr. Mew's ability. Mr. Mew was just hurt and his hearts were swollen. He deserved to be kicked out. Everyone scrambled to flatter. Mu Linghang waved his hand, and everyone got up and came out. They were all nervous and hurried. No one paid attention to Yi Jiayao at the door. Soon, the office was empty. Yi Jiayao stretched her neck and poked in. She met Xu Ningji's eyes. The latter was just about to nod and was about to open her mouth. Mu Linghang, who was sitting in her seat, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and then fell forward and lay on the table. Yi Jiayao and Xu Ningji were shocked. Yi Jiayao quickly trotted to Mu Linghang. Xu Ningji helped Mu Linghang up nervously. Mr. Mew fainted. Call the doctor. Yi Jiayao looked nervous and immediately took out her mobile phone to make a phone call, but was stopped by Xu Ningji. No, those directors are still waiting. If they call at this time, they must know that they are actually seriously ill and have been holding on these 2 days. Yi Jiayao was a little confused. What are you afraid of? Didn't Mu Linghang pretend to be sick on purpose? Xu Ningji seemed to see Yi Jiayao's doubts and explained, Mew is always not seriously injured, but he has been sick. In the past 2 days, he has worked overtime to save some projects, and his body can't bear it. Yi Jiayao suddenly realized that Mu Linghang had just revealed that his health was fine and cleaned up the 2 relatives who wanted to rise to the top. Now, if those directors knew that Mu Linghang was seriously ill, he was really strong before, and he would definitely have a little thought. At that time, the company would be in chaos again, and the loss would be great. What should I do if I can't make a phone call? Do you give him first aid? Artificial respiration? How about? Xu Ningji glanced at Yi Jiayao with a tangled look. Artificial respiration. Chapter 38 Artificial respiration. Okay, then you come. Yi Jiayao said and gave way. Xu Ning knew that his eyelids tightened and his back shivered. Let him give Mr. Mu artificial respiration. How dare he? Lie down first and unbutton him to let him breathe. Yi Jiayao knew that Xu Ningzhi was afraid when she saw Xu Ningzhi's cowardly look. She helped Mu Linghan to lie down on the table and unbuttoned the button on his collar. Mu Linghan's eyes were tightly closed, his face was pale, and the corners of his mouth were stained with a few drops of blood. He looked like a glamorous vampire. Yi Jiayao pinched Mu Linghan's human acupoint hard, but the latter still didn't react at all. Mu Linghan, Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao gently pushed Mu Linghan's shoulder, and the other party didn't even move his eyelashes. You have to wake up, mister. Mu quickly, or it will be bad when someone comes in. Xu Ningzhi closed the door of the conference room at the first time and looked at Yi Jiayao anxiously. Yi Jiayao frowned and looked at Xu Ning. Turn around. Xu Ningzhi was worried. What are you going to do? Artificial respiration. Xu Ningzhi. He quickly turned around. Yi Jiayao pinched Mu Linghan's jaw and nose, and began to press the outside of her chest, blowing mouth to mouth. With one experience, the second time of mental construction is much shorter. Mu Linghan only felt dizzy, and his eyes were dark and depressed. Suddenly, a soft and reassuring touch came from his lips, accompanied by the familiar aroma. It is very similar to the memory. A light came in front of him. Mu Linghan slowly opened his eyes and looked at a row of long eyelashes. Under the eyelashes were beautiful and palpitating eyes. Yi Jiayao felt the change in Mu Li's cold breathing. She suddenly got up and looked at his confused eyes. Her face was happy and immediately said to Xu Ningzhi, he woke up. Yi Jiayao was about to step back. Mu Linghan suddenly reached out and clasped her wrist. His eyes were confused and said, is it you? Yi Jiayao looked at a loss. What? Xu Ningzhi came forward happily and helped Mu Linghan up. Mr. Mu, you are awake. Mu Linghan's pupils gradually focused and his eyes became clear. The man frowned and raised his hand to stroke his dizzy forehead. What's wrong with me? You vomited blood and fainted. Xu Ningzhi helped Mu Linghan get back into the wheelchair, poured a glass of hot water from the self-service water dispenser next to him and handed it to him. After drinking a cup of warm water, Mu Linghan's face softened a lot and his breathing became smooth. He looked up at Yi Jiayao, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. You take advantage of me again. Yi Jiayao. Will this man get the wrong position? At this time, the door of the conference room suddenly rang. Someone is coming in. There is still blood on the table. Xu Ningzhi suddenly stood up to block the door. Yi Jiayao suddenly jumped gently, sat on the blood stain with her buttocks, crossed her legs, and quickly stretched out her hand to pull Mu Linghan's collar and pulled it in front of her. Click, the door was opened, and a man in a suit came in. Seeing this scene, he was a little stunned. The woman's figure is enchanting, her face is delicate and beautiful, her slender and white legs are overlapped together, and her red high heels are sexy and seductive. Her upper body is slightly tilted, and she pulls the man's tie with one hand. Her two faces are very close to each other. No matter how she looks at it, she is ready to do something inappropriate for children. The expression of the person suddenly became a little awkward, and she quickly retreated back. Close the door. Mr. Mu, I didn't see anything. Go on, go on. The voice gradually moved away. Yi Jiayao was sure that the person had left, so she loosened Mu Linghan's tie. The posture just now was so domineering. It's a pity that there will be no chance to do this again in the future. Sorry, it's an emergency measure. Yi Jiayao gently helped Mu Linghan straighten her collar. Xu Ningzhi was already dumbfounded. Yi Jiayao. You are too bold. Mu Linghan looked down at his collar, and his eyes flashed twice. He raised his hand to straighten his tie and sat up straight again. His voice was a little weak. Why are you here? I'm here to send you a love bento. You haven't come home for 3 days. You must haven't had a good meal. Xu Ningzhi stood behind Mu Linghan and nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Mr. Mu has hardly eaten much and slept at night in the past 3 days, so his face is so bad that he vomited blood. It's just. Will Mu always eat the food cooked by Yi Jiayao? Yi Jiayao jumped down from the table, with a red butt, took the bento box on the side and pushed it in front of Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan pursed his lips. No need. As soon as the man finished speaking, his stomach made a rumbling sound. There was a moment of silence in the air. Xu Ningzhi lowered his head and couldn't wait to bury his head in his neck. Mr. Mu, it's a play? Yi Jiayao opened the lunchbox with a calm face, and the cute panda shape appeared in front of her. She was very appetizing at first glance, but, are you sure this is not for the child to eat? When Mu Linghan saw the shape of the lunchbox, he frowned, looked away faintly, got up and walked out. Yi Jiayao followed Mu Linghan with a lunchbox, and Xu Ningzhi also followed quickly. He glanced at the bloodstained table and Yi Jiayao's red skirt, and said to an employee in the office area, let the cleaner come and clean up the conference room. In the president's office, Mu Linghan sat at his desk and looked at the lunchbox in front of him. He couldn't stop talking. Seeing that he stared at the lunchbox for several seconds without responding, Xi Ningju couldn't help saying, Mr. Mew, I'll order another meal for you. Take it and heat it up, and then ask someone to prepare a set of women's clothing. Xu Ningju was stunned and immediately reacted. He nodded and agreed, and then asked, what size? Mu Linghan was stunned, frowned, and thought about it. Size S. Yi Jiayao came out of the toilet with a tangled expression. The wet tissue can't be wiped clean and the stain is fainted. It looks like an aunt's blood has collapsed. Yi Jiayao walked out awkwardly. As soon as she arrived at the elevator, she saw Xi Ningju coming out of it. Is Miss Yi leaving? Xu Ningji was stunned for a moment and lifted the bag in his hand. Here are the clothes for you. Yi Jiayao's eyes lit up. She reached out and took it. She opened it and took a look. She smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. You are really a warm man, and you know how to prepare clothes for me. Thank you. After saying that, he immediately turned around and trotted towards the bathroom. Xu Ningji wanted to deny that Yi Jiayao had disappeared. Forget it. Xu Ningji returned to the office and saw that the bento box had been recovered, and he couldn't help sighing. Mr. Mew won't eat again. Mu Linghan glanced at him, and Xu Ningji immediately said, the clothes have been given to Miss Yi. Mu Linghan nodded, turned off the computer interface, and pushed the wheelchair out. Xu Ningji immediately came forward to help him push the wheelchair. When he left the office, he saw Yi Jiayao waiting at the elevator entrance. Mu Linghan's face immediately sank. The wheelchair was parked next to Yi Jiayao. She looked sideways and met Mu Linghan's cold face. Yi Jiayao didn't care either. She just said that Mu Linghan's anger in rectifying the company had not subsided. She took out her mobile phone to Xu Ningji with a smile. Assistant Xu, add a WeChat. Mu Linghan's face sank. This woman actually flirted with another man in front of him. Chapter 39, the clothes were originally for his account. When Xi Ningji saw Mu Linghan's face, he couldn't help but feel tight and refused. No, Yi Jiayao's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. How can you not use it? It must be. With that, he opened the QR code to scan. I'll sweep you. Xu Ningji's tone was resolute and he waved his hand repeatedly. I really don't need it. Yi Jiayao pursed her lips, a little entangled. Assistant Xu, how much is your annual income? Xu Ningji. Mu Linghan's expression was gloomy and his face was extremely ugly. This woman actually hooked up with a man in front of him and stently explored the other party's financial ability. Xu Ningji even trembled when he spoke. It's still enough. You can go. Mu Ling said coldly to Xi Ningji. Xu Ningji swallowed his saliva and turned around and left quickly. Yi Jiayao looked at Xi Ningji's hurried departure figure. Push me in. Mu Linghan's voice was cold and treacherous. Yi Jiayao withdrew her sight and immediately reached out to push the wheelchair. In the elevator, looking at Yi Jiayao's tangled expression reflected by the metal wall, Mu Linghan's eyes became gloomy and cold, and the boredom in his chest became more and more serious, and there were faint signs of coughing. This woman thought he had vomited blood, so she was dying. How dare she find the next family in front of him? Well. Yi Jiayao suddenly sighed. Assistant Xu is really generous. If you don't want such expensive clothes, you don't want them. Mu Linghan? You just added him on WeChat. Do you want to give him money? Yi Jiayao sighed a little. Yes, but he doesn't want it. This dress costs 20,000 or 30,000 yen. I don't know how much his annual income is, but he is so generous. The depression on Mu Linghan's chest dispersed in an instant. She moved her mouth and was about to open her mouth. Yi Jiayao continued, why don't I iron this dress back and then take it back? Anyway, the label hasn't been torn off yet. Mu Linghan. Come here. Mu Linghan hooked his fingers at Yi Jiayao, and Yi Jiayao bent down doubtfully. The man stretched out his hand around Yi Jiayao's neck and hooked her in front of him. Yi Jiayao suddenly leaned forward, and her side face was almost close to Mu Linghan's face. The warmth of the skin seemed to be transmitted through the fluff. Yi Jiayao's eyes widened, and her heartbeat unconsciously missed a beat. Something was suddenly torn off the back of the neck. After Yi Jiayao reacted, Mu Linghan had torn apart the label of the clothes. Yi Jiayao opened her eyebrows and was a little angry. My label? If it's broken, it can't be returned. No need to return. Mu Linghan's face turned black. Is this woman so poor? Unexpectedly, you still want to return the goods? No need to return it. I don't have that much money to pay back. Mu Linghan's face was cold. No need to return it. The clothes were originally for his account, so what else? But Yi Jiayao still had to speak. The elevator had arrived, and she quickly pushed Mu Linghan out. Forget it, let's pay the assistant back after she gets the film fee. As soon as Mu Linghan got on the car, he collapsed on the chair, and his face was instantly full of fatigue. Yi Jiayao was thinking about the film fee when she suddenly felt her shoulders sink. When she turned her head, she saw Mu Linghan's pale face. Her heart jumped and she instinctively reached out to hold his shoulder. How are you? Mu Linghan didn't respond and closed his eyes. Yi Jiayao immediately said to the driver, go to the hospital. The man's weak voice followed, no, Yi Jiayao was stunned and looked at Mu Linghan's still closed eyes. Mu Linghan's voice was as small as a mosquito's cry, "I'm tired, just take a nap." Yi Jiayao still understood. She whispered to the driver, "Drive steady." The driver slowed down and carefully passed through the rearview mirror. "Mr. Mu, can you fall asleep in the car? Aren't you dizzy?" Mu Linghan leaned his head on Yi Jiayao's shoulder all the way, his eyes were tightly closed, his face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was so thin that he could hardly hear it. Yi Jiayao doubted several times whether Mu Linghan was out of breath, and probed under his nose several times with her hand. Her heart is also tight. The original work only said that Mu Linghan was weak, coughed at any time, had poor sleep quality, was mentally weak and prone to violent temper, but he never said that Mu Linghan would vomit blood. Is it because of the chain reaction? Or is it that Mu Linghan has been in the company every day recently, with excessive physical load? The life expectancy of the boss will not be shortened, will it? Then what should she do? The more Yi Jiayao thought about it, the more nervous she became, and unconsciously clenched Mu Linghan's palm. Mu Linghan felt in a daze that someone was holding his hand and calling his name nervously. "Are you okay? Don't be afraid. It's okay." He tried to open his eyes to see the other party's face clearly, but his eyelids were so heavy that he could only vaguely see the white skirt. When the car arrived at the villa, the driver wanted to help Mu Linghan down, but Mu Linghan took Yi Jiayao's hand and didn't let go. Yi Jiayao had no choice but to bear most of Mu Linghan's weight and carried Mu Linghan into a wheelchair with difficulty. Putting Mu Linghan on the bed, Yi Jiayao got up and gave way to the doctor. As soon as the doctor stretched out his hand to examine Mu Linghan, he opened his eyes and his voice was extremely weak, but what he said was, "I'm fine." Yi Jiayao frowned and said, "How can it be okay? You are half unconscious. Get a good examination. Just take a nap." After Mu Linghan finished speaking, he gave Su Yeshi a look. The latter shrugged his shoulders helplessly, turned around and walked out. Yi Jiaya was a little tongue-in-cheek, and Su Yeshi gave up like this. Su Yeshi saw her idea and showed a helpless expression. "Are you going to persuade Mr. Mu, Yi Jiaya?" It seems that Mu Linghan's temper is really bad to the extreme, and Su Yeshi even saved the part of persuasion. Mu Linghan lay on the bed and closed his eyes. The white figure kept flashing in front of him. He wanted to see the appearance of the person, but he couldn't see clearly. He could only vaguely hear the voice of the other party. Mu Linghan frowned again. He lifted the quilt and leaned out to get his mobile phone, sent a few messages, and then closed his eyes weakly. Yi Jiayao pushed the door in again and saw Mu Linghan's tired expression, with a little faint loneliness and sadness. Yi Jiayao shook her head and threw away this strange idea. How can the boss be lonely? Even if the boss is terminally ill, he is still a ferocious wolf. "Sing a song for me." The man on the bed suddenly opened his mouth, and his voice was weak and a little pitiful. Yi Jiayao couldn't bear it inexplicably, and she slowly opened her mouth and sang softly. Mu Linghan listened to Yi Jiayao's singing, her hands under the quilt tightened, and her body slowly became stiff. Chapter 40, Can Mu Linghan live for a year? Yi Jiayao gently closed the bedroom door and turned around to see Su Yeshi standing not far away. The two looked at each other and went downstairs together. Su Yeshi's expression was a little surprised. Mu Linghan slept. Yi Jiayao nodded and frowned. "Is there no medicine for Mu Linghan? I vomited blood today." Su Yeshi's expression was indifferent. "Yes, but the side effects are big. It's better not to eat it." "What kind of disease is he?" "You don't understand what I said. In short, it's quite complicated." Yi Jiayao. That's what he said. How long does he have to live? This is what Yi Jiayao is concerned about. Can she live until she has a foothold in this world? Su Yeshi looked at Yi Jiayao with an inquiring look, and the corners of his mouth hooked, if it is calculated according to his recent crazy self-harm behavior. "A year." Yi Jiayao's eyes widened. "A year. Mrs. Mu lives longer than him. What about according to other algorithms? If you sleep well, you can live a long time, but it is more difficult for Mu Linghan than going to heaven. As long as you eat and sleep well. That's the case in theory." Su Yeshi looked at Yi Jiaya with a little more incredulous eyes. "However, it's easier to say and difficult to do. Mu Linghan's weak sleep is extremely poor. If you want him to sleep soundly, only one person can do it. Yi Jiaya. She has a vaguely bad premonition. Qin Xiyi. Yi Jiaya. Sure enough? Since Qin Xiyi returned to Qin's family, Mr. Mu's sleep quality has been getting worse day by day, and his physical condition has been getting worse day by day." Yi Jiayao's face was pale, but she kept cursing in her heart. "NND, author, do you want to make such a cheating setting? Isn't it destined for the boss to die early? Qin Shuyi is the heroine, and she can only be the hero. It's miserable enough for the boss to die alone, but he still has to suffer from insomnia and illness for a lifetime." Yi Jiayao scolded the author in her heart, and vowed that if she had the opportunity to return to modern times, she would definitely bring a blade to greet the author. Yi Jiayao had just finished filming her scene and went to the small stool beside her to rest. Not far away, there was a commotion, and several people came over. To be precise, it was a group of people surrounded by a person. The girl surrounded by it has long curly hair, goose egg face and phoenix eyes. The bright yellow skirt contrasts with her white and delicate skin. Her whole body is full of famous brands. A pair of high heels with diamonds makes her whole body look straight and noble. It's Miss Zhuang. How could the young lady of the bookmaker be here? You don't know, do you? Today, Mr. Luo is talking about business in a nearby hotel. Miss Zhuang must have rushed here because she heard the news. Didn't Mr. Luo have a fiancé? Although I think Miss Zhuang and Mr. Luo are more suitable. Yi Jiayao listened to the gossip of the people next to her, and the information flashed in her mind. Zhuang Pingting, the young lady of the bookmaker, like Yi Jiayao, is a rich family. She is also beautiful and bright, so she often compares with each other. Of course, the two of them are both supporting actresses in the book, both brainless and arrogant. They also like Luo Jingming. In order to chase Luo Jingming, the two show their own magic. The end. Half a catty and 8 tails. Zhuang Bingting was finally married to a rich playboy by the family. She had so many girlfriends that she could form a team to run a football league. Finally, she became a deep palace, resentful woman. She seemed to be insane. In fact, she lived a little longer than Yi Jiayao. Just as Yi Jiayao regretted Zhuang Pingting's tragic end, Zhuang Pingting also saw her and walked over with elegant steps. Yi Jiayao. Zhuang Bingting stood in front of Yi Jiayao, raised her beautiful chin, and her eyes were a little contemptuous. I heard that you have a female no. 4 dragon set? Female no. 4 is not considered a dragon set, at least her name can show her face. However, for Zhuang Pingting, as long as it is not the hero and heroine, everything else is a dragon. Yi Jiayao slowly stood up from the chair, half a head taller than Zhuang Bingting, and looked at her with a faint expression. What's the matter? I heard that you were sold as a bride by your family. Why, Mu Linghang didn't give you money to spend, and you still want to come out to film and make money by yourself? What do you know? I can rely on face, but I have to rely on talent. Zhuang Pingting frowned and always felt that something was wrong with the words, but she couldn't figure it out for a moment. Mr. Luo. A man standing next to Zhuang Bingting reminded in a low voice. Zhuang Bingting then came back to her senses and waved to Yi Jiayao and said, I still have to leave in advance. Remember the party the day after tomorrow. Party? Lao Shither's party? Yi Jiayao racked her brains and thought about it, but she couldn't think of the party, so she had to ask, what kind of party? Zhuang Bingting's eyes widened and said, the rat is back to China. We agreed to hold a banquet for him. Why did you forget it? Yi Jiayao said proudly, how can I forget? Isn't this a test of your memory? Hit. The plots in the book are all followed by the big heroine, and the plots that have nothing to do with the big heroine can't be written at all. Yi Jiayao doesn't know what to catch the wind banquet. Fortunately, Zhuang Pingting was not very stupid, and she was fooled by her in 3 or 2 words. She has to look through the chat records again. Mr. Luo is here. On the other side, Luo Jingming seemed to have just finished talking about business with people. He came out of the hotel gate and walked towards this side. Zhuang Pingting quickly took a big step to greet her, with a smile on her face. Yi Jiayao couldn't help but feel a little pity when she looked at Zhuang Bingting's simple appearance. If the supporting actress likes the hero, she is destined to have a bad end. In fact, she likes Zhuang Pingting, a straightforward fool, when she reads books. Does she want to pull Zhuang Pingting out of the fire pit? Forget it, she herself is a mud bodhisattva who crosses the river and can't protect herself. Over there, Zhuang Bingting came to Luo Jingming with a happy and sweet face and said this to him with a smile. Not long after, she turned back with a mournful face, like a defeated rooster. Yi Jiayao. Is this being dumped by the person in her heart? The girl next to Zhuang Pingting has been comforting her. Mr. Luo must be tired of business today, so I don't want to say more. Why don't you send him some drinks or something? Maybe he will be happy. When Zhuang Pingting heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. She took out her wallet from her bag and handed it to the girl. She said, then go and buy me a cup of milk tea. It's hot. Yi Jiayao. The big hero doesn't like sweets. Zhuang Pingting, do you smell a bad smell? Only then did Zhuang Pingting find that Yi Jiayao was standing not far from her, and she was a little confused when she heard this. What's wrong? With that, he moved his nose to smell it carefully. Your idea is bad. Zhuang Pingting racked her brains and didn't understand what Yi Jiayao meant. Yi Jiayao had to say it clearly. Luo Jingming doesn't like sweets. Zhuang Pingting frowned. How do you know? Chapter 41. If you have money, what kind of man do you want? After Zhuang Pingting said that, she was stunned again. You also specially went to investigate Luo Jingming's preferences. It's worthy of my rival, and the means are okay. Luo Jingming is the youngest of the Luo family. His affairs are generally not easy to find out. Yi Jiayao will know, also because she has read the original work. Zhuang Fengting thought for a little and was a little uncertain and said, but I saw that Xin Shi gave him sweets at the banquet before, and he also accepted them. Yi Jiayao rolled her eyes. The law that the hero doesn't like sweets is ineffective for the heroine. Who let the other party be the heroine? The principals and so on are all gone to hell. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I reminded you. Yi Jiayao will stop as soon as she clicks. If she says more, I'm afraid it will be disgusted. Zhuang Pingting thought for a moment and finally listened to Yi Jiayao's words. Change to coffee. The girl took the wallet and left. Yi Jiayao stared at the wallet in her hand a few more times. You just give her the wallet. Are you afraid that she will spend all your money? The book says that Zhuang Pingting is a typical young lady who does not eat fireworks in the world. She spends money like running water and has no concept of money at all. Later, she was targeted by thieves and robbed because she went out too big. Zhuang Bingting waved her hand and didn't care at all. She can spend whatever she wants. Anyway, she can't put much cash in her wallet. Yi Jiayao. Local tycoon, do you still need an errand runner? Yi Jiayao suddenly felt sad. Her wife, Mrs. Mu, was not as valuable as a follower beside Zhuang Yuting. While Zhuang Yuting was waiting for coffee, her eyes kept falling on Lu Jingming, who was talking to the director not far away. She looked like a concubine looking forward to being favored. Yi Jiayao was a little speechless. You haven't answered my question yet. Zhuang Yuting was a little impatient and simply chatted with Yi Jiayao. I've been poor recently. I'm acting to make money. What you said is too false. Zhuang Yuting looked unhappy. I heard that you came here to be a trap in order to compare Qin Shi. What's good about acting? It's hard and tiring, and Long Tao doesn't have much income. If you want me to say it, take the money and hit Qin Shi directly. This kind of humiliation is simple and rough. Yi Jiayao. Local tycoon, please humiliate me. What do you think of? Yi Jiayao's eyes lit up. She put her upper body over and enthusiastically took Zhuang Yuting's hand, and her eyes were shining. Are you starting a business? The rich people's graduation are directly paid by their families to start a business. If they succeed, they are the capital of boasting. If they fail, it's okay. Go home and inherit the family business. Zhuang Puting was a little uncomfortable with Yi Jiayao's initiative and couldn't help leaning back. Yeah, what are you doing? Recently, the situation of the Chinese food industry is very good. I have found a Chinese restaurant with a good location, good environment, large flow of people, and guaranteed to make money. Now, there is a shortage of a partner, and the equity capital is only 5 million. If we make money, we will divide the account 55. How about it? It's righteous enough. Zhuang Yuting was a little confused. Seeing Yi Jiayao's oath, she couldn't help asking, can you really make money? Yi Jiayao stretched out her hand and patted Zhuang Yuting. Shoulders, a good brother, expression, deliberately lower the voice. For fear that the business opportunity will be stolen by others. Don't say that I didn't take care of you. I didn't find anyone else for such a good thing, but I thought of you. People put food as heaven. Which of the new generation of young people still cooks for themselves? Don't we have to go to the restaurant to eat? Our family has our own servants to cook. Before Zhuang Yuting finished her words, she was patted on the shoulder by Yi Jiayao. How many people are there in the whole A city? How many rich families are there like the dealer? Can you compare with that? 99% of people are ordinary people. They all have to go to the restaurant for dinner. Did you make any money when you said we were engaged in catering? Zhuang Yuting thought for a tur and felt that what Yi Jiayao said was reasonable, so she couldn't help nodding. Yi Jiayao said more vigorously, her eyes shining, and her words were chiselly, as if she could soon make a lot of money and open a chain restaurant. The money will arrive first, and I will draft a contract for you later. Zhuang Yuting blinked, give me the money first. Yi Jiayao stretched out her hand to block Zhuang Yuting's shoulder and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. We are all in the same circle. Can I still cheat you of the 5 million? Besides, am I the one who is short of this money? I just want to make money together. It's just an investment process to charge you 5 million. What Yi Jiayao thought in her heart was, she is really short of money. 5 million, deducting 1 million to buy a store, plus recruiting cooks, employees, advertising, doing publicity, activities, etc. She can also keep some for herself. That's right. Zhuang Pingting felt that what Yi Jiayao said was reasonable, so she immediately took out her mobile phone and transferred money to Yi Jiayao. As soon as the bank text message came, Yi Jiayao looked at Zhuang Pingting more affectionately. Zhuang Yuting. I always feel like something is wrong. By the way, why don't you talk to Lord Jingming? Usually, when Yi Jiayao saw Lord Jingming, didn't she come up as soon as possible? Why are you so abnormal today? Yi Jiayao sighed, I've figured it out. I have to work hard to make money in the future. It's not important for men to have money. But, Puting, the coffee is coming. Zhuang Yuting's follower just came over after buying coffee. Hearing the words, Zhuang Bingting ignored Yi Jiayao. She took the coffee and came to Lord Jingming with a shy face. Yi Jiayao watched the two talk a few words from afar. Zhuang Bingting stuffed the coffee into Lord Jingming's hand in a panic. As a result, the coffee spilled out and stained Lord Jingming's white shirt. Yi Jiayao. A few seconds later, Zhuang Yuting ran back crying, with 2 lines of tears hanging on her face, and she looked pitiful. Jiayao, I messed up. Woo woo woo. Zhuang Yuting twitched, and her mascara was fainted. The corners of Yi Jiayao's mouth twitched and handed her a tissue, I saw it. Zhuang Pingting took the paper towel to wipe her tears, and her beautiful face was full of grievances. Woo. I'm so nervous. How can I be as shameless as you? I can confess to a man without changing my face. Can you teach me? Yi Jiayao. Is this praising her? Although Zhuang Yuting, a spoiled rich family, is not very bright, her demeanor has been carefully carved. However, in front of Luo Jingming, she is like a frizzy fool, and there are many situations. It's strange that Luo Jingming likes her every time. Yi Jiayao stretched out her hand again and patted Zhuang Yuting on the shoulder, with a past tone. What's good about a man or the most real way to make money? If you have money, what do you want? So you came up with this idea? Yi Jiayao. Who is talking? Chapter 42, You Can't Give Up on Yourself. Why is Mu Linghang here? Yi Jiayao only felt a chill in her spine, and an inexplicable and familiar chill rose from her back, straight to the heavenly spirit cover. Yi Jiayao's heart galloped by, and her face stared at Zhuang Yuting in shock, and her voice unconsciously turned up. How can you have such an idea? I really misread you. Zhuang Yuting. After saying that, Yi Jiayao looked at the man in the wheelchair not far behind her and said with a pure expression, Why are you here? Come to see me filming. Mu Linghang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He did not answer Yi Jiayao's question and glanced at Zhuang Yuting faintly. Yi Jiayao immediately walked to Zhuang Pingting's side, took her arm and introduced her. This is Zhuang Yuting, the dealers, my best friend. Zhuang Yuting. They are not as good as best friends, are they? The man's eyes were very cold, and the corners of his lips were slightly opened. Archer a man. Yi Jiayao sighed, I'm about to say this, too. Then she looked at Zhuang Yuting with a painful face, and her tone was full of disappointment. Yuting, you can't give up because you were rejected by Luo Jingming. Women should have self-respect, self-love and self-discipline. What is the name of that sentence? If you are like a blooming butterfly, it will come by itself. You are so excellent that you can definitely attract high-quality men who love you and spoil you. Don't be able to think about it for a moment. Love is better to be lacking than promiscuous. Zhuang Yuting blinked and couldn't keep up with Yi Jiayao's thinking at all. Why did you suddenly say this? Yi Jiayao hugged Zhuang Yuting's shoulder tightly, pulled her to her side again, and lowered her voice and said, I'm comforting you. Can't you hear me? After saying that, he showed a hurt expression. Zhuang Yuting looked at Yi Jiayao's changeable expression, blinked her eyes, and was a little stunned. You really didn't see it? Yi Jiayao's eyes opened, and her beautiful big eyes were full of disappointment, as if Zhuang Yuting had done something wrong. Zhuang Yuting couldn't bear it. Although she still didn't turn around in her heart, she raised her hand and patted Yi Jiayao's shoulder twice. I heard it. Thank you for your comfort. Yi Jiayao smiled with satisfaction, let go of Zhuang Yuting's shoulder, stood up straight again, and said, Don't talk about raising men in the future. Zhuang Yuting. Zhuang Yuting still wanted to speak. Yi Jiayao had turned to look at the man behind her and grinned at him. Zhuang Yuting has just been rejected by her person in her heart. She couldn't think of it for a moment. After my persuasion, she got lost. Mu Linghang. Yi Jiayao was stubborn and forced to smile, but in her heart, she complained a lot. Why is it the villain who talks about business with the hero? Aren't these two romantic enemies? Shouldn't we fight for life and death in the mall and sword light and sword shadow in the love field? Is it true that money is more important than love? This is not in line with the law of romance novels. Mu Linghang looked at Yi Jiayao with deep eyes. His eyes were as sharp as laser light, and he wanted to cut Yi Jiayao into countless pieces. Yi Jiayao's heart was full of hair. The man turned the wheelchair, turned around and turned his back to Yi Jiayao. He said slowly, push me back. Yi Jiayao breathed a sigh of relief silently, explained to the director, and hurriedly pushed Mu Linghang out. Where is your car? Why is Zhu Ningji not with the boss today? Mu Linghang did not answer, and her expression was dark and unclear. Yi Jiayao was so timid that she couldn't figure out the man's mind. When she got to the car, Yi Jiayao just closed the door. Suddenly, a big palm strangled her neck and pulled her hard to the side. Yi Jiayao was caught off guard and hit her head on the man's chest. Before she could open her mouth, the man's warning voice came from above her head. Be your wife, Mu, don't play tricks, otherwise. Before the man finished his words, his fingers rubbed back and forth on Yi Jiayao's slender neck. It was obviously very gentle, but it made Yi Jiayao's spine shiver. The boss's fingers seemed to be transformed into a steel knife at any time and harvest her little life. Mu Linghang really heard what she had just said. The man is obviously weak, but his ears are so sharp that he can hear it from so far away. Yi Jiayao looked up and looked at Mu Linghang's gloomy eyes. Her heart trembled, and even her voice was trembling. I really have no other ideas. Mu Linghang's pupils suddenly tightened, and the hand on Yi Jiayao's neck suddenly tightened. Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao's neck was pinched, and her whole body was excited. She struggled instinctively, and tears flashed unconsciously in her eyes. Only then did Mu Linghang come to her senses and let go of her neck, and her expression was even weirder than just now. Cough cough cough. Yi Jiayao put her hands around her neck and coughed in a low voice, while moving her body to distance herself from Mu Linghang. Mu Linghan's eyes narrowed, and his hand on his side clenched his fist, and his face became paler and paler. Suddenly, he grabbed his chest with one hand, lay on the back of the chair in front of him, and coughed violently. Yi Jiayao. Why did the boss suddenly get sick again? She should be the one who should get sick. Yi Jiayao didn't care about her still tight neck, so she hurried forward and patted his back gently. Are you all right? Water. Where is the water? Yi Jiayao checked left and right, quickly took the mineral water from the central console beside her, unscrewed it and handed it to Mu Linghang. The man lay on the back of the chair and kept coughing. The hand that grabbed his chest squeezed it tightly. His clothes instantly wrinkled into a ball, his hands had blue veins, and his face was pale as if he could faint at any time. Yi Jiayao was a little at a loss. This time, the boss's illness was urgent and fast. Won't you vomit blood again? Yi Jiayao patted his back gently, and after a long time, the frequency of Mu Linghang's cough gradually decreased. His face is still pale. Do you want to go to the hospital? The driver had parked the car on the side of the road, and Yi Jiayao hesitated. Mu Linghang relaxed a few breaths, slowly opened her eyes, and said in a hoarse and weak voice, "Go home." When he arrived at the villa, Mu Linghang's face was still as pale as paper, and Su Yesi was already waiting in the villa. How did you suddenly get sick? What kind of stimulation did you suffer? Su Yesi looked at the man lying in bed and frowned slightly. Mu Linghang looked straight at the ceiling and didn't mean to open his mouth. Su Yesi sighed and didn't expect Mu Linghang to speak. He put away the stethoscope, turned around and walked out, leaving a sentence when he walked to the door. You'd better find Miss Qing. The pupils of the man lying on the hospital bed flashed, and his eyes drooped slightly and he couldn't see the emotion. At night, Yi Jiayao got up from the computer desk, moved her shoulders and neck, found the clothes from the wardrobe and came to the door of the bathroom. She was about to push the door in when the bathroom door was opened from the inside. The man with only a bath towel around came out holding the wall with one hand. Yi Jiayao was looking at the man's fair and thin chest, and couldn't help staring at her eyes. Chapter 43, Traveling Around the Earth in 80 Days, the four eyes meet, and the air is silent for a moment. Mu Linghang looked down at Yi Jiayao, and his eyes were as deep as the vast deep sea. Yi Jiayao's mouth was slightly open, her beautiful eyes were wide, and she was sluggish for a moment. Seeing Yi Jiayao's reaction, Mu Linghang's eyes sank, and his heart became irritable again. You. Yi Jiayao quickly came to her senses and pushed the wheelchair and put it on Mu Linghang's side. If you need help, just tell me. Your foot hasn't recovered yet. Mu Linghang sat down slowly, and his eyes were always focused on Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao pushed Mu Linghang into the bedroom, holding her head high and mobilizing her whole body's self-control not to look at his smooth upper body. Why can this man be so heartless and bare? She is a supporting actress. In addition, there is still a scar on his shoulder. It's a pity that he has such a perfect jade body. Yi Jiayao looked into the distance with her head sideways, and the afterglow in the corners of her eyes unconsciously wanted to float on the man. Mu Linghang straightened his back and sat in a wheelchair, looking straight ahead with a cold face. The wheelchair stopped by the bed, and Yi Jiayao stared at Mu Linghang's upper body with a little entanglement. If she wants to help him to bed, she must touch his skin. Will the boss click on the heroine in order to protect her like jade? Before Yi Jiayao cleared her head, Mu Linghang had already supported herself with her hands and sat on the bed. Yi Jiayao. What's the matter? With a little disappointment inexplicably. Mu Linghang held the mattress with both hands and moved his body to lean on the bedboard. The bath towel fell off with Mu Linghang's movements. Yi Jiayao's eyes widened. Mu Linghang quickly pulled over the quilt and covered himself, and looked at Yi Jiayao with a cold expression. Yi Jiayao immediately turned her face away, and her eyes floated up. I didn't see anything. Mu Linghang seems to be wearing underwear. Help me get the book. Yi Jiayao. Does the boss want to read a book before going to bed? What kind of book? The bookshelf is the 5th row from top to bottom, the 6th book. Oh. Yi Jiayao ran to the study to find a book. She thought it would be a financial or management book, but she didn't expect it to be around the earth in 80 days. So the boss likes this kind of book. Yi Jiayao thought about it for a time. The boss has been weak since he was a child, and it is estimated that he has little opportunity to travel, so he prefers this kind of book. It's just. Why don't you read travel magazines or travel brochures directly? This is a novel. Therefore, the boss looks cold-blooded and cold-loved, but is actually full of childishness. Yi Jiayao handed the book to Mu Linghang. Mu Linghang had been looking at her face, which made Yi Jiayao's heart furry. I have something on my face? Yi Jiayao couldn't help touching her face. What do you think of this book? Mu Linghang withdrew his eyes and looked down at the book in his hand. Yi Jiayao. It's good. It's a world masterpiece. Mu Linghang's eyes were cold and his tone was impatient. Get out. Yi Jiayao. The boss's uncle is here again. Yi Jiayao walked out of the room and rolled her eyes speechlessly. If you call her, come and wave. Damn it. When she inherits the inheritance, she must play hard. Yes, let's travel around the world first. Yi Jiayao went to the bathroom to take a shower angrily. In the master bedroom, Mu Linghan gently stroked the cover of the book, with a gloomy face and deep eyes. Suddenly, his face turned slightly pale. He raised his hand to pinch his chest and coughed violently. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. In the middle of the night, Yi Jiayao was anxious, yawned and walked out of the room in a daze. After solving her physiological needs, she came out of the toilet, swayed open the bedroom door and walked in. Yi Jiayao pulled the quilt and covered herself tightly. She felt that there was a heating body beside her and unconsciously leaned over. I feel that today's bed is very warm. Mu Linghan's face was extremely gloomy. He was tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. He looked at the night in the void with scarlet eyes. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a figure came over, lifted the quilt and got in very numbly. Mu Linghan's face instantly turned black to the bottom of the pot. He raised his foot and was about to kick him out of bed. Yi Jiayao suddenly turned over and hugged him tightly, with one foot still across his stomach. Mu Linghan. The man stretched out his hand to push her away. He pushed her twice but didn't push her away. Instead, Yi Jiayao held him tighter and clasped his wrist. The bear completely hugged Mu Linghan. Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan gritted his teeth and pushed her waist with both hands at the same time. Yi Jiayao frowned, twisted her waist uncomfortably, and then sniffed her nose, as if she had found something interesting, and buried her head in Mu Linghan's neck. Mu Ling clenched his fist coldly and was about to use force. Yi Jiayao suddenly muttered. Her voice was soft and lazy, which made people's hearts soften. Hearing this sound, Mu Linghan's body stiffened. There was another surge in his chest, and there was a faint tendency to cough. He quickly took a few deep breaths to ease his mood, and then looked down at Yi Jiayao. In the dark, only the outline of the woman's cheeks can be faintly seen. It is obviously a very vulgar sleeping posture, but her expression is as quiet as water. A very beautiful face. People can't help but want to do something to her. Mu Linghan realized his thoughts and stiffened. He closed his eyes, raised his hand, gently stroked Yi Jiayao's face, and frowned slightly. I don't know what came to my mind, so I withdrew my hand irritably and held my fist tightly. After holding back, he wanted to push Yi Jiayao out of bed, hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up. Smelling Yi Jiayao's faint and charming aroma, I fell asleep unconsciously. The sun shone on the ground through the window, and the room gradually brightened up. Yi Jiayao moved her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was the white ceiling. She felt that there seemed to be something hard under her neck. She twisted uncomplacently, and the unknown object under her neck also twisted. As soon as Yi Jiayao turned her head, she looked at an enlarged, fair and handsome face. The man's appearance seems to be exquisitely carved, and his facial features are so delicate that he can't find flaws. His skin is fair, and there is a faint blue silk in his eyes. Yi Jiayao. Mu Linghan also opened his eyes at the same time and looked at Yi Jiayao's shocked eyes. There was a moment of confusion in consciousness, and soon came back to his senses. The two looked at each other, and neither of them spoke. Yi Jiayao can't wait to find a hole in the ground. This is not her room. She must have run to the wrong room after going to the toilet last night. Mu Linghan didn't say anything, her eyes were a little complicated, and the ringtone of her mobile phone broke the silence. Mu Linghan took his mobile phone and connected it. Got it. After saying this, Mu Linghan hung up the phone and looked at Yi Jiayao leisurely. You still don't get up? Do you want to do something? Yi Jiayao. Chapter 44, Isn't it really touching porcelain? Yi Jiayao twisted her waist and jumped off the bed with a carp. I'm going to make breakfast. After saying that, he ran away like a gust of wind. Ha ha. Mu Linghan smiled at the corners of his mouth, and then realized that something pressed the corners of his mouth. The man raised his hand and gently touched the corners of his mouth, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. Yi Jiayao rushed out of the bedroom and walked downstairs while patting her blushing cheek. Yi Jiayao. Why do you always make mistakes and climb into a man's bed in the middle of the night? Yi Jiayao was a little confused. She had obviously traveled through time. How could the problem of sleepwalking also travel with her? The good one won't come, the bad one will come, damn it. Yi Jiayao made breakfast while sighing. As soon as the breakfast was served, Mu Linghan had changed his clothes and sat at the table in a suit. His face was cold and his temperament was outstanding, like the king. Yi Jiayao secretly glanced at the handsome face of the boss. If the boss is not too fierce, this appearance can be licked on his knees for the rest of his life. Oh. It's a pity that the boss is a thorny rose, which can't be touched easily. Today, I made an appointment with several job seekers for interviews. Yi Jiayao drove to a Chinese restaurant near the school after breakfast. Interviewed a few good employees, Yi Jiayao decided to go to the advertising company to remake a restaurant plaque. The name of the restaurant had not been decided yet, and she called Zhuao Yuting. Since we are partners, it's better to discuss the naming together. Anyway, he cheated her 5 million. The two met in a cafe, chatted for a while, and finally decided on the name fate. The two came to the cashier to pay the bill. A man next to him came over and touched Zhuang Yuting's shoulder. Her wallet fell to the ground and was stepped on again. Oh, I'm sorry. The woman's words of apology did not have any apology on her face. She raised her foot and gently kicked the wallet, then took out a bank card from her wallet and handed it to the cashier. She said arrogantly, I'll settle their accounts together. Just think of it as compensation for this wallet. Zhuang Yuting's face sank and she refused in an unhappy tone. No need. How can that be? Although this wallet is not broken, it has been stepped on by me anyway. If I don't compensate, I will be narrow-minded. Zhuang Yuting sneered and said, I mean, you don't need to pay because you can't afford to pay. The woman frowned immediately. You don't want diamonds, do you? How much is a wallet worth? 3 or 500 yen at most. Do you think your wallet is made of gold? Zhuang Yuting sneered and raised her chin proudly. You're right. This wallet is made of gold. The woman's face was even more ugly, and her voice unconsciously turned up. What is it? I don't even look at how many catters and tails I have. Do you know what this place is? Don't look at the occasion even if you touch porcelain. The dispute between the two sides attracted a lot of onlookers, and everyone pointed out to Zhuang Pingting and Yi Jiaoyao. Isn't it just a wallet? Just be stepped on and wipe it. You just want to take the opportunity to knock on it, right? This kind of thing is not without. Maybe the girl is dressed beautifully. In fact, she is rented, specially for this kind of high-end place. That's right, how can a rich man care about such a little money? The gossip of the people around him made Zhuang Yuting even more angry. My wallet is worth 500,000 yen. It is pure handmade high-end customization and seamless connection. You need to make an appointment several months in advance to buy it. If you want compensation, I will give you a maintenance fee. 50,000 yen is fine. Yi Jiaoyao glanced at the wallet on the ground, bent down to pick it up and patted it gently. After careful observation, she was sure that Zhuang Yuting was not lying. This is indeed a wallet made by the world's top wallet manufacturers. There is an obvious sign that there is no sewing interface in sight, and the whole wallet seems to be natural. It takes a tailor with super skill to do it, and even high imitation can't be imitated. As soon as Zhuang Puting said this, the discussion around her became louder. Why don't you grab 50,000 yen? Are you sure this is a wallet, not a car? Leather wallets don't have to be so expensive, do they? This girl looks beautiful, and it is more profitable to go to the bar to sell wine than to touch porcelain here. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the people around him changed slightly, a little more contemptuous and presumptuous. As the most favored young lady of the Zhuang family, how could Zhuang Pingting be humiliated like this? She was so angry that she gritted her teeth in her chest. I'm not lying. This wallet is indeed at this price, and I'm not touching porcelain. Don't talk coldly there if you don't have any knowledge. Zhuang Yuting was angry and spoke with the smell of gunpowder, which immediately annoyed everyone. Those who can come to this kind of coffee shop are all from the family. They are proud of their noble and rich families, but they can't hear such words. What are you arrogant about? Are all liars so arrogant these days? Which kiln did this chicken come from? The acting skills are so good that I almost believed it. This is because you want to come here to fish for a golden turtle son-in-law. This kind of thing is not strange. Beauty, we support you. Don't be polite to this kind of person. She did it on purpose. Even if you smashed her wallet, you can't compensate. It has fueled the bad atmosphere. This is a middle and high-end cafe, and the positioning is a little higher than that of ordinary cafes. Zhuang Puting usually goes to ultra-high-end social places and well-known restaurants. She enters and exits by membership. Sometimes she has to make an appointment in advance. She rarely comes to this grade of cafe, so no one here recognizes her. Zhuang Yuting listened to the words of the people around her, and her shoulders trembled with anger. Wherever she went, the manager personally received her, and everyone was respectful to her. She had never faced this kind of siege. When the woman saw so many people around her supporting her, she was more confident. She looked at Zhuang Yuting contemptuously, took out 500 yen from her wallet and threw it on Zhuang Yuting. She said arrogantly, take this 500 yen to buy a new wallet, and buy medicine for you with the rest of the money. Find a job. If you really can't go to the nightclub, sell it, or wouldn't it be a waste to spend money on plastic surgery? You. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuting was so angry that she raised her hand and was about to hit the woman in the face. Yi Jiaoyao suddenly stretched out her hand to hold her wrist and pulled her back. Zhuang Yuting's eyes were a little anxious and looked at Yi Jiaoyao angrily. Yi Jiaoyao. She is too much. I know, but you don't need to do this kind of thing. After saying that, Yi Jiaoyao stepped forward, raised her hand and slapped the other party fiercely. She remembered that there was something in the book. After a plot, Zhuang Pingting had a conflict with people in public and oppressed people with power. It happened that the hero and heroine passed by and saw it. When the hero saw Zhuang Yuting's arrogant and domineering appearance, his impression of her was a little worse. In contrast, the heroine's gentle persuasion is more likable. When she was reading the book before, the book did not mention the cause, but only wrote that she was bullying people. Now that she is immersed in the situation and experienced the cause and effect, she only felt that Zhuang Pingting was sorry for her surname if she did not fight back. Loud applause sounded in everyone's ears, and everyone was stunned. The woman who was beaten was stunned for a moment, and then screamed. She raised her hands to hit Yi Jiayao, shouting, "You bitch! How dare you hit me?" Yi Jiayao raised her hand and grabbed the woman's hand and sneered, "It's you who hit." After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped her. The woman's faces on both sides quickly swelled up and her hair was messy. The people around couldn't help but make noise. How to hit people? The liars are too arrogant these days. Catch them. The audience came up with popularity. Someone was about to catch Yi Jiayao and Zhuang Yuting. At this time, several bodyguards suddenly rushed in from outside and protected Zhuang Yuting and Yi Jiayao in the middle. "Miss, are you all right?" One of the bodyguards looked cold and evil. He glanced at the crowd coldly and then looked at Zhuang Yuting with a little worry. "They said I cheated money and touched porcelain." Zhuang Yuting's eyes were red and she pointed to the people opposite who wanted to attack her. Everyone was a little confused when they saw this situation. This woman really has a good point, isn't she? These bodyguards are more fierce than each other. Everyone felt guilty and couldn't help taking a few steps back. Chapter 45, as expected, the hero and heroine came. "We didn't mean it. This is a misunderstanding. It's just a small thing." The woman stepped on the young lady's wallet and wanted compensation. "Yes, we didn't do anything to this lady." Looking at the momentum of these bodyguards, this woman must come from a rich family, and that wallet may really be worth 500,000 yuan. Zhuang Yuting's heart was still full of anger. She had never been bullied like this. She said to the scared woman, "Compensate 500,000 yuan, a penny can't be less." The woman was stunned and said tremblingly, "I don't have that much money. 500,000, even if she has it, she can't bear to take it out." With 500,000 yuan, she found a way to go to the high-end club to attend the reception. She knew the rich young master. How could she come to such a place to meet a man? Zhuang Yuting was angry in her heart. How could she be willing to let a woman go like this? "If you can't take it out, just wait for the prison meal," Zhuang Yuting said and winked at the bodyguard. The bodyguard nodded and immediately came forward and grabbed the woman's shoulder. The woman screamed and immediately struggled with a sharp voice. "I just stepped on it, and the wallet was not broken. At most, there are scratches. I can compensate you for the maintenance fee." Zhuang Yuting sneered, "It's only now that I have to pay for the maintenance fee. It's too late. I didn't care about your slander just now. It's good to cause personal injury to me. Either pay the money or go to the police station." The woman's face was full of panic. She didn't dare to enter the police station. At first glance, it's not small. Although it's just a small thing, as long as the other party persists in pursuing it to the end, there will definitely be no good fruit to eat. It's just a little bit of a word. "I've been beaten. I didn't say anything. You still have to be unforgiving. It's too bullying. Woo 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 woo." As the woman said, she suddenly burst into tears, looking miserable. "What's wrong here? Why are there so many people?" A weak female voice came from the door, and everyone's eyes looked over. A man and a woman appeared at the door. The hero was in a suit and leather shoes, with a straight figure, a strong face and a cold temperament. At first glance, he was a successful person. The girl's face is pure and delicate, her eyes are bright, her figure is slender, and she looks delicate and charming in a light pink jumpsuit skirt. Yi Jiaoyao's eyelids jumped. Sure enough, the hero and heroine came. Some of the onlookers explained in 3 or 2 words. Qin Shouyi and Lord Jingming immediately looked at Yi Jiayao with a slightly surprised expression. "Jiayao. Yu Ting." Everyone suddenly realized that their feelings are all known. When Zhuang Yuting saw Qin Shouyi, she couldn't help snorting coldly, with disdain on her face. Then her eyes fell on Lu Jingming, with a little grievance and stubbornness. Lord Jingming glanced at her faintly, with no expression. Zhuang Yuting gritted her teeth, and a gloom flashed in her eyes. "Take the person away." Yi Jiayao said something to the bodyguard. The leading bodyguard took a look at Zhuang Puting and saw that she acquiesced and wanted to leave immediately. The woman struggled harder and kept shouting and crying. "Li Ting, Jiayao, this store has Mr. Lu's investment. If it makes a big fuss, it will have a bad impact on the store." Qin Shuyi whispered with a worried face. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuting was stunned for a moment. She bit her lip and glanced at Lord Jingming. The latter still had a stiff face and calm eyes. "Forget it." Yi Jiayao rushed in front of Zhuang Bingting and said, "You can't forget it. If you dare to slander people and bully us, you will have to pay the price." After saying that, Yi Jiayao stared at Zhuang Yuting and said to the bodyguard, "Da Hei, drag this woman away. Don't interfere with the boss's business." Zhuang Yuting's bodyguard. Zhuang Yuting gently pulled Yi Jiayao's sleeve to speak. Yi Jiayao immediately said in her ear, "This must come out. If you put things on my head, just say that the bodyguard is mine, so that Lord Jiming will not feel that you are bullying." After saying that, he gently touched Zhuang Yuting's arm with his elbow and blinked with one eye. "Am I righteous enough?" Zhuang Yuting. Yi Jiayao is helping her save Lord Jiming's impression of her. Yi Jiayao really doesn't like Lord Jingming anymore. "Jiayao. You are so kind." Zhuang Yuting's eyes turned red in an instant. "Yi Jiayao. The girl is too easily moved, right? This is a good opportunity to distance from the big hero. Yi Jiaoyao thought like this, and the expression on her face became more arrogant. She raised her chin, her eyes were contemptuous, and her posture was arrogant. Don't appear in front of me again, or I will meet you once and again. Something that doesn't have long eyes. And this coffee shop, I don't know how the owner runs it. Any messy person can come to touch the porcelain. It's really downgrade. Never come again. Zhuang Yuting opened her eyes. Yi Jiaoyao's words are mocking Luo Jingming. Luo Jingming is also one of the investors in the cafe. Even if you want to help her, you don't have to be so thorough, do you? Zhuang Yuting quietly glanced at Luo Jingming. The latter still had no expression, but felt that his eyes were darker. She swallowed her saliva quietly and wrote down Yi Jiaoyao's gentleness in her heart. The bodyguard finally dragged the woman away, and the people around her did not dare to say anything, and they dispersed one after another. Jiaoyao, why are you like this? Qin Shuyi looked worried, with disapproval in her tone. This kind of thing happened when this cafe first started to operate, and the reviews will definitely not be good in the future. Yi Jiaoyao snorted coldly. If it weren't for Mr. Lu's face, I would have beaten this woman into a pig's head on the spot. How could she be so polite? In the future, I will abuse her once I see her. Qin Shuyi. Yi Jiaoyao shook her head and stepped out with her slender thighs. When she passed by Luo Jingming, the man suddenly opened his mouth. Is it for my face? Yi Jiaoyao paused and looked up at Luo Jingming with an arrogant posture. Of course. Miss Ben has made a big concession. This man must be disgusted with her behavior. That's better. Luo Jingming looked at Yi Jiaoyao with a straight face, and his eyes were full of in-depth investigation. Yi Jiaoyao was arrogant on her face, but in fact, she tensed her nerves and continued to walk out. Zhuang Yuting hesitated for a moment, quietly glanced at Luo Jingming, and also followed Yi Jiaoyao. Luo Jingming kept staring at the two until their figures disappeared at the door of the cafe. Qin Shuyi glanced sideways at Luo Jingming and couldn't help sighing slightly. I feel sorry for that young lady. When Luo Jingming heard the words, he turned his head to Qin Shuyi. His tone was light and his eyes were a little more alienated. She is not pitiful. Qin Shuyi was stunned. She was a little flustered by Luo Jingming's eyes and quickly closed her mouth. She didn't say anything wrong. Out of the restaurant, Yi Jiaoyao quietly wiped the sweat on her forehead. Emma, when I just passed by the big hero, I felt that Alexander, the big hero's eyes looked like Thor's hammer. Jiaoyao. You are so kind. Zhuang Yuting hugged Yi Jiaoyao's arm and her face was full of emotion. I didn't expect you to sacrifice so much for me. Yi Jiaoyao waved her hand gently. It's just a little thing. Who made you my friend? Who made you my gold owner? I'm so touched. How do you want me to repay you? Yi Jiaoyao waved her hand generously. No, Zhuang Yuting was even more moved, and her beautiful big eyes were full of tears, as if she was about to cry. Yi Jiaoyao. Zhuang Pingting rubbed her swollen eyes, stood up straight and said, why don't we go shopping? No. Shopping? Where did she get the money? What do you like? I'll buy it for you. Which mall to go to? Just the nearest one. Yi Jiaoyao's eyes lit up. Is there a gold shop over there? Zhuang Yuting was stunned by the gold store. Yi Jiaoyao is talking about the jewelry store, right? She nodded. Yes, there are many brands of jewelry, and the design is very good. Yi Jiaoyao smiled like a flower and affectionately raised Zhuang Yuting's wrist. Let's go shopping together. Chapter 46. Her husband's time is running out. Zhuang Yuting stared at the jewelry bag in Yi Jiaoyao's hand in a daze. Yi Jiaoyao said that going to the gold shop is really going to the gold shop. When you buy gold bars, do you want to find someone to design and make the style by yourself? Why don't you just ask the designer to make a reservation? Yi Jiaoyao held the bag, felt heavy, and her heart was satisfied. She has to find a safe place to hide later, the kind that is unknown. This is an investment, keeping the value preservation. Zhuang Yuting looked at a loss. Yi Jiaoyao waved her hand. You don't understand what I said. In the end, the boss in the book went bankrupt. His property was frozen by the court, and he was poor, and the assets of her wife were also frozen and confiscated. Can't she save some gold to defend herself? In case the boss still can't escape the fate of bankruptcy, she can still leave a way for herself. It would be better if you could buy diamonds, but does the jewelry store sell naked diamonds? It's too eye-catching to buy a large number of naked diamonds, so it's more cost-effective to buy gold bars. Zhuang Yuting hesitated for a moment and felt that what Yi Jiaoyao said was very reasonable, so the two went to several other jewelry stores and bought the gold bars in stock. The shopping guide of the gold shop looked at them by looking at the local tycoon. The two walked around all day. When they passed by a men's clothing store, Yi Jiaoyao glanced at it casually and was caught by the suit on one of the models. It was a dark blue suit. Looking closely, it was a little shiny. Even Yi Jiaoyao, who was not interested in men's clothing, couldn't help but admire it. It's so beautiful. Zhuang Yuting followed her gaze and looked over, and her eyes also lit up. That dress must look good on Mr. Law. The corners of Yi Jiaoyao's mouth twitched. Zhuang Yuting smiled slyly, patted Yi Jiaoyao on the shoulder and said, if you want, I won't take it from you. Yi Jiaoyao turned her head and looked at Zhuang Yuting with a smile. You pay. Zhuang Yuting raised her chin proudly. Of course, I'll pay all the bill today. The two walked into the men's clothing store together, and the shopping guide immediately came forward to greet them enthusiastically. Yi Jiayao pointed to the suit on the model. How much does that suit sell? The shopping guide's expression was slightly apologetic. Sorry, that one has been ordered. Ah. Yi Jiayao felt a little sorry and was reluctant to look at the shiny suit. If the boss wears this suit, he will be so handsome. Who ordered it? When will you pick it up? The more Zhuang Pingting looks at that suit, the more she likes it. This. The shopping guide was a little embarrassed. This is the guest's privacy, and it's hard for her to reveal it. I just want to discuss with the other party to see if they can give it to me. Just tell me when he will pick it up. The shopping guide is about to open. A young man came into the door and handed the receipt to the shopping guide. Hello, is my customized suit ready? The shopping guide glanced at the receipt and immediately raised a smile and said, it's done. Yi Jiayao and Zhuang Yuting looked at each other. Is this the customer who customized the suit? A young man wears an ordinary suit, and the price is only a few thousand yuan. Unexpectedly, he can afford such a high-end suit. Sure enough, people don't look good. What a hidden boss. Zhuang Yuting pulled Yi Jiayao forward and said, Sir, my best friend likes this suit very much. Can you cut it off? I can pay part of the transfer fee. The young man was about to refuse. When he saw Yi Jiayao's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this the president's wife? Yi Jiayao felt a little strange when she saw the other party staring at her face. Is this an acquaintance of the original owner? I don't know what to do in my heart, so I just don't say anything. Zhuang Yuting didn't notice anything strange. Seeing that the man didn't say anything, her eyes turned and she said with sadness, Sir, is it okay? My best friend's husband is running out of time, and she doesn't know what she can do. She just wants to buy a suit to make him happy. In a romantic drama, you should be able to increase your chips. As long as the other party is not very urgent, you should be moved. Right. The young man's eyes widened. The time is running out. When Zhuang Yuting saw that the man was stunned, she thought that her emotional card was good, and immediately nodded vigorously. Yi Jiayao is full of black lines, and Zhuang Yuting's IQ is worrying. No. Yi Jiayao quietly took Zhuang Yuting's hand and planned to stop her. As a result, Zhuang Yuting quietly winked at her, and then whispered, Don't worry, I will definitely ask him to give up his suit. Yi Jiayao. Isn't this a curse for Mu Linghang? If I let you know, I'm afraid you will be angry, right? But the boss is not here, so he probably won't know. Yi Jiayao thought that if she could buy a suit to please the boss, it would be okay to lie a little. Yi Jiayao didn't open her mouth to stop her. Zhuang Yuting performed harder and looked at the young man with a pair of bright eyes. Really, you can give this little brother to us. You are so handsome, kind and generous. Good people will be rewarded. The young man. He glanced at Yi Jiayao tangledly and then said, Let me call my boss to ask. It turns out that this dress does not belong to this man. Zhuang Yuting nodded repeatedly, and her tone became softer. I'm sorry to bother you. Your boss must also be a super kind-hearted person. Yi Jiayao. Before the other party agreed, he put on the hi-hat. The young man took his mobile phone and went to the corner to make a phone call. After making 2 calls, he connected. The man's slightly impatient voice came from the phone, and the young man's spine couldn't help stiffening a little. What's the matter? Well, Mr. Mu, I met your wife when I picked up a suit for you. She said she wanted this suit and asked me to give it to her. The voice on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. Does she recognize you? No, Mu Lingha's voice was a little cold. What else did she say? The secretary hesitated for a moment and told what had just happened. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the table from his mobile phone. Bang! The secretary was so scared that he swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to say anything more. Time is running out. If I had known, I shouldn't have said it. Mr. Mu must be very angry. He has to refuse quickly. Then I refuse. Give her the clothes. Mu Lingha's voice was full of anger. Secretary? He suspected that he had heard it wrong. Mr. Mu. The phone has been hung up, and the secretary looked at the mobile phone screen in a daze. Mr. Mu is obviously very angry. Why did he give up the clothes to his wife? The secretary returned to the men's clothing store doubtfully and promised to give up the clothes, which was praised by Zhuang Pingting for a long time. The secretary left with sadness. When he left, he gave Yi Jiayao a self-blessing look. On the other side, Mu Linghang hung up the phone and patted the table with another palm. The corners of his mouth evoked a cruel arc, and his eyes were cold and gloomy. That woman wants to buy clothes for Luo Qingming. Chapter 47, Are the clothes for him? Yi Jiayao looked at the shopping guide packing the suit, and inexplicably felt a chill in her back, and couldn't help rubbing her shoulders. Isn't it evening? The weather is getting colder. No more shopping, let's go back. Let's go to the styling together on the day of the party. The two made an agreement and drove away. Yi Jiayao drove the car slowly, and glanced at the suit bag on the passenger seat in the corner of her eyes. Thinking of its price, she couldn't help but twitch in her heart. This suit is really TMD expensive. It is said that diamond powder has also been added. No wonder it is shiny. This is not clothes, it's all money. The boss should be happy when she gives such a big gift, right? Thinking about it, Yi Jiayao stepped on the accelerator and accelerated. Yi Jiayao walked into the villa with a pile of shopping bags. As soon as she stepped in, she saw several men in black standing in the living room, which shocked her, and the shopping bag in her hand almost fell to the ground. Are you going out? Yi Jiayao looked at Mu Linghao puzzledly, and at the same time, her heart was a little hairy. The man's expression was a little scary. The man's face was cold, and his eyes were angry, which made people feel afraid. Mu Linghan didn't say anything, and his cold eyes swept to the bodyguard beside him. The latter immediately nodded. The two bodyguards quickly stepped forward, grabbed Yi Jiayao's shoulder one by one left and one right, and took her upstairs. The shopping bags in Yi Jiayao's hand were all dropped. What are you doing? Yi Jiayao couldn't help but feel hairy. She stared wide-eyed and looked at Mu Linghan in surprise. Mu Linghan met such a pair of eyes, and his heart tightened for a moment, and soon suppressed it again, and his eyes became more gloomy. The man waved his hand, take it away. The two bodyguards pinched Yi Jiayao hard and walked out, took her directly to the warehouse behind the villa and pushed her in. The door of the warehouse was closed, and the room was dark. Yi Jiayao stumbled twice and almost fell down. She quickly stabilized. Her body was still a little sprained under her feet. She groped for the wall beside her and stood firmly. She couldn't help raising her hand to rub her arm that had been pinched by the bodyguard. It's a little sore. I guess it's bruised. Yi Jiayao frowned deeply. Mu Linghan, why are you crazy? The book says that Mu Linghan's mood is changeable, but there is no warning that he will get angry this time. Hey! Yi Jiayao sighed softly. Fortunately, Mu Linghan was not so crazy that he tied her up and abused her. However, how could this warehouse smell of disinfectant water? While thinking about it, the light in the warehouse suddenly turned on. Yi Jiayao's eyes were not adapted for a moment and closed them. When she opened them again, her whole pupils were stunned. She was so scared that her legs and feet couldn't help but weaken, and she collapsed directly to the ground. The warehouse is full of all kinds of specimens, animal corpses soaked in formalin, as well as various organs, eyeballs, animal heads, etc. At a glance, all the corpses of dead cats and dogs with their eyes open and enlarged pupils looked at her strangely. In addition to these corpses, there were also some animal bones. Yi Jiayao was so scared that her face turned pale. She couldn't help shaking and kept retreating, as if she had hit something behind her, making a sound. Yi Jiayao turned her head and saw a shattered bone. Ah! In the villa, the bodyguards left, leaving only Mu Linghan and Aunt Hong in the living room. Mu Ling's face was dark and calm, and her whole body was filled with low pressure. Aunt Hong's face was full of fear. She stood behind her side and did not dare to say a word. The man's eyes glanced coldly at the messy shopping bag on the ground, and a mocking and treacherous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Take it all and throw it away. Aunt Hong was stunned for a moment. She realized that Mu Linghan was talking to her and quickly walked over with her head down. Because there were too many things, many of them were scattered, so she put them back into the bag one by one. When I pulled up a suit under it, I couldn't help being stunned. This suit is particularly conspicuous among a bunch of goods, because the rest are women's clothes, bags and jewelry, but this one is for men. Mu Linghan also saw the suit. His eyes condensed and he snorted coldly, get it here. Aunt Hong immediately picked it up with the bag of the suit and handed it to Mu Linghan. The man glanced at it and was sure that it was the one he had customized, and his eyebrows sank. Isn't it to be bought for Lu Qingming? This woman is not so stupid that she wants to give another man's suit and blatantly bring it home. A trace of speculation surged in Mu Linghan's heart, which was soon ignored by him. It can't be what he thought. Bring me the lighter. He is going to destroy the suit that has been defiled by someone. Aunt Hong hesitated for a moment, went to open the drawer with a sad face, found the lighter and handed it to Mu Linghan. Mu Linghan held the corner of the plastic bag of his suit in one hand and the lighter in one hand. He raised his thumb gently. The lid of the lighter was opened, and bright flames sprayed out, shining on Mu Linghan's face, with a little cold light. Aunt Hong took a look at the suit with some pity and lowered her eyes slightly. The lighter approached the suit little by little and quickly touched the corner of the suit bag. At this time, the suit brand paper bag underfoot fell to the side, making a slight sound, and a small card slipped out of it. Mu Linghan's hand paused for a moment. He looked sideways at the card on the ground. The beautiful little card had pink cherry blossom lace. In the middle of the card, a few big words were written with a neat signature pen, for my dear husband. Mu Linghan's pupils shrank and his eyes opened slightly. The suit was given to him? Aunt Hong also saw the small card and was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Mu Linghan and her face changed slightly. Mr. Mu, fire, fire. Mu Linghan was shocked by this call and looked at the suit in his hand. The plastic bag in the corner of the suit had been wrinkled by the fire. He quickly threw away the lighter and directly pinched the corner of the plastic bag with his hand to extinguish the fine flame. Mu Linghan frowned. It's a little hot. But he didn't move his hand. He didn't move his hand until the fire was extinguished for a while. He spread his palm and glanced at the slightly red palm, frowned, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Aunt Hong looked at Mu Linghan's hand with a worried face. Sir, your hand. It's okay. Mu Linghan responded lightly, tore off the plastic packaging bag of the suit, threw it aside, and checked the suit. The flames were extinguished in time, and the suit was not damaged. Mu Linghan breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. He gently touched his suit, picked up the branded paper bag on the ground, put it in, and then pushed the wheelchair out. The expression is stiff, and the expression is a little complicated. Aunt Hong hesitated for a moment, put away the lighter and followed it out. Mu Linghan pushed the wheelchair to the rear warehouse. When he was still 10 meters away from the warehouse, a scream suddenly came from inside. Ah! Mu Linghan's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 48, Did I do something wrong? Mu Linghan quickly pushed the wheelchair into the warehouse. When he arrived at the door of the warehouse, the screams inside became louder, and he could faintly hear the slight collision sound and the sound of objects landing. He looked tight, suddenly stood up from the wheelchair, pushed open the door of the warehouse, and saw some bone models and some specimens, brackets, etc. scattered on the floor. In the corner, Yi Jiayao hugged herself and shrank there, and her shoulders trembled slightly, like a frightened rabbit. Mu Linghan's pupils shrank, and his heart twitched suddenly. He strode towards Yi Jiayao. The sound of stepping on the specimen made a clicking cracking sound. Yi Jiayao, who was curled up there, was so scared that her body trembled again and shrank herself tighter. Mu Linghan's heart twitched again, and an unknown emotion surged into his heart, which blocked his heart. Sour and astringent. Mu Linghan stopped beside Yi Jiayao, stretched out his hand and gently touched her shoulder. Yi Jiayao was shocked and suddenly looked up, while shrinking to the side. When she saw that it was Mu Linghan, Yi Jiayao's face turned paler, and her body couldn't help moving to the side a few more times. Mu Linghan's fearful eyes made his heart suddenly blocked, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. I'm a little irritable. I want to get angry, but I don't want to get angry. It's a very contradictory feeling. Mu Linghan hasn't figured out his mind yet, and his body has moved first. The man bent down and picked up Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao was shocked, her whole body trembled, and she looked at Mu Linghan in horror. Mu Linghan walked out of the warehouse with Yi Jiayao in his arms and walked slowly towards the villa. Yi Jiayao stared at Mu Linghan with wide eyes, and her eyes were full of fear. Mu Linghan only felt more sour in his heart. He couldn't figure out this emotion. He pursed his lips and his expression was a little cold. Yi Jiayao couldn't help shrinking again when she looked at Mu Ling's cold and hard face. This man must be a pervert. Did he think of any way to torture people? Do you want to make yourself a specimen? Buried alive or in the pond? Separate the corpse or Ling Kai? The more Yi Jiayao thought about it, the more scared she became, and she couldn't help shaking slightly. Mu Linghan noticed the trembling of the person in his arms and couldn't help frowning. The unhappiness and irritability in my heart became stronger. This strange feeling has only appeared once before. You. Don't be afraid. His voice was a little low and his demeanor was a little awkward. Yi Jiayao only felt that the man's voice sounded like the voice of death and the devil. She couldn't help but tense her nerves and didn't dare to speak anymore. In the future, if Mu Linghan really wants to do to her, find a chance to attack his bottom plate and then run away. It's a bad thing for the bodyguard. If it really doesn't work, take Mu Linghan as a hostage. Yi Jiayao's mind was full of mess, her body was stiff and she didn't dare to move, and her expression on her face was still pale. Mu Linghan looked at Yi Jiayao's tight and white lips, and his heart was slightly depressed. This strange mood makes him very uncomfortable. He wants to get angry, but he doesn't feel angry. Mu Ling's face was cold and she wanted to move the wheelchair, but found that it was difficult to control Yi Jiayao in her arms. Aunt Hong came forward to push the wheelchair with a good eye. The three of them left the warehouse quietly, and there was silence all the way. Yi Jiayao gradually calmed down and her mind became clearer. She quietly looked up and looked around. She didn't find the bodyguard, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he realized his situation and was a little confused. Mu Linghan, is this holding her? Or is it a princess hug? Also, the boss's leg is completely healed. Mu Linghan held Yi Jiayao all the way back to the bedroom and put her on the hospital bed. Yi Jiayao shrunk her neck and lay on the bed, staring at Mu Linghan blankly. Mu Linghan sat quietly by the bed and looked at Yi Jiayao expressionlessly, as if he was looking at him, and his eyes seemed to have no focal length. Through her, she was looking at someone else. After a while, Mu Linghan without any movement, Yi Jiayao's fear subsided like a tide. She looked at the man's dark face and couldn't help opening her mouth. You. Mu Linghan also spoke almost at the same time, and then both of them were stunned for a moment. You say it first. Yi Jiayao opened her mouth at the first time, and then looked at him vigilantly. Mu Linghan saw Yi Jiayao's defensive eyes, and his heart was suddenly blocked in a panic. He turned his head and didn't look at Yi Jiayao's eyes. It's okay. What do you want to say? Yi Jiayao swallowed her saliva, and her voice was obviously cautious. Did I do something wrong? Yi Jiayao has calmed down and is not as afraid as just now. She went through what she had done today in her mind. She really couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. She even drew a line with Luo Jingming. Hearing this, Mu Linghan's eyes flashed and felt a little weak. He lowered his eyes and was silent for a few seconds. Just when Yi Jiayao thought he couldn't open his mouth, the man suddenly moved his mouth. How much do you want? Yi Jiayao. She didn't ask for money. Mu Linghan pursed his lips. He took out his wallet and handed Yi Jiayao a secondary card. Brush as you like. Yi Jiayao looked confused. Seeing that she didn't pick it up, Mu Linghan directly pulled her hand and stuffed it into the palm of his hand. You took it. Yi Jiayao looked at the bank card in her palm and had more doubts in her mind. Mu Linghan pushed the wheelchair away, leaving Yi Jiayao with a blank face. What's wrong with the boss? It was like he wanted her life just now. In a blink of an eye, he gave money to swipe casually. Yi Jiayao was lying on the bed, holding a bank card in one hand, staring at the ceiling blankly, and her brain cells were dead and she couldn't think of the ugly Ying Mao. On the other side, Mu Linghan came to the living room with a straight face. Aunt Hong was packing the scattered goods back into the shopping bag one by one. When she saw Mu Linghan coming down, she couldn't help whispering, "Sir, do you still want to throw these away?" Mu Linghan glared at her. Aunt Hong hooked the corners of her mouth and smiled. She lowered her head to sort out the things and took them upstairs. Yi Jiayao was in a daze when the door suddenly pushed open. She was shocked and suddenly turned around to see Aunt Hong coming in with a pile of shopping bags, with an unknown smile in her eyes. "Miss Yi, can I put things in the cabinet for you?" Yi Jiayao. She nodded and said, "Okay. I used to go home with full of enthusiasm, but now I am in the mood to see these goods." "Oh. Wait. Where are the men's clothes I bought?" When Aunt Hong heard the words, the smile in her eyes was a little stronger. "Sir took it. Miss Yi is going to give it to you, right?" Yi Jiayao responded suddenly. Because she gave Mu Linghan clothes, which made him unhappy. Apart from this, she really can't think of any other reason. Is it because she dislikes that the clothes are not good and the grade is not high, and feels that she humiliates him in disguise with cheap goods? That's not right. That suit is worth 2 million. At this price, you can buy a small commercial house. What brand of clothes does Mu Linghan usually wear and what is the average price? Aunt Hong answered honestly, Armani's suits are usually customized. Yi Jiayao. Then she didn't buy it wrong. Although it is not specially tailored for him, it is also high-end. Man's heart, seabed needle. The boss is a psychopath. There are so many corpse specimens in the warehouse. Thinking of this, Yi Jiayao's face couldn't help turning slightly pale. She always felt that she had become a member of those collections that day. Chapter 49, The money in her hand can't be spent. Aunt Hong put away the things, turned her head to look at Yi Jiayao, and said with a gentle face, "The specimens in the warehouse are all from a friend who runs a laboratory. Leave them here first." Yi Jiayao. Isn't it his collection? Aunt Ho's eyes softened. Sir is just a little grumpy, weak and sensitive. In fact, he is a good person. Yi Jiayao. Did she misunderstand Mu Linghan? But why did he get angry with her for no reason? Aunt Hong is his man, so he spoke for him. It should be like this. It's better not to use the card given to her by Mu Linghan. Who knows if it will make trouble for her because of it. Oh. Yi Jiayao sighed. The money you get can't be spent, and that feeling is even more suffocating. In the master bedroom, Mu Ling looked at the suit on the bed with a cold face. The exquisite high-ending suit was spread flat there, shining slightly in the light of the room. The man's face was a little complicated, and he raised his hand and gently stroked the fabric of the suit. At this time, the man's mobile phone rang. He glanced and saw the caller Qing Shiyi. Mu Linghan's eyes flashed, his eyebrows sank slightly, and he stretched out his hand to answer the phone. "Brother Linghan, you are finally willing to answer my phone." Qing Shiyi's voice was obviously excited. "What's the matter? Are you free tomorrow night? Some of our friends have an appointment for a party and are singing." Mu Linghan's eyes drooped slightly, and he couldn't see his emotions clearly. He didn't answer immediately. Qing Shiyi on the other end of the phone was a little nervous and her voice became more and more careful. "Brother Linghan, it's okay." The next day, Yi Jiayao was awakened by Zhuang Porting's deadly series of calls. "Yesterday, I was scared by Mu Linghan. I was dreaming all night. Suddenly, I dreamed that I was made into a specimen and displayed in the museum. Suddenly, I returned to modern times. Then I found that I was put on the news on TV to promote safety education as the opposite example of a car accident. Finally, I dreamed that I became the original owner, Yi Jiayao, and was the goods were sold here and there, and finally died tragically on the roadside. I didn't fall asleep until the early morning. I slept directly after breakfast and went straight to lunchtime." Yi Jiayao. "Didn't we say we're going to do styling together? Where are the people? I've arrived." Zhuang Yuting's voice came from her ear like a bombardment, and Yi Jiayao's sleepy bug ran away in an instant. She looked at the time and turned over from the bed. "I'll be right there." After saying that, he threw away his mobile phone and went into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he rushed downstairs with his bag and drove his car out. When I arrived at the styling studio, I was half an hour late. As soon as I entered, I heard the sound of argument coming from inside. I made an appointment first. Zhuang Yuting's voice was full of anger. It's half an hour late. The appointment should be automatically invalidated. If she doesn't come, does Mr. Jerry have to wait here all the time? Teacher Jerry is not her own personal stylist. People are coming soon. The woman's voice sneered, you just said this sentence, Mr. Jerry, that customer is not punctual, and you don't have to wait. Do the styling for me first. No way. Zhuang Yuting stood in front of the woman angrily. As soon as Yi Jiayao stepped in, she saw Zhuang Yuting blocking in front of the two women with an angry face. One of them, who is dressed in unusually fashionable clothes and full of blonde hair, should be the stylist Jerry. The other girl is quite beautiful. She is wearing a red dress with an exquisite diamond brooch on her chest. Her eyebrow line is very long, the corners of her eyes are slightly raised, and her expression is a little ostentatious. The girl in red looked arrogant, and the corners of her mouth were slightly hooked, full of pride. If you don't do styling yourself, just stay by your side. Don't disturb others here. My time is very precious. It's strange that my brother will like you for someone like you. Yi Jiayao strode to Zhuang Yuting's side. Hearing this, she instantly understood the identity of the girl in red. Luo Yachen, Luo Jingming's younger sister. In the opposite of Luo Jingming, the Luo family's stricter requirements for Luo Jingming are, the more spoiled Luo Yache's education is. In the spirit of girls' pampering, they spoil Luo Yachen as a porcelain doll. At the same time, he is also a brother control. I have always felt that my brother Luo Jingming is a perfect man. No one's family is worthy of his own brother. At the beginning, he naturally disliked and embarrassed the heroine Qi Shuyi. But who is Qin Shuyi? The heroine. Naturally, Luo Yachen was soon subdued. He was still the kind of subdued, and he had become a strong supporter of the relationship between the hero and heroine. From my brother is so excellent and perfect that no one is worthy of it. It has become only a beautiful person like Sister Shuyi can be worthy of my brother. To put it bluntly, she is an arrogant young lady with no heart. Yi Jiayao understood the situation in front of her with a slight turn of her mind. Because she was late, Jerry, the stylist she made an appointment with, served her first. Jiayao, here you are. When Zhuang Puting saw Yi Jiayao, she immediately hooked her arm with a happy look, and then looked at Luo Yachen, the person with the appointment is here. Is it you? Luo Yachen was surprised to see Yi Jiayao and quickly reacted, looking at their eyes with a little strangeness. Do you want to do styling together? Aren't these two rivals? Let's do styling together. Are you stupid? It has nothing to do with you. Let's do styling. Zhuang Yuting pulled Yi Jiayao to find a seat to sit down, but Luo Yachen stopped them again. No, Mr. Jerry wants to model for me. Why? Zhuang Yuting was about to get angry again, and Yi Jiayao gently pulled her wrist. Forget it, give it to her. Zhuang Yuting was a little surprised, while Luo Yachen had a smug expression of the face. Even if you do this, I won't change my view of you. People like you are not worthy of my brother. After saying that, Luo Yachen pulled the stylist away with an arrogant face. Jiayao, look at her. Zhuang Yuting was a little angry and wanted to fight people, but because the other party was Luo Jingming's sister, she couldn't say anything unpleasant. Yi Jiayao's expression was flat. What's the matter with such a grown-up brat? It looks like you are the same age as her. Zhuang Yuting was infected by Yi Jiayao's indifferent attitude. After thinking about it, she thought it made sense and nodded. Yes, she is still a minor. I don't remember the villain. Change a stylist for me. Yi Jiayao said to a studio assistant, and the latter said, there is no free stylist at this time. Maisor Styling Studio is a high-end styling club. Senior stylists are very popular. They have to make an appointment in advance every time. The chief stylist usually has to make an appointment 2 months in advance, and even need to grab it. Now her stylist has been cut off, and there is no free stylist. She may not be able to wait until she waits. If she changes the stylist, she may not be able to catch up with the evening party. Luo Yachen, who had been paying attention to this place, also heard the words of the staff and couldn't help gloating. I'm late and even the stylist is gone. It's so pitiful. After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up and he waved desperately to the door. Sister Shuyi, come here. I made an appointment with a stylist for you. Chapter 50, roll up your sleeves and do a big job. Yi Jiayao. Teacher Jerry was specially snatched by Luo Yachen to give to Jing Shuyi. Zhuang Yuting's face is also very ugly. If it is what Luo Yachen wants herself, she can make concessions in the same circle, and she is Luo Jingming's sister, but now, it is actually for Qin Shuyi. The flames she had just pressed down suddenly came up. Zhuang Yuting rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the door in high heels, directly blocking Qin Shuyi, who was about to enter the door. Zhuang Yuting said to the doorman beside her, it's a senior membership system here, and ordinary people are not allowed to come in. The doorman immediately stretched out his hand to stop Qin Shuyi and said with a slight apology, our studio does not accept non-members. She is my friend. Luo Yachen came over quickly, scolded the doorman, and stared angrily, you are a doorman. How can you stop my friend? The doorman was a little embarrassed. Zhuang Yuting stepped forward and said to Luo Yachen, the doorman just does things according to the rules and is conscientious. If you want to blame someone for wanting to break the rules and destroy the signboard of the studio. She is my friend. I said let her in. I'm a VIP Platinum member of Maisel Styling Studio. Do you treat members like this? At this time, a man came out of the studio and walked quickly to the door. He was sincere but resolute. We treat members very respectfully, but the members of our studio are not shared. The lady can't take out her membership card, so she can only ask you to leave. Yi Jiayao stood beside Zhuang Puting and smiled at Qin Shi. It turns out that someone has no money to apply for membership and wants to use other people's membership cards. I'm really insightful. This heroine is really shameless. Qin Shi suddenly choked and looked a little embarrassed. I can get one now. Yi Jiayao smiled even brighter. Does Miss Shen often go to the supermarket to apply for a membership card? The membership card application requirements of the senior clubhouse are different from the supermarket. As soon as Yi Jiayao finished speaking, the man next to her also added, our membership system is very strict. We need to be introduced, and the annual fixed consumption must reach a certain amount, and there are a series of other qualification certifications. Qin Shi's face became more embarrassed. Luo Yachen was so angry that she stepped forward and took Qin Shi's hand. Looking like she was going forward and retreating together. If you don't let her in, I won't come in again. I want to cancel my membership. The meaning of threat is very obvious. The man paused for a moment, and then nodded, then please give me your membership card and I'll cancel it for you. Luo Yachen's face stiffened. She just said angry words. She didn't really want to withdraw. This styling studio is one of the best and highest-end styling studios in City A, and she also spent a lot of money to join. What are you? You want to directly remove me from membership. Where is your boss? Tell your boss to come out. The man's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was respectful but not humble. Our boss is not here. I am the head of the studio, and you yourself said you wanted to withdraw from the membership. It's not that I want to remove your membership. Luo Yachen choked, and her face turned blue and white with anger. At this time, Qin Shi said softly, is Yi Jiayao also a member of your studio? Hearing this, Luo Yachen's eyes lit up and immediately pointed the finger at Yi Jiayao. Yes, she is definitely not a member of your studio. She has been to another studio before. You should get rid of her, too. The original owner has always been used to going to another studio with the same level as Maisel Studio, so he knows more or less about it without inking. Yi Jiayao's eyebrows moved, and her eyes looked at Qin Shi a little deeper. Qin Shi seems to know her very well. She did not become a member of Maisel Studio before. Yi Jiayao was about to speak when the man in the studio looked at Luo Yachen with a faint expression, and then said respectfully to Yi Jiayao, Miss Yi is our supreme member. The chief stylist is already waiting for you, Miss Yi. One VIP styling room is invited. Everyone? Supreme member. There are few supreme members in the whole styling studio. And the chief stylist? Isn't it all about rushing to make an appointment? Luo Yachen was immediately annoyed and pointed at the man and said angrily, you are a liar. Yi Jiayao is obviously the Jerry she made an appointment with, but how did she become the chief stylist? Maisel's chief stylist, Maisel, is also the owner of the studio. She has never made an appointment. How can Yi Jiayao, a woman who was sold by her family for profit, make an appointment? Yi Jiayao also looked confused. She obviously made an appointment with an ordinary senior stylist, and she was robbed by Luo Yachen. How did she become the chief stylist in the blink of an eye? Maybe the studio apologized for her compensation. After all, her stylist was robbed by Luo Yachen just now. It seems that the system of this studio is still good. Originally, she thought that she would never come back in the future. 2 ladies, please. The man ignored Luo Yachen and respectfully opened the way for Yi Jiayao. Yi Jiayao nodded and pulled Zhuang Yuting to walk in together. The 3 people left, leaving Luo Yachen and Qin Shi standing at the door, neither going in nor retreating, looking embarrassed. The doorman saw that the 2 had been standing there and had to say, if this lady wants to do styling, please go in. This was said to Luo Yachen. After all, her card has not been cancelled. Qin Shi's face was instantly embarrassed. She doesn't have a membership card. If Luo Yachen left her to do styling by herself, she would really be ashamed of the whole rich family circle. Qin Shi's heart was blocked, and her expression was generous and peaceful. I'm fine. You can go in by yourself. When Luo Yachen saw Qin Shi like this, she felt guilty. It was she who brought Qin Shi here. Forget it, let's go to another one. Qin Shi's face was a little disapproval. She held Luo Yachen's hand and shook her head. Really, you don't have to do this for me. When Luo Yachen heard the words, he became more determined. This is her future sister-in-law. She is so understanding and generous. How can she leave her alone? Thinking about it, Luo Yachen hooked Qin Shi's arm, and her face was full of righteousness. Humph, let's go. I don't miss this place. Qin Shi glanced at Luo Yachen with a moved face, and the hand holding the bag tightened unconsciously. Luo Yachen's heart was even more excited by this look, and she hugged Qin Shiyi's arm tighter. Don't worry, I will definitely find the field for you next time. Qin Shiyi's eyes flashed, she pursed her lips slightly, and said nothing. Yi Jiaoyao entered the VIP styling room and saw the man standing in the room at a glance. Black eyes and blonde hair, three-dimensional facial features, high nose bridge, cold face, shirt and trousers. At first glance, he is a rigorous person. It's completely different from those stylists who make it very fashionable. Yi Jiaoyao's eyes lit up. A handsome man of mixed race.